This girl is Sung Ka, a female corporate director at just 26 years old. She's reading an ancient novel. In her heart, she greatly admires the coolness of the blind Prince Chiu in the novel. How can Tan Chiu Wang be so sweet? Oh my, I really like it. But someone with such demeanor probably only exists in novels. Break time's over, back to work. While working urgently, a young man runs in, begging her to save him. Looking at this person, Sung Ka is very annoyed. None of the men around her are like those in novels. What's going on here? Later, there's a partner I need to negotiate with, but my mom suddenly wants me to go on a blind date. Hearing this, Sung Ka's eyes starts twitching slightly. The blonde guy has a sincere face, saying his mom suddenly wants him to go on a blind date today, so he can't go out to negotiate, asking her to help him this once. Not long after, outside a certain corporation, an introverted director who loves reading novels like Sung Ka, when going out is no different from a country bumpkin who just came from the countryside. Thank you, big sis. When the blind date is successful, I'll treat you to a meal. No need, really. Not long after, when they arrived at the negotiation meeting point, suddenly a letter from the advertising sign came loose. This accident obviously caused her to exit the server. Useless Earth, I told you to stop it, but you let it run away. The Emperor has promised. As long as my daughter marries that guy, my son will surely be promoted to a high position. Old master, I'm sorry. But luckily this girl ran halfway, slipped, and fell into the water. We were able to fish her out and bring her back. Otherwise, the marriage with that blind prince is coming soon. From now on, there must be no mistakes. As the two were talking, they looked at the person lying on the bed for a moment. Finally, they coldly left. Sung Ka, I really don't know what you're thinking. No matter how hard a woman works, she can't take the imperial exams. Marrying out for the clan and bringing fame and fortune to the family is the right thing to do. Master, don't be angry. After they left, Sung Ka suddenly woke up with a start. Seeing the space in front of her, she couldn't help but rejoice. Haha, I can't believe I've time traveled too. It's not just getting hit by a truck that causes time travel, huh? Getting hit on the head by a billboard works too. Moreover, looking at this situation, although the attire isn't particularly special, it still exudes a noble aura. All I need is a handsome guy to suddenly run to my side, right? Don't suddenly turn into a world of immortal cultivation, okay? But the biggest problem now is, it seems I'm about to get married. Ugh, if I've already time traveled, I should at least do something. Can't just sit around like this. While looking in the mirror and thinking about her future life, a system suddenly appeared in the mirror. Sung Ka wasn't particularly surprised. This is in every time travel novel. It's too common. The system said she has code number 14. This is the world in the novel Claiming the Throne, which is the novel she's currently reading. After receiving this information, Sung Ka asked the system what mission it would give her. The system replied that her mission is to become Tan Chiu's queen, then help him claim the throne. In return, it will make her real-world body come back to life. Sung Ka thought for a moment, then said she doesn't accept the mission. The system asked in surprise, why? Don't you always like Tan Chiu, the prince in the book? Now you can rightfully marry him. Haha, liking is one thing, but losing my life for it is another. You just said I'm the 14th person to transmigrate. So before I transmigrated, were there 13 people who died before me, right? The mirror system remained silent. Sung Ka naturally knew she had guessed correctly. At this moment, she reached out to touch the mirror. The thing that can bring my original self back to life must also come with an equally dangerous price. Right. Saying this, she grabbed the bronze mirror and threw it, breaking the system in one go. Then she continued. Instead of doing a vague mission with unclear results, why don't I take advantage of this young body to enjoy a happy life in this world? There was a loud noise in Sung Ka's room. Her father and a group of servants immediately rushed over. But after opening the door, they saw no one in the room. Where's Sung Ka? Has she run away again? Wasn't she just drowning? At this moment, Sung Ka's father, annoyed, turned and punched the old servant. Didn't I tell you to watch her? I really didn't see the young miss go out. Clearly, she escaped through the window. Are you all stupid or what? Hurry up and go find her for me. The servants, being yelled at, were scared stiff and rushed off in a hurry. A moment later, Sung Ka crawled out from under the bed. She ran to the door and saw no one was there. She then headed towards the forest and fled. Her heart was full of joy. Haha, I'm not a tool for you to play with. Not long after, she appeared on the street. She was planning to find a place to continue her business as a CEO in ancient times. Just as her emotions were soaring, she ran into her family's servants. Sun Ca had no choice but to turn and run, leaving a trail of dust, who knows how long. It took her to shake off her family's servants. Then she climbed up someone's peach tree to hide. Her body, having just drowned, made her feel tired. Just as she was about to lean back and rest, the peach branch she was sitting on snapped with a crack. Her whole body fell just like that. She landed with a thud. At this moment, someone approached in a wheelchair. As Sun Ca raised her head, she saw a handsome face shining brightly. Sun Ca was dazed for a long while. The more she looked, the redder her face became. Help. The wheelchair, blindfold, body emitting an elegant glow. Is he Tan Chiu? This unique aura, surely there wouldn't be a second person who possesses it, right? This face, exactly as described in the legends, these fair, smooth, and graceful hands, and this sexy mole under the neck. Miss, are you all right? The warm voice made Sun Ca's heart beat rapidly. Save me. I've finally met my idol. It's the real Tan Chiu. Ah, miss, why aren't you speaking? Are you scared of me, Tan? Meeting her idol put Sun Ca into a dazed state, but she quickly asked, but Prince Chiu, how did you know I was a young lady? You clearly can't see. Prince Chiu replied, because of the fragrance of makeup on you. Men rarely have these scents, right? Oh, you're right. Sun Ca was extremely delighted inside, as expected of my idol, super intelligent. Then she switched to shamelessly lying mode. Ah, I see. This servant is from the Ha family. I wanted to substitute for Miss Ha, our Sun Ca, to secretly look at her future husband's appearance. But I didn't expect the peach blossoms in the garden to be so beautiful. I was distracted, so I accidentally fell into your garden. If I've disturbed you, Prince, please forgive me. Haha, it's all right. If you like looking at flowers so much, you can stay and look. Sun Ca was surprised. Is my idol this gentle? At this moment, Prince Chiu continued. I, Tan, might have a favor to ask of you. Oh, Prince, please speak. This servant is willing to do anything for the prince. Thank you. It's embarrassing to say, but due to my physical condition, I have no way to visit your young lady myself. So could you help me deliver this hairpin to her? Please give her this hairpin. Sun Ca didn't yet understand Prince Chiu's intention. Then she heard him continue. Although I, Tan, am physically disabled and have no wealth, I will absolutely not let down my future wife. After parting in the peach garden, Sun Ca found a willow tree to climb. She lay there thinking about what Prince Chiu had said earlier. Holding up the jade hairpin to look at, she thought, the male lead of the novel Ascending to Prince actually isn't Tan Chiu, but a young prince named Tan Thang Hian. Unlike traditional ascension novels, the young prince isn't favored, doesn't use protagonist's halo to conquer all directions. Instead, relying on intelligence, talent, and pure appearance, step by step, becomes a prince and finally ascends the throne. Tan Chiu's character positioning is like a foolish supporting male always helping the protagonist. Not only does he have no ambition for the throne, but he's also blind and unable to travel. He consecutively causes the death of several wives. Although very pitiful and foolish, this kind of adorable stupidity is impossible to hate, even if you want to. But according to the plot, he should have caused the death of several fiancés. I'm just one of them. Is this wife killing really scientific? It's too superstitious. Or is it consecutive killing, but never successfully married? Forget it. Why bother with this? Sun Ca threw away the hairpin Prince Chiu gave. Anyway, we won't meet again in the future. I, Sun Ca, am a mature and selfish person. I won't be stupid enough to risk my life to meddle in others' affairs. While still lying there thinking, she heard someone coming to talk. Unexpectedly, it was Tan Thang Hian. Did you really see Ha Sun Ca drown with your own eyes? But why now is the Ha family causing a stir, searching for their eldest daughter all over the city? Yes, I personally pushed Miss Ha into the river. Your Highness, please rest assured. I've killed many of Tan Chiu's fiancés before. I've never failed. These words were truly shocking. They made Sun Ca's head suddenly hurt terribly. The original owner's memories began to flood back. That night, Ha Sun Ca was trying her best to escape this arranged marriage. Unexpectedly, when she reached a bridge, the person who had been following her all along suddenly pushed her into the water. After the headache subsided, Sun Ca began to see this matter differently. The two people below were unaware of her presence, so they continued talking. Tan Chiu and I have similar backgrounds. In the palace, we both lack maternal support. As long as he doesn't rely on his wife's family, he won't have the ability to harbor thoughts of usurping the throne. This way, he can become the most solid ally on my path to becoming king. Sun Ca thought to herself, so this is the truth behind Tan Chiu's wife killing. It turns out it was all your doing. At this moment in the Ha mansion, there was a commotion of chaos. The maids were searching every nook and cranny. Amidst the chaos, someone knocked on the mansion door. Sunka happily chatted with the little maids. Knowing she had returned, her father angrily scolded Sunka. "Why did you come back? Can I return home? It's not that, didn't you want to run away from home?" Ha ha ha, who would run away and then come back? I just went out to get some fresh air. By the way, I'm ready now, prepared for marriage. Her father and mother, hearing her sudden change of heart, could only gape. "Kanyi, you agree to marry Prince Tanchio. Why wouldn't I agree? When I slipped into the water, my head was scarred. Mother, didn't you tell me that for a woman, if she loses her beauty, wouldn't her life be ruined? Now that someone wants to marry me, I should be very happy. What's there to say more? In this world, perhaps only the blind Prince Chiu wouldn't despise me." Mr. Ha and Mrs. Ha looked at each other after hearing this. A moment later, they clasped hands happily. It's great that Kanyi's face is ruined. Surely no good man will want to marry her anymore. Luckily, the girl has a scar on her face. Truly a blessing in disguise. Now there's hope for our son's position. Seeing the old couple talk like this, Sunka couldn't tell if they were smart or stupid. But now she had a severe head injury. Still in pain, it would surely leave a scar later. She glanced at the bronze mirror and tapped it a few times. "Hey system, wake up and get to work." Seeing the bronze mirror not responding, she took a snack while waiting. After a while, it finally spoke. "Weren't you the one who said you didn't need us?" Seeing the system so principled, Sunka said nonchalantly, "I basically have no interest in these things. But now it seems someone doesn't want me to marry Prince Chiu. I don't like the feeling of being framed. I must catch all those villains before I can sleep peacefully. Moreover, if I've accepted Tan Longjun's betrothal gifts, I naturally should eliminate threats for him." At this moment, at Prince Chiu's place, a servant reported that Miss Ha nearly drowned last night. Thought to be dead, she suddenly woke up. Prince Chiu slightly curved his lips in a smile. Stroking a peach blossom, he said, "I know, Tan has already met her." Soon it was Sunka's wedding day. Seeing the small, pretty wedding horn, she curiously picked it up to practice blowing. But she quickly discovered that playing the horn wasn't an easy skill to master. "Miss, the bridal escort team from the prince's mansion has arrived. Why haven't you changed yet? Don't tell me you want to run away from the marriage." Sunka smiled and threw the horn back to the maid. "Don't worry, I'm not running away anymore. After all, the battlefield has just opened. There's no logic in retreating from a battle." The maid was dumbfounded hearing this. "Battlefield, miss. You're going to get married, not to war. Marriage is a battlefield." Not long after, Sung Ka was escorted by Prince Chiu's bridal procession through the streets, attracting much attention from the common people. They were curious about the new princess's appearance. Along the way, Sung Ka occasionally peeked out to look around, wondering if Prince Chiu would personally come to receive her. But when she saw the groom's horse was riderless, she felt a bit disappointed. "I really thought too much. With Tan Chiu's legs like that, how could he ride a horse?" At this moment, she heard the people along the road discussing, saying, "Prince Chiu was granted a wife by the emperor. Otherwise, a blind and lame man like Prince Chiu could never find someone to love him. Moreover, this bride must be as ugly as sin, so hideous that she had to marry Prince Chiu." Sung Ka was annoyed. She took out the horn from the sedan chair, blowing it loudly in place of scolding words. "Ah, miss, please go back inside. Don't stick your head out. We're almost at the prince's mansion. We must follow the rules. Almost there. Do you see my Tan Chiu?" Just as she said this, her eyes caught sight of Prince Chiu waiting in front of the mansion. Though still blindfolded, he couldn't hide his handsome features. Sunka suddenly blushed and quickly retreated into the sedan chair, her demeanor as docile as a cat. At this moment, her heart was truly head over heels in love. The sedan chair was carried to Prince Chiu. Inside, Sunka thought about Prince Chiu's leg condition. Should she get down by herself? At this moment, Prince Chiu suddenly lifted the sedan's curtain, leaning inside, face to face with Sunka. Sunka startled and quickly turned away. Thankfully, there was a veil. Otherwise, they would have kissed just now. Prince Chiu extended his hand and said, "Miss Ha, today I couldn't ride a horse to welcome you. I'm truly ashamed. If you don't despise me, I hope you won't leave me in the future. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life with me?" Sunka took Prince Chiu's hand and said, "Of course, Prince Chiu is so thoughtful." As she was about to step down from the carriage, suddenly an old lady tried to stop her. At the husband's door, the bride's feet must not touch the ground. According to custom, the husband must carry her. Sunka had indeed heard of this custom before. If the bride brings soil into the husband's house, it will bring misfortune and ruin. The people around started discussing again. "Prince Chiu really can't carry the bride across the threshold. Maybe we should borrow a strong man to carry her in. See, what good is fame if he can't even complete the wedding ceremony? It's fine. Her feet just can't touch the ground. There are many ways. We can." Sungka was about to help Prince Chio out of the situation. Unexpectedly, Prince Chu said there's no need to complicate things. I can still carry my wife across the threshold. Prince Chio used his strong arms to lift Sungka up, causing her to scream silently. But she quickly leaned into him, urging him to hurry. As they walked, Sungka took the opportunity to feel him up a bit. Chest? Such a firm chest, truly worthy of being my husband. He must work out a lot to be this strong, so what if he can't walk? As long as the lower part still works well, it's fine. When they reached the mansion's gate, Prince Chiu called Sungka wife. He asked if she needed him to carry her across the main hall. But looking at Prince Chiu's face, so devilishly handsome, Sungka quickly jumped down. Why call me wife when I haven't even crossed the threshold yet? When we met in Chio Mansion's garden, I knew I should change how I address you. Prince Chio's words surprised Sungka. But that day you didn't see me at all. How could you be sure you met me there? Haha, when eyes can't see, ears naturally become a bit more sensitive. Miss Ha, after seeing this imperfect state of mine, you didn't run away. This makes me very happy. Sungka won't run away, she said cheerfully, helping Prince Chu push his wheelchair into the mansion. She thought to herself, in this life, there's no such thing as a perfect match. I thought Tan Chio, for taking his father's punishment, had both legs crippled. No matter what, he'd still be valued. But in the end, he's only given a mansion and a princess consort. Ninth brother, do you think Tan Chio feels wronged now? The speaker was Tantang Duong, the fifth prince. The ninth prince, Tantang Hien, replied, Brother, you worry too much. At this moment, Tantang Hien had some stray thoughts. Why hasn't Ha Sungka died yet? The assassin in charge of this wouldn't possibly deceive me. Could it be that this lady is so quick-witted that she could outsmart even an assassin? I should test her first. Tantang Hien ordered his servants to secretly scatter stones on the newlyweds' path. But as soon as the stones were scattered, Prince Chu sensed it. At this moment, he nudged Sungka. Does your highness have any instructions? Don't push me anymore. My lady, please be careful of your steps. Sungka's mind immediately raced, asking, Is someone trying to harm your highness? It's just that I heard the sound of pebbles. I'm afraid you might step on them and hurt your feet. Oh, Sungka understands. Then for what happens next, please don't be alarmed, your highness. Sungka didn't avoid them this time, but deliberately stepped on the pebbles, intentionally taking a dramatic fall. Her parents, seeing their daughter fall so spectacularly, immediately rushed over asking why she had fallen. Sungka pitifully said she stepped on something. The fall also caused the bride's veil to slip off. Mr. Ha said, Quickly get up and fix your veil properly. If your face is exposed, it'll be improper. But the phoenix crown seems to have fallen and broken. Does this count as destroying a sacred object bestowed by the emperor? Sungka pretended to be very frightened, asking her father if she would be beheaded for this. Mr. Ha stroked his goatee, thought for a moment, then said, No, it's not the Ha family's fault. That's right. I think I saw someone throw something earlier, but it was too far away. I didn't pay attention. Guards, go find that troublemaker for me. Just a moment later, Tantang Duong and Tantang Hien actually caught someone. They brought him to Prince Chio. Tantang Hien threw the man to the ground and shouted loudly, How dare you attempt to harm the prince and princess? You must be severely punished. Seventh brother, what do you think we should do with him? Tantang Duong asked. At this moment, Prince Chio turned to Sungka. I'll leave this matter for you to handle. Sungka flinched and quickly pushed this task back to Prince Chio. The couple kept passing it back and forth. Their affectionate expressions made the others feel like they were eating dog food already. Prince Chu seemed unaware that the troublemaker was the ninth brother. Tantang Duong added a few more words. If seventh brother is too merciful, why not let me handle it? How about cutting off one of his hands? Hearing this, Sungka immediately acted, throwing herself at Prince Chio, crying that she didn't want to see such a bloody scene. At this moment, Prince Chu spoke up. I appreciate fifth brother's good intentions, but my wife is kind-hearted and fears the sight of blood. Following my wife's wishes, let's just send him away from here. What, on this joyous day, we're letting such a person off easily? After Prince Duong spoke, some others chimed in agreement. That's right, Prince Duong is absolutely correct. The bride fell like that. How can we just let it slide? Precisely because of this, we shouldn't let a small matter ruin the joy of the occasion. That you two brothers could attend my wedding, I'm already extremely grateful. I dare not ask for more. No need to thank us. The three of us are as close as can be. Let's not act so distant. But keeping this scoundrel here is indeed troublesome. Brother and sister-in-law, go ahead with the ceremony. I'll help you throw him out. Seeing Tantang Hien just take the man away like that, Tan Thang Duong seemed quite disappointed. He hadn't even had a chance to play yet. Before leaving Prince Chio's mansion, Tan Thang Hien deliberately looked at Sung Ka once more. Seeing her still shaking like a leaf, he thought to himself, the rumored talented Ha Sung Ka isn't like this at all. Stupid and cowardly. So kind-hearted when facing a hooligan who disrupted the wedding, just wanting to please her husband and calm him down. No need to waste effort killing her anymore. This kind of woman only knows how to rely on that weak Tan Chio. She certainly won't amount to anything. After Tan Thang Hien left, Sung Ka slightly raised a cold smile, as expected in an era that values men over women. But it seems you've underestimated the wrong person. Ha ha ha. Seeing his wife chuckling to herself, Prince Chu curiously asked, "Is my lady very happy?" Sung Ka gave a thumbs up and said, "Indeed, your highness just displayed superior character. This humble woman truly likes it. Though she appeared happy, she never let down her guard. She felt Tan Thang Hien must now be thinking Prince Chio would never betray him. Does my lady not blame me for not being able to punish the wrongdoer on your behalf? What's with the two dogs licking a bicycle? What are dogs licking and bicycles? My dear prince, won't you blame this humble woman for lifting the veil before the wedding night? A woman lifting her veil early shows a lack of propriety. Not at all. How could I think of my lady in such a way?" Prince Chio said, then took Sung Ka's hand and pulled her close. Sung Ka's cheeks immediately turned bright red. Soon, Sung Ka and Prince Chio entered the ceremonial hall. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents. Husband and wife copulate. Bow to each other. As soon as Sung Ka was brought to the bridal chamber, she immediately jumped on the bed, her face full of satisfaction. So comfortable. Who knew getting hit by a billboard would lead life to give me a husband? Truly, fortune is unpredictable. Moreover, he's a gentleman of the celibate system. His words and gestures are completely unlike those of a nobleman. My lady, please rest in the room first. Once I've finished with the wedding banquet, I'll come to stay with you immediately. Prince Chu's words made Sung Ka blush. Could it be they would sleep together? All right, then. Facing such otherworldly beauty, who knows? I might even get to touch his chest and small hands. He. I was indulging in these thoughts when someone called from outside the door. Excuse me, this servant has come to disturb you. It's just that the madam was worried you'd be too busy with the wedding today to eat, so she sent me to bring you some wedding cakes. My mother told you to bring these to me. Sung Ka asked in surprise. In feudal society customs, wasn't it normal for the bride not to eat on her wedding day? Looking at the plate full of cakes, Sung Ka thanked the maid. She also invited her to sit down and eat together for company. The maid, hearing this, became frightened. She said she was just a roadside weed. How could she reach the clouds? Then she hurriedly ran off to Prince Chio's quarters. My lord, this new wife of yours seems not so simple. Could she be a spy planted by some faction? I'm uneasy. I have my own judgment. That will be all. This prince's eyes indeed can't see clearly in the dark. Next, please take care of matters in the front hall. Don't let anyone else disturb the wedding chamber again. Understood. I wish my lord a pleasant night. Prince Xiu then wheeled himself to the bridal chamber. He pushed open the door and said, My lady, I have arrived as promised, my dear wife. Wait a moment, I accidentally called you dear husband, Sung Ka said, embarrassed, clumsily fumbling to find her veil. Take your time, my lady, Prince Chu said, then sniffed the air. Are there wedding cakes in the room? Is it here? Prince Chiu reached out to take a cake. Sung Ka immediately stopped him. I'm sorry, my reaction was a bit much, but the origin of these wedding cakes is very suspicious. They might be poisoned. It's better not to eat them. The reason Sung Ka thought this way was because earlier, when she invited the maid Thuy Nhi to eat the cake, she made an excuse and ran away. If she wasn't guilty, why would she be so flustered? While she was still trying to stop him, Sung Ka's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Ah, your highness, please don't blame me. This girl is just a bit hungry. Prince Chiu wheeled closer, picked up a cake and put it in Sung Ka's mouth. Eat, it's fine. Sung Ka's eyes blinked. Then she ate the cake with relish. My lady, you trust me. Otherwise, why would you eat what I gave you? What if the wedding cake was poisoned? Sung Ka wiped her mouth and said, It's not about trust, but rather faith in your character. After saying this, Sung Ka smiled. In the novel, Tan Chie was born to a holy woman of the demon sect and the emperor in disguise during his travels. But even though he grew up in the demon sect and was born with an eye condition, he didn't acquire any bad habits. Even when his brothers in the palace deceived each other, he disregarded everything and responded with sincerity. He even risked his life to protect the emperor from an assassin's attack. That's why his legs were crippled and he couldn't walk. Afterwards, when the emperor asked Tan Chio what he wanted, intending to make him crown prince, he instead said he didn't want to compete for the crown prince position with his brothers. He only needed a peaceful place to live. At this moment, Sung Ka thought about what she had read in the novel. She then said, Your Highness, You have a warm and generous heart. You sacrifice yourself, but you're also a righteous gentleman who follows your own principles. That's why Sun-ka wants to trust you. The truth proves that I was right. These wedding cakes aren't poisoned at all. Indeed, that's right. Faced with Sun-ka's unconditional trust, Prince Chio felt a bit of pressure. I'm not as good as you say. I'm a cripple. I can't do things that normal men can do. It will surely affect my wife. You'll face the world's contempt by marrying me. I feel it's a pity for you. Sun-ka picked up another wedding cake and ate while speaking. Is it a pity or luck? This girl understands in her heart. After all, the one marrying me isn't you, because tonight Sun-ka is starving. After saying this, she picked up another cake and put it in her mouth, chewing noisily. At this moment, Prince Chio suddenly lunged forward. He used his hand to reach into her throat, quickly spit out what's in that box. Not all of them are without poison. Prince Chio pressed his hand deep into Sun-ka's throat, causing her to immediately vomit. Fortunately, she hadn't swallowed yet. That girl really isn't at ease at all. When there's time, we must go treat her. Which girl did what? Prince Chio asked. We can investigate tomorrow. The spring night is short. Don't talk about unpleasant things. Sun-ka wants her husband to lift the veil and drink the wedding wine. My wife is right. Today is our wedding day. I certainly won't let my wife suffer any grievances. Sun-ka thanks your highness for your love. The two embraced and drank the wedding wine. Sun-ka drank and let out a satisfied sound. She praised the wine. I heard Miss Ha likes wine, so I specially prepared it. Sun-ka thought to herself, so it was prepared for the original owner. She felt a bit jealous. No, why be jealous? No matter how many ex-lovers he has, now he completely belongs to me. Thinking this, she coughed lightly twice. Although eager, she still said modestly, it's not just that I'm tired today. Sun-ka wants her husband to be more tired. Seeing Tan Chio starting to undress, Sun-ka continued shamelessly, my husband is so kind. Let me help you. Looking at the vibrant body, muscles hard as rock, she rejoiced inwardly, feeling this marriage decision was truly right, as expected of a martial artist. Looking at it feels so great. Can I touch it? I'm sure I can touch it, right? Feeling Sun-ka was aiming for his private parts, Tan Chio said from below, no need. But your legs are inconvenient. Let me help you onto the bed first. No need. Tan Chio got onto the bed as usual. Then he extended his hand to invite Sun-ka up. Modesty was gone. In an instant, Sun-ka had leapt onto the bed. She thought to herself, in the original story, Tan Chio seemed to have no interest in such matters. Very abstinent. Wonder what it'd be like if he was forced. Moreover, even if he can't see, I can completely indulge as I like. Oh my, this is truly the most suitable man for me. Husband, the bedside lamp can't be turned off. If you're tired, just sleep first. As she spoke, Sun-ka's eyes suddenly froze. At this moment, Tan Chio had removed the cloth covering his eyes, touching her shoulder, and asked, doesn't my wife want to do something else? Something else. Sun-ka's face was innocent mixed with shock. Can his eyes really not see? Thinking this, she started waving her hand in front of Tan Chio's eyes, checking if his pupils didn't focus. It really did look like he was blind. What to do now? Play 69 or something even more? I just wanted to remind you that we haven't tied our hair yet. What's this 69 you're talking about? Please pretend I just lost my mind earlier. Sun-ka suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. She told herself, Sun-ka, you're truly a pervert. How could people from ancient times understand these things? Clearing her throat lightly, Sun-ka took scissors to cut Tan Chio's hair. Hair tying was a wedding custom, cutting a lock of hair from the couple and tying them together. Man and woman becoming husband and wife. Please don't call me prince anymore. It's just a title without substance. How could that be? You are in Sun-ka's heart, more noble than any title. Saying this, Sun-ka thought to herself, if she wanted to return to the present, she could only help Prince Chiu ascend to the throne. My wife understands that I, as a husband, cannot be like other men. I cannot protect you, so I can only stay by your side and love you as usual, without a doubt, haha. All right, Sun-ka isn't good at managing trivial matters, even hearing about the royal court. I can only do what's convenient. At this moment, Tan Chio gently cut a lock of Sun-ka's hair. Afterwards, they embraced and slept until dawn. Opening her eyes, seeing Prince Chiu's bewitching beauty beside her, Sun-ka's heart started racing again. Especially when she saw that muscular body. She could only secretly touch it. My wife likes my waist. Tan Chiu suddenly spoke, making Sun-ka blush with embarrassment. Yes, moving a bit is certainly... Tan Chio's face was now extremely pure. Sun-ka looked at him, feeling like she could squirt chili sauce. Husband, my head feels dizzy. It must be the dizziness making me speak so vaguely. Are you all right? If you're uncomfortable, sleep a bit more. No need. Your gentleness will spoil me. Putting on a robe, Sun-ka invited Prince Chio to brush teeth and wash face. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Prince, this servant Thuy is here to help you change clothes." Hearing the maid only mention the prince, Sun Ca felt a bit uncomfortable. "Hey, serve him to change clothes." Seeing Sun Ca's expression, Thuy was startled, speechless. "What's wrong?" "Surprised I didn't die from the poisoned wedding cake." "Miss, what are you saying? This servant doesn't understand at all. I just didn't expect you to be awake too. So I only brought one set of clothes." "Oh, I see. That makes sense. But from now on, there's no need to do this. I like helping my husband change clothes myself." Early in the morning, seeing Sun Ca already showing such attitude towards Thuy, Prince Chiu was a bit confused. Then Prince Chiu and Sun Ca went to have breakfast. "I once said I'd let you stay comfortably in the prince's mansion. It wasn't a joke. If that dowry maid named Thuy is problematic, without needing anyone's approval, I will still expel her from the prince's mansion." Sun Ca was a bit surprised. Chiu was trusting her unconditionally. Although the other party almost poisoned him, the heaviest punishment was merely expulsion from the mansion. "Thank you for your trust, but I'm not being lenient by not expelling her. I feel there's something that can't be said about this matter." Sun Ca was now trying to fish for information. "What do you mean, my lady?" Prince Chiu asked curiously. Sun Ca replied, explaining like this. "First, those who poison must benefit from my death. What Thuy wants isn't hard to guess. It can only be marrying you. This would give her a noble and wealthy life, no longer needing to be a maid ordered around by others." "Outrageous. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to His Highness?" Lady Li spoke up from behind. Prince Chiu stopped her, then asked Sun Ca to continue. "Just imagine, if I had really eaten the poisoned wedding cake without any evidence last night, I would certainly be dead by morning. Thuy knew you were blind and injured, unable to do anything, so she was sure you wouldn't touch your new wife. Thus, the excuse of changing clothes appeared first, preventing you from contacting the corpse. This also explains why she only brought your clothes and not mine. After all, the killer could predict the dead person wouldn't need to change clothes, which can't be said. Unless we're fools, even if that maid wanted to replace the master in marriage, the prince's mansion would absolutely not allow it." "Sister, did you notice my appearance yesterday?" Lady Li, called sister by Sun Ca, felt a bit uncomfortable and blushed. "Did you only see Ha Sun Ca with heavy makeup covering her face? Since childhood, I've been raised by the Ha family as a tool for marriage alliance. Outsiders rarely know my true appearance. The Ha family values reputation as life. They certainly don't want their daughter's death to affect the official position the emperor granted to the eldest son. Therefore, their family found a woman with a voice similar to mine, quickly disguised her as a young lady. Deceiving the prince who can't see is the easiest way." Thuy understood this well and thought the best person to replace Miss Ha was herself. So she poisoned the bride on the wedding night. After all, everyone knows Prince Chiu is cruel to his wife. The Ha family wouldn't suspect. The old maid, seemingly unconvinced, said, "Absurd. Not to mention other things. My lord, how could he not distinguish between your voice and a maid's? Indeed, the hearing of the visually impaired is sharper than normal people's." Prince Chiu also spoke up. Sun Ca replied, "True. So just talking about this plan, Thuy perhaps was not unaware of how dangerous this was. Sun Ca feels someone used Thuy to target me and the prince. Thuy was being manipulated. Could it be that until now, you've never suspected anyone? Who caused you such suffering? Is someone deliberately trying to harm you?" After speaking, Sun Ca waited for Prince Chiu's answer. Thinking to herself, the person most suspected of instigating Thuy is the 9th prince. Although there's nothing at present, we must think more about Tan Chiu. Now, how do you want to answer? "Hasung, I am not a kind person. Therefore, I won't easily trust others. But if you truly are, as the novel describes, an upright gentleman, then I will stand behind you, be your solid support, help you ascend the throne, and become emperor." But after a moment of deep thought, Prince Chiu said, "I don't understand why my lady mentions these things, because I have never felt that my life has any difficulties. On the contrary, everyone treats me very well. Every day is peaceful. Every day makes me extremely grateful." Hearing such words from her idol's mouth, Sun Ca felt completely bored. After Sun Ca left, Prince Chiu mused to himself, "It's not easy for my lady to have lived until now. It would be a pity to let her die. Li Niang, go deal with that maid named Thuy. Don't kill her, but don't let her reveal any necessary information." How could 9th brother believe the absurd words of that cheap lady just now? It's to prevent future trouble. And it can also make people not pay attention. It's a way of knowing when to speak and when to be silent. You were once known as the poison mistress in the Jianghu. Isn't this your specialty? After breakfast, Sun Ca went for a walk in the prince's mansion. The scenery here was poetic. The novel wasn't wrong. Prince Chiu's mansion was like a large garden, But why haven't I seen anyone after walking for so long? I didn't notice on the wedding day. Now I see this place is really deserted. My lady, are you over there? As soon as she heard Prince Cho's call, Sung Ka immediately ran to his side. I'm sorry that I'm not convenient and couldn't take you around the courtyard in time. It's all right. The paths here aren't complicated. I enjoy walking around by myself. The flowers in the mansion seem much more beautiful than those outside. Are there also many rare medicinal plants cared for by experts? No. It's just a small hobby of mine. Huh. You mean this place was planted by you? Sung Ka was very surprised. Although in the novel it was mentioned that Tan Cheo liked flowers and plants, seeing it with my own eyes still feels shocking. It's embarrassing to say, although the emperor granted me land and status, I don't spend much time at court, and I can't shoulder great responsibilities. So after using the salary for betrothal gifts, there's not much left over. Hearing this, Sung Ka was even more surprised. So you manage this huge prince's mansion alone. Are you a monster? This is a prince's mansion, after all. Don't say that. Besides us two, there's only Li Niang left. Hearing Sung Ka's question, Prince Chio lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, your husband is very poor. Seeing her husband so pitiful, Sung Ka felt sorry and said, no, it's fine. Living with just the two of us is good too, but I can't give you the luxurious life like other princesses. I've said I don't care about those things. Feeling it was time to change the subject, just then Sung Ka saw a ripe pear on the tree. Ah, you even grow fruit trees. It seems to be ripe. Prince Chio lifted his nose to sniff. Then he asked Sung Ka if she wanted to eat it. The tree is too tall. Forget it. Wait until we get a ladder here, and then we'll talk. Prince Chio sniffed carefully once more. Then he turned and told Sung Ka to relax. Then he was seen using his arm strength to push hard. His whole body just flew up like that. He accurately grabbed the ripe pear from earlier. After falling down, he rolled back into his wheelchair. Prince Chiu held the pear and smiled, saying, My lady, wait a moment. I need to wipe it. All this time, Sung Ka could only gape in awe. You can fly, and you found the fruit's location just by smell. Haha, it's lightness skill. My kung fu isn't too bad. It's just that I can't walk, Prince Chio said as he handed the cleaned pear to Sung Ka. Holding the pear, she was still amazed, but then she quickly adapted to the reality, though it makes sense. Among the 4 great disabled, Votin's legs were crippled, yet he could use lightness skill to establish such an outstanding reputation in the martial world. Is Votin an acquaintance of yours? Prince Chiu suddenly asked. No, just a character in a book. Prince Chiu suddenly fell silent for a moment. After a while, he asked, Is it a man? Who, Votin? Yes, he's a man, Sung Ka answered innocently. At this point, Prince Cho seemed a bit jealous and said, I will seriously practice lightness skill. Don't think about him anymore. Sung Ka was startled to hear this, dropping the half-eaten pear and hurriedly trying to catch it. What's wrong? On the first day after the wedding, my husband is already suspicious. I'm losing my mind. You're not really jealous, are you? Sung Ka hesitantly asked. Although Prince Chu said no, she knew for sure. The possessiveness of ancient men was terrifying. But why be jealous of a character on paper? Though if you think about it, to her, Tan Chio was also just a character on paper, and she had felt a bit jealous yesterday too. Oh, the complexities of love. Seeing Prince Chu's embarrassed face now, Sung Ka wanted to tease him a bit, so she said, If I really changed my mind and wanted to leave, what would you do? Prince Chu's face immediately filled with worry. He turned and asked, Will my lady leave? No, you can't abandon me, he said while hugging Sung Ka. His speech became broken. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to finally meet you. Seeing this reaction from Prince Chu, her heart naturally warmed. He didn't say now that I've married you, you belong to me like other men. Instead, he was begging me, really. It really makes one feel sorry for him. I'm sorry. Sung Ka shouldn't have said that. I won't go anywhere. Sung Ka will always be by your highness's side until your highness no longer needs me. How could I not need my lady? I can give you everything I have. I only beg that you don't despise me. At this moment, Sung Ka suddenly grinned. Really? Of course, just tell me directly what you want. Sung Ka put her hand over Prince Chio's lips, signaling him to be quiet. The softness of Prince Chu's lips delighted her immensely. Then she said, I don't need everything from you. Sung Ka just wants that whenever I want to eat fruit, you can help me pick it. That's enough. After the spoon-feeding scene for the viewers in the flower garden, Sung Ka went to the bathroom to soak and relax. Although being with her handsome husband was fun, when it's time to return, it will be a fierce battle. Forget it. There's nothing to be afraid of dying while standing. But I wonder who was so kind to prepare a bath for me. Isn't the prince's mansion without servants? Could it be Tan Chiu? But his eyes can't see anything. While thinking, someone outside said, Your Highness, Please come this way. This servant has prepared the bath for you in advance. Thank you, miss. I can manage myself. Your Highness, please don't refuse. This servant is also from the same household as the young miss. Serving you is proper. While still discussing etiquette, Thuinyi saw Sungka's face clearly in the bathtub. Very good. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. This Thuinyi really has a thing for your handsome husband, huh? Didn't you say you wanted to go to the study room? What's wrong? Can't you go back? Books can't smell as good as your husband, like people. Seeing this little fox stammer, Sungka signaled for her to be quiet. All right, I can serve the prince's bath. You may leave. So this bath you prepared was to wash and eat my husband. More like it. Thuinyi still wanted to argue, but seeing Sungka's cold gaze, she immediately scurried away, slamming the door shut. Now only Sungka and her husband remained in the room. Both their faces showed a bit of shyness. Prince Chu didn't understand why Lady Li hadn't dealt with this Thuinyi girl yet. It made his wife look down on them. It's all right. It's all right. While the water is still warm, your Highness should bathe quickly. Sungka took the initiative to speak. She thought Tancho couldn't see. Bathing together should be fine, right? All right then. My lady should rest. I can manage myself. But Sungka didn't know his eyes only had night blindness. In strong light, he could still see clearly. How can that be? What if you slip and fall? Sungka's eyes showed concern, but inside she was excited, intently watching her handsome husband change. Even undressing was irresistibly seductive. The enemy is in the light, I'm in the dark. Not looking would be a disservice to myself. When she saw Prince Chio remove his blindfold, Sungka said he was quite far from the bathtub. She wanted to pull him to show the way. In fact, Prince Chio didn't need anyone to show him the way. But when he saw Sungka's perfect figure down to the centimeter, in this wet state, it was truly hot. Let him stand there stunned for 5 minutes. My lord, why aren't you moving? Come forward a little more. Prince Chio frowned. What does this woman want to do? She's clearly still in the bathtub, yet telling me to come in and bathe together. But I can't let her discover that I'm half blind. For now, I should try my best to avoid it. Thinking this, he reached out his hand for Sung Ka to guide. Sorry, I'm just a bit tired. Huh, your hand is wet. Yes, I was testing the water temperature. I see. It's hard for me to move. I might need your help. At this moment, Prince Chu was calculating. He didn't want to bathe together, but he also couldn't pretend to be blind now. If he got into the tub and discovered Sungka was also bathing, using that chance to leave would be reasonable. Sungka was now calculating even more fiercely. She deliberately made splashing sounds in the water to make him think she was helping him get in. This works too. Prince Chu couldn't anticipate this move. Now Sungka began to slip her arm around his waist. Then she lifted him up completely. Prince Chio almost cried out loud. Clearly married, he was a pure man. Born with divine strength, thinking the other couldn't see, this woman was too unusual. Moreover, this woman was improper. Before Prince Chio could adjust, after carrying her husband into the bathtub, Sungka quickly took out a towel and offered to scrub his back. Although Prince Chio had said countless polite words to refuse, the result was still lying still and enduring it. Sungka was now so excited she was drooling. She could only stare at his toned back and quietly wipe away her drool. Her sense of shame had probably fallen into the bathtub too. Understandably, with the conservative mindset of ancient people, Prince Chu felt this woman was too uninhibited. Aren't newlyweds usually shy and nervous? Why does she act like a brothel courtesan? She even touched my back. Could she not be Ha Sung-ka? Is this loyal behavior to gain my trust? I can't conclude yet. Father has no affection for me, but he seems to want to build an image of a benevolent ruler by constantly arranging marriages for me. This led to 9 concubines from the Thong Hien family, striking fear in the martial world. Tan Chu's skills are immeasurable. He could have easily dodged that poisoned arrow, but for some reason, he deliberately blocked it, crippling his legs. Am I overthinking? It's troublesome. Though Ha Sung-ka is suspicious in many ways, she's very clear-headed. I should let her stay for a while and observe. If there's no other way to fulfill the duties of a Prince Cho's wife, then execution won't be too late. While he was thinking, Sung-ka suddenly squeezed the mole on his neck. My lady, what are you doing? Sung-ka was a bit flustered. Feeling that spot was very sensitive, she involuntarily revealed her true nature. I just saw some dirt on your neck. Wanted to wipe it off for you. She quickly made up an excuse. Then Sungka left the bathtub. Her posture while leaving unintentionally made Prince Chu blush again, his ears turning red as he instinctively covered his eyes. Not long after Prince Chio finished bathing, Sungka carefully guided him to groom his hair. Prince Chio just wanted to cry at this point. Please spare me. This scene was witnessed by Thuy, who gripped a blade of grass tightly. I could have replaced you. I must replace you. I must. Early the next morning, Thuy cooked a fragrant pot of red date and lotus seed porridge. At this time, she took out a small paper packet. The poison from last time, I don't know how you avoided it. This time it won't fail. Women have a tradition of eating porridge after marriage, and porridge with red dates is only for the lady to eat. After adding the poison, Thuy gave an evil smile. What are you doing? Thuy was startled. Manager Lee, Thuy is just cooking porridge. Knowing Li Niang's eyesight was poor, Thuy felt lucky to do as she pleased. Thuy normally sees you arranging things in the prince's mansion, tired, and now serving our master who's been pampered since childhood. It must be even more tiring. So this servant is sharing the work for you, so you have more time to sleep and rest. She thought if this woman could help, the plan would go even more smoothly. Li Niang's face was cold as she told Thuy to serve the porridge. Thuy cheerfully replied, "Yes, this servant has already served it. You can pretend you cooked it. Just take it to the masters." Knowing this girl wanted to make her an accomplice, Li Niang laughed coldly. "Your mother gave birth to you, yet you think you're smarter than a duck. It's so kind of you to think of this old woman. Then this old woman will treat you well too." Just when Thuy thought she had fooled Li Niang suddenly turned the tables. "This bowl of red date and lotus seed porridge is a reward for you. No need, it's to share the workload. This porridge is specially made for the young miss. This servant can't eat it. Even if I can't eat it, I must eat it." Li Niang grabbed the girl's head and forced the bowl of porridge into her mouth. "What you said last night at the master's window, I heard it all. You dare to scheme and use me as a tool to kill. You're still too green. This old woman is still full of vigor. This poisoning trick, you should call me ancestor, you know?" The scene changes to the flower garden. Because Thuy had died, today's porridge wasn't cooked very well, so she told her husband to eat steamed buns instead. Prince Tanchio nodded, but his hand fumbled, unable to pick up the buns properly. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's all right. The lady has good intentions. Then shall I feed you?" Prince Chu immediately felt embarrassed. This isn't very proper. Come on. Tunka picked up a small piece of steamed bun. Prince Chio accepted it. He chewed it deliciously, but these two people were truly masters at pretending. "Thank you, my lady, for treating me so well. Tomorrow at the bride's return home, I will certainly do my best to show filial piety. Then I'll trouble your highness tomorrow. It's a matter between husband and wife. How could it be trouble? My lady, there's no need to be so formal." Tunka paused for a moment, then said, "That's right. It turns out I'm already a married woman." The next morning, before Prince Chio's carriage set off, the maid Thuy ran over with a small box. "Your highness, can Thuy help you bring things back? I can also serve you. Can you take this servant to the Ha mansion?" Prince Chio spoke from inside the carriage. "You'd better stay here. This prince is not so weak that I need someone to serve me when returning home with my wife." Thuy immediately became anxious. "No, I can't stay here." She rushed over to Tunka. Miss, please save me. I don't want to die. Even if I have to be a cow or a horse, I'll—" As she was speaking, Li Niang suddenly appeared, her voice cold as ice. "Thuy, what are you doing out here? Really, young people are either undecided or still playful." Thuy trembled. She was about to explain when she heard Li Niang make a threatening sound. She dared not say anything more. "I'm sorry, this servant was being playful." Li Niang smiled and gripped the girl's shoulder. "That's right, then we won't trouble the prince and his wife. I wish you a smooth journey." Tunka watched this scene and felt something was off. "Your Highness, although the earlier talk about someone wanting to harm you was just a vague guess, it's better to be cautious. Thuy's identity might not be good, but is Li Niang beside you really not a problem?" Tunka was confused. She didn't know what Li Niang had done to make Thuy so frightened. My lady, just trust Li Niang. She has watched me grow up since childhood. She's honest and loyal, kind to everyone. She can certainly help Thuy correct her mistakes." The 4 words honest and loyal made Tunka even more terrified. Because just now, Thuy's reaction to Li Niang was like a fish on a chopping board. Could Prince Chiu be so foolish as to trust the wrong person? Thinking this, she hurriedly said, "No, Your Highness. The situation is not that simple." Prince Chu then raised his hand to her lips, interrupting her. "Compared to this matter, my lady should change how you address me. Don't use honorifics when speaking to your husband anymore." Tunka was immediately seduced by his beauty, forgetting what she had just said. What else can I call you? Anything except Prince is fine. Husband is so cute, but in this situation, to act deeply and call out husband, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Let's just go with husband, like most people do. Prince Chio still had an expectant look, waiting for Tung Ka to say the new form of address. Well, then you can call me by my name too. Tung Ka is fine. Compared to the full name, calling me Tung Ka is indeed a bit more intimate. Hehe, if that's the case, I think I should call you Chioer. How's that? Hearing this way of addressing, Prince Chio was a bit unprepared. Tung Ka thought she had come up with such a sweet name that Prince Chio was stunned with emotion. Prince Chio, please nod in agreement. If my lady likes it. Tung Ka was delighted to see her husband agree. She covered her mouth, giggling, then started calling. Chioer, 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 Chioer. At this point, Prince Chio was at a loss for words with Tung Ka. Wife, stop teasing me. Not long after, their carriage arrived at the Ha mansion. Seeing them arrive, Master Ha and Madam Ha hurried out to welcome them. Madam Ha seemed very happy today. Tung Ka, quickly invite the prince to the main seat. Father-in-law, there's no need for such formality. I am the junior here. You should be seated first. How could that be proper? You taking our daughter as your wife is a great fortune for our family. In the future, if our daughter does anything improper, feel free to punish her. Madam Ha's tone made it seem like she treated Ha Tung Ka as a stepchild. Tung Ka heard her old woman speak this way and felt very exasperated. Suddenly, Prince Chio spoke up in defense of his wife Tung Ka. She is very good. Even though I cannot see, she is the wife with the most beautiful appearance in my heart. At this point, Prince Chio paused slightly, turning his head towards Tung Ka behind him. So early in the morning, and already being fed dog food by these two kids. Old Ha and Madam Ha were momentarily speechless. Tung Ka also blushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, flirting is not quite appropriate. I must avoid the deceptive words of men. Ha ha ha! Yes, indeed. If you can show mercy to our daughter, that would be even better. Even better, after being fed dog food by the young couple. Old Master Ha ordered servants to inform his son, saying that the prince had arrived. Then he turned to pour tea for Prince Chio. Your Highness, my son has admired you for a long time. He's always wanted to meet you. Also, His Majesty mentioned that once our daughter is married off, he could reward us with an official position. Hearing the old man mention this, Tung Ka felt even more exasperated and clicked her tongue. Indeed, such an enthusiastic appearance was all for obtaining an official position for her brother. Back then, I didn't dare to think too much about Father Emperor's intentions, but the Emperor never lies. Perhaps in a few more days he will issue the decree. But that's too slow. Can't you help urge it a bit? I'm sorry, my health is not good. I'm rarely summoned by Father Emperor. I'm afraid I can't help at all. Hearing Prince Chio say this, Old Master Ha's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Tung Ka felt uncomfortable with the old man's attitude. So she said, Father, on such a joyous day, let's not discuss these matters anymore. If possible, my husband will certainly. As she was speaking, the door opened with a bang, and young Master Ha appeared. Just arrived and already siding with outsiders. I've always said a married woman is like water poured out. Rather than expecting her to help the Ha family, it's better to do something practical, like giving some silver to the exam officials to buy an official position. This guy is Ha Tong Thin, 25 years old, the eldest son of the Ha family. Tung Ka was furious, but held it in, waiting to see how the old couple would discipline their son. Thin, what are you saying? Why are you so late? Quickly, sit down and have tea with the prince. What's so interesting about drinking tea? How about we change it to wine? Seeing their son's insolence, Old Ha and Madam Ha had to tell him to tone it down. This lowly one was too abrupt. I almost forgot about the prince's weak health. He probably can't drink wine, right? This won't do. At this moment, Tung Ka suggested drinking wine with her brother, but Prince Chio gently stopped her with his hand. Thank you for your concern, brother-in-law, but meeting today is a fortunate occasion. Of course I will drink with you. You said it yourself, all right? At this point, Tung Ka thought to herself, Tan Chio must understand that Big Brother is giving him a hard time, right? But why did she think to ask a small question? Is this really okay? You don't need to force yourself. It's fine. Chio's alcohol tolerance is very good. I won't let my wife worry. Being flirted with so openly again, Tung Ka shyly withdrew her hand. Then you must know your limits. She thought Prince Chio was quite capable. Who knew that after just 3 light cups of wine, the little prince was already sprawled out, snoring with his tongue hanging out. Tung Ka was livid at the sight. I shouldn't have trusted his words. Is this what he calls good alcohol tolerance? Husband, are you still conscious? Tunka tried poking him, but Prince Shu showed no reaction at all. Father, brother, the prince is drunk. I'll take him home first, okay? Yes. Go ahead. Make sure to urge the prince about Thin's official position, all right? Yes. I'll certainly pass on the message. Tunka said this, but in her mind she thought, I'll pass on Jack's squat. Hey, Tunka, it's such a pity you had to marry a cripple like him. You'll never be able to hold your head high again, but it's okay. Anyway, a woman's life is like that. Serve this loveless prince well. Who knows, he might even treat you as a treasure, right? He can't even walk. This phrase, haven't you learned it yet? As soon as Ha Tong Thin finished speaking, Tunka immediately poured a jug of wine over his head. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light. Tanchu is drunk to oblivion. Now, no matter what I do to you all, he won't know about it, right? Tunka, what are you doing? How can you be so disrespectful to your elder brother? Disrespectful. Even if it's disrespectful, what can you do to me? Damn you, let go of your brother. I can't believe you, you useless, disrespectful, unfilial child. Dare to speak to me like this. We've raised you to be a mad dog, haven't we? Old Ha pushed Tunka away forcefully. Then he hurriedly went to check on his eldest son. Tunka thought to herself, before, did they really raise this body as a daughter? It's clear that she's become a different person, yet I can still feel that she lived like a stepchild. Indeed, striking fast and winning fast is the most satisfying. Being patient with these parasites will only make things worse. What did you say? A few days apart and your wings have hardened, huh? If you have the guts, return the dowry and go rely on that useless husband of yours. From now on, the Ha family won't have this daughter anymore. Then go ahead, write a document expelling me from the family. In ancient times, parents could disown their children, but children couldn't do the reverse. You dare to be so unfilial. Don't you dare. What are you afraid of? That's right. If I'm no longer the eldest daughter of the Ha family, then the official position granted to my elder brother certainly won't be obtainable anymore. You'll have to return the prince's betrothal gifts too. Otherwise, it would be treason. You, insolent child, repaying kindness with enmity. Tunka stomped her foot on the chair with a thud, nearly ruining her elder brother's family jewels. Young Master Ha, please know your place. Who has the right to be arrogant in this transaction? A merchant from a prestigious family like you still needs me to teach you. After putting the old man and elder brother in their place, Tunka and Prince Chio got on the horse carriage to return home. It wasn't until the afternoon that Prince Chu groggily woke up. Prince, are you all right? Just a bit tired. It's nothing. But Princess, you've started calling me Prince again. That's not good. Tunka scratched her head. Does he prefer such intimate terms of address? I'm sorry. I'm used to it. Husband, today you dared to stand up for me. I'm truly touched. But you don't need to do that in the future. Drinking harms the kidneys. A married couple should support each other. Princess, you've always stood up for me, haven't you? As he spoke, Prince Chu remembered that at his wife's home, her demeanor was quite different when he was drunk. According to his memory, at that time, Tunka had demanded that the old man and elder brother write a contract. She would return the dowry. In exchange, for 3 years, the Ha family couldn't interfere with Prince Chu's household. Although Old Master Ha found this deal a bit hard to believe, this contract was after spending so much on preparing his daughter's dowry without gaining any benefit. He wrote the contract, then fingerprinted it along with Tunka. The contract clearly stated, if anyone violates it, they must compensate 10 times the amount. As for her elder brother's official position, she would still help with that. Calculating so clearly with family members. Women are indeed petty, as Ha Tong Thin said. Matters that can be resolved with money are all small matters. No need to mix in meaningless emotions. Prince Chu was still pretending to be drunk. Tunka didn't know and thought her handsome husband was adorable even when drunk. That night, she went to bed in a relaxed mood. What needed to be done was done. Her body had also returned to its prime. Tomorrow, she could prepare plans for Prince Chu's revival. But she couldn't forget the main plot. Her nose smelled the fragrant tea scent from the blanket. Tunka felt more in love with life than ever. While she was still frolicking, the sound of wheels approached. Tunka quickly sat up, pretending she hadn't been misbehaving. At this moment, Prince Chu handed her a pile of documents. I have some matters to discuss with you, Princess. Husband, your handwriting is beautiful. Wait, aren't these land deeds? You're transferring your salary and assets to me. Could it be you plan to renounce the world and go to Qingcheng Mountain to become an immortal? Tunka was very surprised. The reason she asked this was because in the original story, it seemed to mention that Qin Chao was extremely indifferent to worldly desires, very similar to those Taoist masters. I don't intend to become an immortal. I just feel I should entrust it to you, Princess. At this moment, Tunka suddenly remembered something. Feeling a bit chilled, she said, You didn't, while you were drunk, hear what I said, did you? My lord, let me explain. I'm not helping my family to cheat you out of money. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just drunk and confused. They looked at each other silently for a moment, one pretending to be innocent, the other pretending to be foolish. Then Prince Chiu coughed lightly. Inviting his wife to speak first, Tungka also hesitated a bit, not knowing where to start. Chiu, you might think I was married off to help the Ha family make money. After all, 3 years for an empty agreement in return, anyone would see it as unreasonable. But that wasn't my intention. I understand now. Princess, you feel that your spoiled elder brother will surely bring trouble to the prince's household in the future. So you made plans in advance, right? You understand. Prince Chiu now took Tungka's hand. He nodded and said gently, Princess, you did everything for the prince's household. So the prince's household is also partly yours. Moreover, I prefer tranquility. These assets are useless to me. Let you manage them, and I'll be somewhat at ease. Seeing Tungka's hesitation, Prince Chiu thought to himself, will she accept and feel grateful, or feel insulted and refuse? But for Prince Chiu, any choice Tungka made would not be the optimal solution. This was just a test. My test also held some hope for her. After a moment of silence, Tungka spoke up to apologize. May I ask, can you add one more clause to the agreement? Prince Chiu was a bit confused. He asked what Tungka meant. Tungka replied that after this kind of agreement ends, both parties benefit. Both sides need to cooperate for more stability. However, in the agreement, you wrote that Prince Chiu is willing to give all his court salary to his wife Ha Tungka to use. Basically, the agreement is just for show and has loopholes, easy to collapse. Hearing Tungka's explanation, Prince Chiu didn't understand at all, so he asked, how do you think it should be amended to be appropriate? Tungka smiled and said, just add one condition. Prince Chiu's salary is all given to Tungka to use. Tungka must earn 3 times the money invested within 3 months. While Prince Chiu was digesting the set of agreement rules, Tungka added another clause. There's also a breach of contract condition. At this point, Tungka gave a calculating smile. The one who breaches the agreement must do one thing the other party requests unconditionally. Prince Chiu was truly surprised, but he also quickly smiled. All right, let's proceed according to the princess's arrangement. At this point, he had confirmed that Tungka passed the test. Early the next morning, the wind rustled the peach branches. Prince Chiu woke up early to sip some Taiyuan tea. Lin Yang came to report at this time. My lord, that little girl Thuyi has been controlled by my poison insects and has become a puppet who only follows orders. Please rest assured. Good work, Prince Chiu replied briefly. Then, should I put poison insects into the princess's body in the same way and create something that won't arouse suspicion? Prince Chiu quickly interrupted. No need. From now on, don't target her anymore. Treat her as the mistress of the house. That's enough. Lin Yang was a bit incredulous. Clearly, the initial agreement to marry was to build the image of a prince without schemes, weak and doting on his wife to reduce the vigilance of the prince's forces. My lord, could it be that you've truly fallen for that girl? Prince Chiu smiled and replied, how could that be? I just feel she has value to be used. That's all. As they were talking, they saw Tungka approaching with a bag. Chiu, Lin Yang, I have to go out today. I won't be eating at home, okay? Prince Chiu clicked his tongue and thought to himself, though I said she has value, this princess who passed the standard test is not wronged at all. Although neither he nor Lin Yang knew what Tungka was going out to do, just in time to take off her clothes, she shakily climbed into bed, dragging herself, appearing extremely tired. What's wrong with the princess? Prince Chiu asked. It's nothing. I'm just very sleepy. As soon as she said this, she flopped down and started snoring. Prince Chiu had originally intended to take the opportunity to bond and probe, but now he could only turn off the lights and sleep to plan for tomorrow. Unexpectedly, early the next morning, Tungka was full of energy again, carrying her bag out the door, saying the same thing she said yesterday. She only returned late that night. Upon return, she was exhausted, lay down, and immediately snored. The third day was just like the second and first day. However, when Tungka returned, her whole body smelled of alcohol, causing Prince Chiu to personally help wipe her body. Then on the 5th day, Tungka rushed off like the wind again. Prince Chiu intentionally tried to stop her, intending to ask what she had been doing these past few days. But Tungka was in a great hurry. She just said a quick goodbye, then grabbed her bag and ran off. She even used her foot to close the mansion gate with a loud bang. Lin Yang seemed to understand Prince Chiu's thoughts. She came over and said, "Your servant has gathered some information for you. The princess seems to have been frequenting places of music and dance lately, spending money like water. I think the money she's using is your monthly allowance, isn't it?" Prince Chu really didn't want to think too much and said, "Tengka must have her own purposes. Just sit quietly and observe." "My lord, don't you feel that towards Ha Tengka you've become a bit trusting? How so? What if she doesn't produce results worthy of my trust? Then we'll just discard her," as Lin Yang said. Lin Yang was at a loss for words with Prince Chu now, an evil demon who would sell their life, who could betray even themselves for a heartless person like you. And to achieve their goal is still more reassuring, isn't it? Haha, how could that be? In my wife's eyes, I am a very gentle person. That night, Tung Ka returned, still opening and closing doors with her foot, her arms full of things, all limited edition breakfast pastries for her husband. Seeing Prince Chiu drinking tea and watching the moon, Tung Ka was happy to see he was still waiting for her. "Today you went out just to buy these things." "That's right, the shop in the Western market only sells 20 portions a day. It's very hard to get." Prince Chiu frowned. "I need an explanation." "What?" Tung Ka asked in surprise. "These days, why has the princess been leaving early and returning late and being so cold towards her husband? Your husband needs an explanation." Tung Ka was stunned. What a charming male lead. She felt a bit touched, but really she should report the results to her boss next week. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. "Well, Chiu, if you haven't eaten dinner tonight, why don't you try some sweets?" Tung Ka said, handing Prince Chiu a golden plum blossom-shaped pastry. Prince Chiu thought to himself, daring to say such foolish things to please me. I could call Lin Yang now. At this moment, Tung Ka continued, "Before, didn't we agree on a contract to increase the assets of the prince's mansion? So I plan to do some small business. That's why recently I've been wandering around the streets and taverns, wanting to learn how to make money. The result was not good at all. To someone who knows nothing about business like Prince Chiu, after eating a piece of pastry, he said, business requires in-depth study. It's not something you can learn in a day or two and then open a shop." As he spoke, he reached for another piece of pastry, thinking to himself, well, for the sake of these delicious pastries, I'll let your actions of the past few days slide. No, you misunderstand. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the business environment here, like the big taverns under the names of officials. The greasy food is quite palatable, but it's not considered a standard model. Shops with good taste are hard to find. Without manpower and secret recipes, there's no way to open them. The lower-end establishments have fewer signature dishes. They're isolated and at a dead end. Self-reliance plus bureaucratic monopoly. I clearly can do better. Is that so? Prince Chiu now reached for another plate of pastries. He felt that everything Tung Ka said was nonsense. Although the Ha family had been merchants for 3 generations, their eldest daughter seemed to have never helped with these matters, yet she dared to be so arrogant. He then asked, "What does my wife need from me? I feel that with the prince's backing, when opening a shop, we might not face difficulties from officials." She then made a request to Prince Chiu. "Please speak, my wife. I want to ask you to write a beautiful sign. Then help me choose pastries that go well with tea. Overall, I think a sweet pastry and fruit tea shop would be the most profitable. Modern Western-style milk tea in bags, low labor and resource consumption, ingredients produced and consumed by the prince's mansion. Once we earn enough, we can expand." Prince Chiu, somewhat worried, asked if his wife wanted to run a tea house business. Tung Ka nodded, more or less. Prince Chiu thought for a moment and then said, "It's possible, yes, but customers who come to tea houses are usually men discussing business. Just making sweets, isn't it dangerous? Well, after all, wealth is sought in danger. My prince should look forward to it." Prince Chiu nodded. Then both of them enjoyed tea and pastries together. Each had their own thoughts. But as if remembering something, Prince Chiu asked, "Will my wife still go out tomorrow? Perhaps we two should talk about this." He blushed shyly, not going out anymore. It's not easy to finally have a day off to catch up on sleep. Prince Chiu was about to say something, but unexpectedly still had no chance. The next morning, although the sun was already high in the sky, Tung Ka was still snoring like a sawmill. Her sleeping position was also difficult for Prince Chiu to handle. Although she said she needed to catch up on sleep, this seems a bit excessive. 5 hours already. Tung Ka was very strange. Clearly, everything had been investigated. She was poorly educated and seemed similar to other noble ladies. But the reality was the opposite. She lacked a restrained and graceful attitude. Occasionally, she would use strange words. Her personality was also bold. Prince Chu didn't understand why he had employed this woman. Mornings were when Prince Chu could see most clearly. He cupped Tungka's face. No, a woman of her status wouldn't treat a useless person like me with such loyalty and passion. She must be hiding something. What is her real purpose? Disturbed by the touch, Tunka slept restlessly and talked in her sleep. Then she turned around and hugged Tan Xiu's firm body. Seeing Tunka lying on top of him, sleeping so soundly she was drooling, Prince Chiu felt this woman's sleeping habits were too unseemly. In Tunka's dream, at this moment, she was dreaming of enjoying her perfect husband. No wonder saliva kept dripping out uncontrollably. Now is not the time to delve deeper into her dream. My body clearly isn't feeling right at the moment. Prince Chiu's face began to flush, and his whole body felt hot. Although his legs couldn't move now, the leg in the middle was still very functional. It was starting to get hard. What if I wake her up? But if she really wakes up, how do I explain this situation? Later, she might wonder why I didn't treat her properly. This middle leg is really hard to control. Prince Chiu frowned slightly, recalling his dream from last night. In the dream, he saw his mother hung on a cross-shaped pillar. Below was a pile of oil-soaked wood. She told Prince Chiu to use all his hatred to return to the capital. Find that man, get his attention, and take what he cherishes. Destroy everything. Thinking about this made Prince Chiu's middle leg soften a bit temporarily. At this point, he began to wake up his wife. Tungka drowsily said she was having a nice dream. She didn't dare open her eyes, trying to recall the dream before it faded. Then she woke up with a startled face, quickly apologizing to Prince Chiu. She thought she was still dreaming, but the real person was right before her eyes. Seeing Prince Chiu looking so fine, she secretly thought about turning the dream into reality. But fortunately, she slapped herself to retain some dignity. Seeing Tungka's somewhat indecent face, Prince Chiu closed his robe and moved away a bit, telling her to sleep more if she was still tired. He would go get breakfast for her. Being cared for by the high and mighty prince like this, Tungka felt a bit reluctant. She cheerfully said she would go have breakfast together with him. Before leaving the room, Tungka pulled Prince Chiu close and told him that if he had time later to help her with something, specifically to help her taste a new dish. After breakfast, Tungka brought a basin of cold oolong tea and a plate of fruits in front of Prince Chiu, holding 2 ripe peaches. She soaked them in water and mixed with tea and honey. After completing her first product, she gave it to Prince Chiu to taste. Having never drunk cold tea mixed with fruits like this before, Prince Chiu's expression wasn't very favorable. Sniffing it, he felt a bit nauseous, thinking that this tea wasn't meant for human consumption. However, since Tungka had asked for his help, he took a small sip. Tungka eagerly asked for a review. Prince Chiu said the tea wasn't sweet enough. Too much peach overpowered the tea's aroma. Then Prince Chiu took action. He mixed and blended, then gave it to Tungka to taste. Tungka's eyes lit up as she graciously accepted the tea. First, she licked and sniffed it, then she drank it all in one gulp. Ah, so delicious. It tastes just like what we make in my hometown. Hearing Tungka's praise, Prince Chiu curiously asked, "My lady has drunk this before." Tungka nodded. Prince Chiu thought to himself, the Ha family has lived in this capital for 3 generations. Where would she have tasted this in her hometown? After drinking, Tungka felt this flavor could be marketable. Her next step was to discuss the business strategy for this product. First, fruits would come from the prince's mansion. Next, find a supplier of good tea. Finally, promote it using the prince's reputation. I want Chiu to help me write a signboard, especially one bearing the prince's mark. This way, when we open, we can use the name Prince's Favorite Tea for advertising and then apply the star effect to attract people to drink tea. We're not just selling food, we're selling a brand, scenery, and style. Do you understand? After hearing Tungka's entire strategy, no matter how he thought about it, Prince Chiu felt she didn't resemble the Ha family's daughter from the rumors. She seemed more like a merchant. But what if this wasn't Ha's daughter, but someone else pretending to be her? He needed to continue probing. Watching each stroke of Prince Chiu's brush, Tungka couldn't help but admire his beautiful handwriting. The strokes were strong and vigorous. The novel was right indeed. Prince Chiu was truly multi-talented, suitable to be her bedfellow. Hehe. But while writing, Prince Chio suddenly dropped his brush. He clutched his chest, his face turning pale. His body trembled. Seeing this, Tunka asked worriedly. Prince Chio forced a smile, saying it was just an old illness flaring up, making him feel a bit unwell. He'd be fine after resting a while. Tunka then remembered what the novel had said. Prince Chio took a poisoned arrow for the emperor. Though he survived, his legs were crippled. Moreover, the poison damaged his heart. Every month it would recur once, his body would be in pain and cold as a corpse. Yet now Prince Chio was enduring it, smiling to reassure her. How much must he have suffered? Feeling uneasy, Tunka pushed his wheelchair to warm him up. Warm up. How does Hatunka know I'm affected by cold? This feeling came so fast, as if without thinking, she had guessed that my legs truly couldn't walk. But it's not a permanent injury, it's just cold poison freezing the meridians. However, no one knows about this. To heal, the cold energy in the body must be released. How does Hatunka know about this when even the emperor doesn't? His train of thought was interrupted by pain. Tunka threw Prince Chio onto the bed and covered his legs. Then she hurriedly went to prepare some tools. What does she intend to do? Perhaps she's feeling annoyed. Does she want to go out and avoid this? The pain of unblocking meridians is really uncomfortable, but without it, the legs won't have a chance to recover. At times like this, Prince Chu felt very lonely, but he knew after so many times only he could help himself get through this. Even being married means nothing. He couldn't trust them either. While still lost in thought, Prince Chu's door was kicked open with a bang. Tunka carried in a very large tub. Seeing Prince Chu not using the blanket, she came over to cover him and told him to rest. She'd handle everything. Prince Chu pretended not to see that enormous tub. He feigned asking what his wife wanted to do. Tunka rolled up her sleeves. She said these were tools to help dispel cold poison. Someone said if two naked people wrapped themselves together in a blanket like that, the body heat of the cold poisoned person would increase. But she didn't trust that method much, so she prepared a water tub, stove, and firewood to boil Prince Chu. Does she want to heat water for me? I've never experienced this before, because I can't let others know my weakness. Perhaps she's just acting after all. Very few people know how to dispel cold poison. Or maybe, as Lady Li said, she's actually a spy sent from somewhere. While Prince Chiu was still speculating, Tungka was struggling to start a fire. But that didn't make much sense. If she was just acting to gain my trust, simply staying by my side to care for me would suffice. There's no need to reveal so much information about herself like this. Hearing Tungka's repeated attempts to start a fire, striking until Prince Chiu's head ached, Prince Chiu said, "Dry wood isn't easy to ignite. First use dry grass to start the fire, then add it in." Oh, I see. Following Prince Chiu's method, Tungka finally managed to start the fire. It was her first time starting a fire this way, which made her feel very excited. Indeed, she's still a young lady. If she were really a spy, why wouldn't she know how to start a fire? Tungka enthusiastically carried buckets of water and poured them into the bathtub. Prince Chiu was in too much pain to think anymore. He could only focus on unblocking his meridians. After filling the tub with water, while waiting for it to warm up, Tungka climbed onto the bed. She wanted to warm up her husband a bit first. Seeing Tungka get on the bed to hug him, Prince Chiu panicked. "My lady, you don't need to do this. It's all right. It's all right. Any warmth is better than none." As soon as she touched Prince Chiu, she felt his entire body was ice cold and quickly withdrew her hand. Reading novels didn't give a realistic feeling. Tan Chiu has to endure this near-death experience every month. How could she think this was enough? Tungka hurriedly went to prepare more. Hatungka has run off again. Perhaps after touching my face, the frightening temperature scared her away. It's always like this. I'm long used to being abandoned by others. I don't have the right to be disappointed. Endure, just endure, and everything will pass. Prince Chiu continued to grit his teeth, lying trembling on the bed. At that moment, Tungka pushed the door open and ran in, carrying various items. She brought a bowl of ginger soup for Prince Chiu to drink, but at this point, he seemed unable to sit up. The cold poison made it impossible for him to even speak. Tungka quickly set down the bowl and helped Prince Chiu sit up. If Prince Chiu still couldn't drink this time, she was determined to do as they do on TV, use her mouth to feed him the medicine, knowing that if he didn't try his best to drink, the outcome would be terribly miserable. Prince Chiu drank the ginger soup sip by sip, his face turning pale. "She even wants to use her mouth to feed me. Oh, heavens above. Hehe, don't worry, I won't do that. After all, it's just drinking it in. We're not that close yet. Drink a bit more. Prince Chu was very angry upon hearing this. Not that close. We're married, and she dares say we're not close. What's wrong with Ha Tung Ka? Not only does she know too much, but she doesn't even treat me as her husband. If this isn't a spy, then what is? After giving Prince Chio the ginger soup, Tung Ka told him to undress and soak in warm water. On this matter, there was no need for discussion. She was extremely confident and proactive. After the outer layer of clothes was removed, Tung Ka almost didn't have time to wipe away her drool. Prince Chiu, still like an overthinking man, if we're talking about personality, Ha Tung Ka, if she's not stupid, why would she do such foolish things? My lord, don't be afraid. I'm very strong. I absolutely won't let you fall. After saying this, she began to lift her husband up. Feeling herself so strong, not learning martial arts would be a waste of her girlhood. Prince Chu now cried to the heavens, but they didn't hear. He cried to the earth, but it didn't know. She's actually carrying me like this. Placing Prince Chu in the tub, Tung Ka asked kindly, "How is it? Do you feel any better?" "It seems a bit better." Closing his eyes to enjoy it, Prince Chu thought to himself, "Oh no, I'm in trouble. Why do I feel so comfortable? The meridians are no longer completely blocked. It's also not painfully unbearable anymore, so the cold poison can be soothed." When asked, Tung Ka couldn't use modern science to explain it, so she said, "I don't really understand either. But if you feel cold, whether it's cold poison or not, we should first warm you up." The answer surprised Prince Chiu, but he quickly smiled. My lady is right. After soaking in the warm water for a while longer, Prince Chiu was surprised to find that his hand could actually move. Seeing Tung Ka still cutting something, Prince Chiu pretended to be clueless and asked what she was doing. Adding ginger slices to help your blood circulation. The water is starting to get hot. Prince Chiu reminded her that the medicinal bath shouldn't be too long. Is it too much? I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with these things. But fortunately, I've learned a bit, just a little. If anything's not right, Chiu, just tell me straight. My lady, why do you always trust me so much? I'm clearly not as you see me. Tung Ka, while scooping out ginger, talked about herbs. You're the one who understands best, right? In the whole Jianghu, besides the medical saint Donggui, there's only one other person who can compare, called the Holy Hands of Qin Wang, right? Hearing this, Prince Chio's mood was truly shaken. He pretended to be lost in thought until Tung Ka finished scooping out the ginger. Then he asked, "My lady, how do you know I understand medicine?" "Of course, because Chio stopped me from eating the poisoned cake. An ordinary person can't detect poison just by smell. You must have superior medical skills." "Oh, is that so?" Prince Chio originally wanted to ask about the title Holy Hands of Qin Wang. How did she know about it? Seeing Prince Chio dazed in the tub, Tung Ka leaned close to his ear. "I'm teasing you." Not knowing what trick Tung Ka was up to, Prince Chio broke out in a cold sweat. "I know your reputation in the Jianghu well. It's just because I read a novel." "What's a novel?" "It's like the stories around us, recording those kinds of things." "You mean someone wrote about me in a story?" Prince Chio was very curious about who wrote it. Someone from the Jianghu? Probably not. After all, he'd always relied on a false identity. Others shouldn't know these things. Could someone have betrayed him? Surely not. At this moment, Tung Ka took Prince Chio's hand to check. Seeing it had warmed up, she was very happy. Although the cold chi was still rising, it was no longer dangerous. Usually when the poison acts up, one can only suffer completely, unable to do anything. Unexpectedly, I too have a day when I can't treat myself. Seeing Tung Ka still preparing the fire for him, Prince Chio felt she really knew everything. She must be hiding something from him. "My lady, you said earlier that you don't understand much. Could you explain a bit to me?" Tung Ka was a bit surprised, but still said, "Of course, certainly. Chio, you were testing me today, weren't you? Although it's very secretive, you've always been cooperating with me, but I feel I'm still not fully trusted. So Tung Ka wants to reveal everything about herself in exchange for your trust." Prince Chu looked at her in surprise, then apologized. "My attitude has made you unhappy, my lady. I am extremely sorry. Such an obedient man, he gets another point. But Qin Wang's Holy Hands is just a title spread by people in the Jianghu. Perhaps no writer would include it in a new story. It's truly a loss for me. It's not a story from this era, or perhaps you have another wife in another world." Tung Ka said this, plunging Qin Chiu into a jumble of thoughts again. In his dream, Mother had once said, "Rotten, whether in this world or another, it's all rotten." Seeing Qin Chiu in a daze, Tung Ka had to explain to him. "Chiu might not understand what I mean. In short, it's like this, and like this." After explaining for a long time, Prince Chiu seemed to grasp the basics. "So you're saying my lady is from a place I don't know, reincarnated in this body, and if you help me succeed the throne, you can go home, right? But I also know you have no intention of succeeding the throne. That's why I decided to tell you." At this point, Prince Chu grabbed the blindfold. If he didn't cover his eyes, he feared he couldn't pretend to be blind anymore. What Hatunka said was also against common sense. He didn't know if she was setting him up, but many questions were becoming clear. For now, he'd keep quiet. She still had value. Of course, to avoid suspicion, I should explain it like this. After thinking, Prince Chu asked, "My lady really wants to go home." Thinking carefully, after all, my shares and friends are all there. Besides, there are many inconveniences here. Phones and flush toilets are still true love. Hearing this, Prince Chu felt a bit sad. My legs can probably be cured. Oh, this wasn't mentioned in the book, but why bring this up now? Because I'm terrible at hiding things. Although I can't respond to my lady about succeeding the throne or not, if you've shared your secret with me, I should also share my own secret with you, my lady. Tunka's eyes showed surprise. But of course, Prince Chiu only revealed one of his secrets. The next day at the ladies' tea party, while the sisters were chatting merrily, Tunka was also absorbed, as if absorbed in thoughts of her husband. Little Snow Lotus was so cute yesterday. This prince's legs, although poisoned and meridians blocked, fortunately didn't damage the foundation. Recently, a remedy was developed, but its potency isn't strong, can't be rushed, can only adjust slowly, like a year. No more than 2 years at most. This prince can quickly recover. Meanwhile, I will surely help my lady return home. Can you stay with me a bit longer? Just one more time. Prince Chu's voice then was like begging. It made Tunka's mood become extremely soft. She said she was tired of this hateful man's sweetness. Oh my, 2 years. Really want to quickly return and tell those bookworms. No, I haven't finished reading the novel yet. Don't know if Tanchu can recover later. Prince Chu's wife, what are you smiling about? A voice pulled Tunka back to reality. This person is the main wife of Li Nat Pham. Lady Li, why are you sitting in the corner, not talking with the sisters? Tunka was startled. Someone ignorant like me would say more. More. Better to pretend to be a reliable listener. The sisters' conversation is so interesting. Tunka didn't want to interrupt. Lady Li then relaxed and laughed heartily, saying, "How could the princess be so respectful? We must not have been attentive enough." She now thought Tunka joined the tea party not to seize position. Not bad at all. Today, I've prepared some food and brought some high-grade tea. Thank you for your kindness, sister, but there's no need to do so. I've just brought some quite delicious snacks. Want to share them with everyone? Tunka said while lifting a huge food basket. Oh, prepared by the prince's kitchen. Indeed, I want the sisters to taste the snacks that I'll be launching in a few days. When the basket was opened, inside were many beautifully shaped pastries with rich colors. The female relatives, seeing these unfamiliar desserts, were all surprised. Taste the food. That's right, it's not for sale yet. You're the first honored guest to enjoy it. There's also sweet fruit tea. Even if you're not used to bitter taste, you can try it. Tunka poured tea and invited everyone to eat pastries. Those people at first didn't quite believe these were edible, but after eating a piece of cake and sipping some tea, everyone's eyes lit up with satisfaction and enjoyment that was hard to imagine. What is this? The flower petals have an extremely gentle fragrance. Tunka replied, "It's a specially made egg yolk filling." And how is the cake made like this? It's made from chestnuts. The fruits picked today are all fresh peaches. So special. Never tasted this flavor before, right? The tea is also very good. This flavor is truly unmatched by any tea house. Seeing the relatives suddenly chatting so happily and harmoniously today, Tunka smiled brightly, knowing that the product evaluation stage had succeeded. To achieve such results, previously Tunka had given the recipe to a young, bold chef to make. After he made a satisfactory flavor, she ordered him to make these dishes very exquisitely and beautifully. At that time, Lady Li was afraid of gaining one thing but losing another. However, Tunka said they all complement each other. Many shops think that as long as they have good food, customers will come, but they have no way to quickly make dishes satisfactory to diners because they've overlooked this point. A food establishment can provide customers with not just flavor, there's also a sense of freshness and ceremony. When people see the beautiful appearance, they unconsciously create a good feeling. Therefore, they will automatically think something so beautiful must be delicious. Combined with being the first to eat it, the prince also likes to eat, Gentle service increases the feeling of respect. As for the food, it's clearly just ordinary snacks. Oh yes, besides preparing for everyone here, I've also prepared portions for the ladies to take home for their children to enjoy. How can that be? Those belong to the princess. It's fine, we're all sisters here. No need to distinguish between mine and yours. Tunka officially ended her spell by the afternoon. The prince's mansion's carriage arrived at the tea house to pick her up. When Tunka stepped out of the tea house, she was carrying various boxes, big and small. Lady Li curiously asked, "What's in your hands, madam?" "These are gifts the ladies insisted on giving me." Everyone was so enthusiastic, I couldn't refuse. Hearing this, Lady Li thought to herself, "Isn't Li Yipin's wife a petty person who's very difficult to deal with?" "Madam, you didn't have any trouble there today, did you?" "What trouble? All the sisters were very nice," Tunka replied. "That's good. I thought that given their personalities, they would certainly gossip about you and the prince." "Oh well, that did happen." Tunka recalled when she first arrived, while she was thinking about Little White Lotus, everyone had already started gossiping. "I don't know why the prince married someone so ugly. What's good about her?" "Right. I thought only I found her ugly, but it turns out everyone thinks so. Ha ha. Thinking marrying a blind man would bring her fortune. They truly deserve each other." After hearing Tunka's story, Lady Li was naturally displeased that her mistress was being bad-mouthed. She asked who said it, saying she would immediately go teach them a lesson. Tunka stopped her, saying, "No need. They're all just unhappy people, pitiful individuals who vent by hurting others. If we get upset over this, aren't we just making ourselves pitiful too?" "What do you mean by that?" Lady Li wondered. Tunka replied again, "A fulfilling life, high social status and family position. These few comments are nothing compared to that. Those who like to do this are people with little say in matters. They're weak individuals with nowhere to express their feelings. This applies to both men and women. They can't voice their life pressures openly, so they choose to attack those they see as beneath them. This way, they find a bit of pitiful sympathy." Lady Li fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Are all people like this?" Tunka said, "How could they be? No matter how capable, one can't use a few words to determine someone else's life. Just thinking this way, you won't feel bothered. Right, Lady Li?" Lady Li didn't know what to say anymore. She changed the subject. "Well then, shouldn't we focus on opening the shop now? What if the business doesn't do well?" "Haha, don't worry. In a few days, once we finish training the staff, everything will be fine." That night, upon returning home, Tunka put on men's clothing. Holding an abacus, she sat upright for Prince Zhao to examine her new appearance. Prince Zhao was initially a bit surprised, but remembering he was pretending to be blind, he said, "My dear wife, I can't see. I know you wanted to say this. You've changed your clothes." "Right, preparing to open the shop. I'm the head clerk." Prince Zhao's expression suddenly turned gentle, hesitantly asking, "May I touch?" "Ah, I don't mean to take advantage of you. It's just that I don't know what your new look is like." As he spoke, he thought she was still sensitive. He should keep pretending he couldn't see anything. "Of course you can," Tunka cheerfully took Prince Zhao's hand and placed it on her face. "But even if you touch somewhere you don't like, you can't return the goods." "Okay, I wouldn't do that." Prince Zhao's hand began caressing Tunka's face. From the bridge of her nose to her eyelids, Tunka thought to herself, "What if when he touches my lips, I bite him a little?" But Prince Zhao didn't do that. He touched her head and felt the scar on her forehead. Before she transmigrated, this was when the original body fell into the water. There was a very small scar. It was also because of this that those evil parents believed she would obediently marry as normal. Hidden under the bangs, it couldn't be seen. After thinking this, she wondered if he would dislike it. Prince Zhao's expression now became even sweeter. He asked, "Wasn't that very painful?" Tunka nearly had a nosebleed when she heard this. He's truly the idol in Tama's heart, sweet as honey. Ahem, this small wound healed long ago. To be more precise, this scar can immediately separate my identity as Prince Zhao's wife. Separate. Prince Zhao was a bit confused and began to move his hand down. "My wife is wearing men's clothing." Tunka quickly stood up and said, "That's right. It seems there's prejudice here against women openly doing business. If a prince's wife does this, wouldn't it cause even more trouble? So I'll directly pretend to be a cousin with a different father, sharing the same grandfather as Ha Tunka." Prince Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. Then he smiled in agreement. "My wife can wear whatever she wants. No need to think too much about it." Well, what if people gossip that Prince Zhao's wife is flirting with customers every day, making a cuckold of Prince Qin Zhao? Wouldn't you be angry? Tunka mischievously teased. Prince Zhao was quite surprised by this question. He thought for a moment and then said, "I would be angry, but if my wife takes on my behalf the responsibilities of a man, then I should also take on new duties, right? My lord, do you know what so-called responsibilities a man must bear?" Prince Zhao nodded and said, "A man stands between heaven and earth. He is the support for the family, so that his wife can live peacefully without worries." Oh, quite traditional. Tunka felt that men in this era were indeed more responsible than in modern times. Then what are the responsibilities of women? Women, of course, do housework and bear and raise children. At this point, Prince Zhao suddenly paused. I'm sorry, I can't bear children. I can only do housework. Does that make me an inadequate wife? Prince Zhao showed an adorably flustered expression. It's nothing, my lord. You don't think that working outside is superior to housework, or that men are superior to women. This makes me feel completely at ease. Being good at housework is truly impressive. It's something I absolutely cannot handle. But is that really okay? Everyone will see me as someone who can't be relied upon, unworthy of being a man. As long as you don't think I'm unworthy of being a woman, it's fine. Our life together will surely be smooth and worry-free. Dividing responsibilities in the family should only consider preferences and abilities. Regardless of gender, we should never allow outsiders to scrutinize. It's so good that my wife doesn't despise me. At this moment, Prince Zhao felt that waiting in vain for so long had finally led him to find a capable mistress for the prince's mansion. Then I must be a husband who is virtuous and gentle. My wife must also be good to the family and not be fickle-hearted. As soon as this was mentioned, Tunka had to blush and look away. He really is a good man. If it were in modern times, women would probably fight crazily over him. Well, I wear men's clothes because they're easier to move in than women's. Besides, this scar of mine suits the masculine style better. At this point, for some unknown reason, Tunka had already climbed onto Prince Zhao. Prince Zhao's blindfold slipped off. Though he saw the undulating hills, he still had to pretend not to see. At this moment, Tunka started to play mischievously again, saying, "Since the clothes are off anyway, it'd be a waste not to do something special." Tunka switched to naughty mode. She began to explore Prince Zhao's body. Fortunately, she only needed this much, so she quickly let him off the hook. Prince Zhao sat up later and covered his eyes again. Then he asked, "Does my wife want to do something with me? If you don't mind this body of mine, then please feel free to use it," he said, then lay back down on the bed, displaying a face of offering. Out of sight, out of mind. For Ha Tunka, this was no different from a sumptuous feast. Use it to the fullest. Then I'll start now. Tunka excitedly threw off her underwear. Prince Zhao was sweating profusely, only able to lie still and endure. Wow, here it comes again. Luckily, I usually practice martial arts. Unexpectedly, I can still control my desires. Does she really not care about my disability? Wait, come to think of it, Ha Tunka has only been plotting to devour me from the start. She often looks at me with sparkling eyes, but always when I'm disguised on Ha Tunka's side. She undressed very methodically, just like a textbook. Prince Zhao had started breathing heavily. He thought she didn't like him at all. After taking off her clothes, Tunka hesitated a bit. She didn't know what to do next. It seems I prefer the feeling of not having it. I didn't think about the next step at all, just someone with experience on paper. If Tunka and Prince Chin switched genders with each other, the most unacceptable words, don't refuse. Let me do whatever I want. Prince Chin suddenly became strangely shy, just like girls in their 20s. Forget it. Go to sleep. I won't torment you anymore. Tunka stopped being aggressive at this point. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to turn away, Prince Zhao pulled her back. He questioned what her real name was, because he felt that this person was only interested in the weak Prince Qin Zhao that he was disguising as. It was simply interest. She didn't see him as her husband. Oh, right. Although we've talked about time travel, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is no different from before. My lord doesn't need to worry about it. I must worry. Prince Zhao suddenly felt a bit annoyed for some reason. He held Tunka's hand tighter and asked, "I want to know why you time traveled here. What kind of person are you really?" Tunka sighed softly and said, "My name is Song Xia. Song is the surname, Xia as in song. As for what kind of person I am, it's hard to explain in a few words. Your Highness just needs to remember clearly, you are my lifeline. I will never betray you. That's enough." Tunka's words made Prince Zhao ponder deeply. Seeing it was late, Tunka pulled the blanket over him. She told him to rest and regain strength. But Prince Zhao also knew that she was suddenly unhappy today. The next day, firecrackers popped continuously. Today is the opening day of Tunka's tea house. Finally open, I came to help for a day. This is the prince's order, not that I came on my own. Tunka laughed. Knowing this old lady was very principled, she tactfully said, "Anyway, thank you for helping to find so much manpower." Then Tunka invited Li Niang into the tea house and poured her tea. "No need to flatter me. The people I chose are all strong men. You didn't take any of them. You just wanted to choose young girls who can't do any heavy lifting. When they're useless later, don't say I didn't warn you. Ha ha, don't be angry. Our counterstaff have changed into their uniforms. Oh my, come quickly and see." Two young people quickly came out. Miss Xiao Xing, 16 years old, and young Mr. Xiao Li, 16 years old. These are very rare male-female twins. They come from a poor background. Seeing them dressed so neatly, Tunka praised, "Not bad. In a bit, when customers come, no other requirements. Just make sure to smile. Be enthusiastic. Of course, if you can't handle something, don't force it. Immediately find a chance to tell me clearly." The two siblings siblings happily agreed to cooperate. At this moment, the bold chef of the shop ran out. His name is Pao Cheng, 20 years old. Do we really need to prepare 100 portions of dim sum? Isn't that a bit risky? After all, it's just the first day of opening. Don't worry. If they're not all eaten, you can take them home to your parents. Consider it an employee benefit. The Xiaoli siblings looked at each other. The so-called employee benefit was something they had never heard of before. Although they didn't understand, they could take food home. This made the two siblings quickly kneel down and vow to follow Tungka for life. Ha ha ha! Once in the shop, we're all family. No need for that. Quickly stand up. Li Niang snorted. She had been disbelieving and frustrated all along. She couldn't bear it anymore and had to speak up. All right, instead of wasting time arguing, think about how to attract customers. The prince couldn't bear to invite people from the mansion to care for it. He gave all the salary to the madam to use. The madam then spent money like trash. Now I'm afraid even the rent for next month can't be paid. Don't talk about next month. Everyone's wages will have to be owed. Is it that extreme? Wait, the shop's area isn't that big. The rent shouldn't be too expensive. Even the ingredients are taken from the prince's mansion. Logically, it shouldn't consume too much. Why is it suddenly so lacking? Renovations also cost money. Even if ingredients are from the prince's mansion, to make it satisfactory takes no small effort. In the end, isn't it just wasteful spending? I don't know how you can sit still. It's clearly noon already, and still no customers. What if the shop can't continue operating? Li Niang was very displeased. She felt that she should have disobeyed orders then and turned Ha Tungka into a puppet. It would have been safer. It's noon, which means it's 11 o'clock. Tungka suddenly became excited. Her words made Li Niang not understand what was going on. At this moment, the young chef came to report, "Boss, the pastries can come out of the oven now. Put them in the steamer to keep warm. Later, take them all out," Tungka instructed. Just then, someone approached. "Is this tea house open today?" Tungka smiled at this moment. The time has come. It's now noon, after the end of the morning shift. 3 officials, Li Yi, Wang Si, and Chen Si, have arrived together. "Oh, is this the shop your wife mentioned, sir? It looks quite decent." "Lord Li, you chose a good location." Looking at Li Yi's clothes, Tungka thought to herself, the crane pattern on his robe is the uniform of a first-rank civil official. This Li is very likely to be Madame Li's husband. No wonder they're good sisters. She even mentioned our shop to her husband. Then she warmly went to greet them. "Oh my, such great officials coming to this humble shop of mine. It truly makes my little shop suddenly shine brightly. It's nothing, just that our madam once brought back some pastries from this shop. I thought the madam liked them, so I'm buying some to take back for her. Could you be Lord Li? My elder sister specifically instructed me that Madame Li had shown her kindness. If you are Madame Li's husband, then you've also shown kindness to our shop. All the food today is on the house." Ha Tungka pretended to be a cousin with the same father but different grandfather. This caught Li Niang completely off guard. "Xiaoxing, quickly show our honored guests upstairs. Prepare a special tea set, however much it costs. Put it on my tab." Xiaoxing happily obeyed, smiling as she led the guests. "Would the gentleman like some fruit wine as well? If so, you can just tell Xiaoxing, 'Madam, are you crazy? We finally have customers coming to the shop, and you're giving them everything for free. How can we run a business like this? It's too hasty. Do you really think that because Madame Li mentioned our shop, he came to buy pastries for his wife? Why not?" Li Niang asked in surprise. Tungka said, "It's not entirely untrue. Remember when I went to the ladies' gathering? I brought a lot of drinks and pastries. The reason I did that was not just to build good relationships with the ladies, but also for them to go home and inform their official husbands about Zhao Wang's tea house opening. Those who pursue an official career, regardless of their true nature, mostly understand worldly affairs. Even if they don't care about the taste of pastries, they might support the prince out of courtesy." At this point, Li Niang's expression softened. This old woman seems to understand now. Madam wasn't just targeting those ladies, but also their husbands backing them. Officials are used to gathering privately after court sessions. With nothing else to do, they come to tea houses to chat. Coming here is convenient, and they can buy gifts for their wives. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Niang said, then thought to herself, no wonder Ha Tongka could remain calm with no customers until noon. Tungka understood well. In modern times, purchasing power mainly comes from women and children. But in this ancient era, business strategies need to adapt to the times. But the key point isn't really how much silver they can spend here, but those red-robed officials. They make others pay attention even if they don't want to. That's a super signboard brought by the officials. Just as Tungka said, when passers-by see officials entering the tea house, they immediately become curious. When approaching the shop, They also see Zhao Wang's writing and seal. Curiosity drives them to want to taste it. All right, the god of wealth has taken his position. Next, it might be very busy, but also very enjoyable. Customers started coming in one after another. Xiao Xing and Xiao Li warmly and happily greeted them. Only Li Niang stood there stunned, as if struck by lightning. In this tea house, she was like an invisible person. Could it be that everything today was all part of her plan? But wasn't she afraid of accidents happening? Tunka was chatting happily with customers when she felt something was missing and turned back to call. Li Niang, could you please help give the discount coupons at the counter to the customers? But no, haha. I was thinking if business was slow, we'd try handing them out on the street, but now it's not necessary anymore. Li Niang was initially surprised, but quickly nodded with a smile, submissively. She just responded with a yes, very respectfully. It's understandable. Someone who dares to scheme against court officials would surely have backup plans. At this moment, the person sitting behind Li Niang tapped twice on the table. Li Niang felt it was time to report back to the master. She responded with 2 taps. The mysterious person named Tenwan was 14 years old, a shadow guard of the prince's mansion. He was seen nodding slightly, then leaving the tea house. Returning to the prince's mansion, he reported, "My lord, the tea shop is doing very well. The madam has no free time to return to the mansion at the moment. Please be at ease." "I see," Zhao Wang said while wiping blood off his hands with a cloth. Then he threw the cloth away and said coldly, "Clean up these corpses and bury them." In front of Zhao Wang, there were now only a pile of mutilated corpses scattered around, all lifeless. Tenwan suddenly felt his eye twitch and said, "Has Tiankong Palace sent assassins again? It's hard to guard against. Tiankong Palace here belongs to the demon sect." Tenwan sighed while cleaning up the bodies. Every so often, this group would send a few people, but I don't understand why the master punishes them. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Zhao Wang's cold tone made Tenwan stop abruptly. He didn't dare say anything more. "That's right. From now on, you'll follow Tung Ka. Don't worry about other matters." Tenwan was surprised to hear this, but then he came up with his own explanation. The master truly can't be away from the madam for a moment. The scene changes to the tea house. Tung Ka and the staff were still very busy. Suddenly, Li Yi placed a huge silver ingot on the table. He said, "This official has never tasted such sweet tea before. It's very palatable with an excellent flavor." Tunka thought to herself, "Ha, your leader's boasting has reached the point of exaggeration. Sir, there's no need for this. We said it was free. It's a reward for you. Just take it. How can we eat for free? You even gave us sweet cakes to take home." Tung Ka then pushed the silver ingot back to Li Yi and said, "Your wife cares for my sister. As her younger sister, I should be grateful. If you insist on rewarding us, perhaps the officials could grant our small shop a painting." A painting. All 3 civil officials widened their eyes in confusion. It's like this. Our shop wants to collect well wishes from scholars written for customers to admire. I hope it's not too presumptuous. Tung Ka said while presenting a piece of paper. Li Yi stroked his chin and said, "Interesting. This official will write one." Then Xiao Xing and Xiao Li also leaned over, each bringing a piece of paper to invite the other 2 officials to write. After finishing the writing and painting, the 3 civil officials left in an extremely cheerful mood. They all couldn't stop smiling. Tung Ka was even happier. It seems that officials in ancient times really liked to show off their literary skills. TV dramas really didn't lie to me. If we can accumulate enough writing for a wall, we can use it to cheer on students before exams. Tung Ka busily hung up the writings in order of the official's rank. Li Niang saw this and curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "Haha, just decorating." "How's the distribution of half-price vouchers going?" "Not many left. But if we have so many customers, why do we need to intentionally offer half price? We need to think long-term. We're giving out half-price vouchers that can't be used for the current meal, but will be deducted from the next meal. So customers with these vouchers are likely to come again." Li Niang was too tired to talk at this point. Before turning away, she left with a comment. "I don't know what your plans are, but if the business goes well, the coming days at the Wang Mansion might be a bit more comfortable. This old woman will try to cooperate. Thank you. We will definitely be able to feed the Wang until he becomes white and plump. You're delirious. Have a sip of tea." Hearing Tunka say she wanted to feed the Wang until he's as fat as a pig, Li Niang patted her head in exasperation. Don't say such things in front of the Wang. This is sincere advice. After speaking, Li Niang thought, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. After finishing the opening work at the tea house, it was already evening. Tunka and Li Niang returned to the Wang Mansion. Just as they entered, she shouted loudly, "My love, we're back." Li Niang was startled upon hearing this. Her sincere advice had been thrown to the dogs. As soon as she finished speaking, Tungka immediately rushed into Zhao Wang's arms, coquettishly hugging him tightly. "My lady, what's wrong? Wasn't opening the shop enjoyable?" Zhao Wang gently asked. Tungka replied, "It was fun, but I'm exhausted to death. A little intimacy with my husband can restore my spirit." Seeing this scene, Lin Yang almost screamed in the Miao language. "Oh right, there's also payment. You've helped so much before. We can't let you work for free." Tungka said, handing Zhao Wang a red envelope. "There's no need for that. The mansion's finances should all be managed by you, my lady. I can't be of much help anyway. Writing the signboard, handling all the documents, and even creating the fruit tea. If these things aren't considered work, I'll become a villain, exploiting labor. Just like a bad husband making his wife do housework. Zhao Beauty, just consider it pocket money. You can buy flowers, grass, pens, and ink." "Who's Zhao Beauty?" "Me. Right, you've grown up so beautiful we can't call you that." Zhao Wang, possessed by who knows what, suddenly blushed and became coy. Just then, Tungka lifted his hair, intending to take a sniff. Unexpectedly, she smelled blood. "Why is there a smell of blood?" "Ah, it must be the smell of pork. I thought everyone would be tired today, so I asked Thuini to buy some fresh pork. It should be almost done stewing now." Tungka was a bit skeptical, but when she smelled the aroma of braised pork, she didn't think further and asked, "Did you stew it yourself, husband?" Zhao Wang nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Oh heavens, what else about this man do I not know yet?" That night, the braised pork dish looked very appealing. Tungka ate it with great relish, quickly finishing 3 or 4 bowls of rice. After eating, she lay down rubbing her belly, so full. Zhao Beauty's cooking skills are not bad. Tomorrow I must try hard to earn money. There's no electricity here. People go to sleep after the sun sets. It can't compare to the rich nightlife of modern times. But it's also not as busy as modern life. At least there's still time for oneself. The devotee wants to support economically to help Qinzhao save money. The bronze mirror system, silent for days, suddenly spoke up today. Tungka was startled. "Who's the system? Oh, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? Haha, how could I? It's just that I couldn't feel any effect from the system at all. It's like a normal mirror." Her words and inner thoughts were contradictory. "Forget it. If you try hard to complete the mission, I'll help you too. Now that you mention it, I do have some questions. What do you want to ask? Why do you want Qinzhao to become the emperor? Logically speaking, whether by status or physique, he should be outside the list of crown princes, right? If the devotee likes to read novels, you might understand. In our vast space, there's not just one world. The difference is some worlds are stable, while others are unstable. Each work an author writes in the stable world creates a small world. The small world is no different from the outside, but it's very unstable. Once it truly deviates from the principle, it risks being destroyed. You've said that what happens here differs from the story in the novel. So we need someone to travel through time to bring the script back to its original state. It's not at all the Becoming King you read before. There's already been a sequel. We don't know if the author has recently made extensive revisions, changing all the plot points. Rewriting also means that due to plot changes, this world has been altered. Is this world about to collapse? It's good that the devotee understands. For the life of the new world, it's not easy to be born. The process doesn't matter. The ending must be different from the original. So the ending is, it's what the time traveler needs to complete. Help Qinzhao ascend the throne and rule the world. After hearing the system speak, Tungka suddenly thought for a long time. Then she said, "Strange. What's strange? Everything I said is true," the system said, slightly worried. Could Tungka have changed her mind? "I'm not saying you're strange. I'll definitely help Qinzhao become king. Don't worry about that. Then what's the problem?" The system asked again. Tungka stared at the pear plate and said, "Look, there were clearly 3 pears on the plate. Now there are only 2 left. Because I don't like others touching things carelessly, I instructed Li Niang and Thuini that the study is my private domain. Logically, no one should have come in to clean up. After all, it's just fruit. Could I be misremembering? If it happened once, it could be a mistake, but peaches went missing before too. That's why I specially counted today. And the result is, if someone really took it, what could that prove? Well, it would prove that someone I don't know about is near us, right? Friend on the ceiling." Tungka suddenly threw a pear towards the ceiling. Shi instinctively caught it. "How did you discover me?" Tungka laughed coldly. "Agu, got you. How did you discover me?" Shi asked again. Tungka was slightly surprised. "Damn it. Actually, I just said it randomly. I didn't expect there was really someone in the room." Then she coughed lightly and said, "Didn't you understand my reasoning just now? The box next to me contains throwing darts." She was secretly about to take it out for defense. Unexpectedly, Shi threw a dagger down with a thud. Then he jumped down. "Don't move and don't shout. If the master discovers I've been exposed, I'll be punished by the master. Shi was confused at this moment. Wasn't she just talking to herself in a mirror? Seeing this kid wasn't an assassin. Tungka asked who the master was. The master is Prince Qin Zhao. Shi is a subordinate he brought from the Shangkung demon sect. I didn't steal the pears and peaches. Don't falsely accuse me. As a responsible guard, I don't snack while on duty. Shi threw the pear back to her. Really? Tungka doubted. This kid looks to be at a gluttonous age. Shi is not young anymore. Next year I'll be 15, old enough to marry. So the prince sent this little brother to monitor me. Of course not. The master sent me to protect the madam's safety, Shi muttered. Although I don't know why he has to secretly be nice to others. But you can't tell the master what Shi just told you. Oh well, if I help you keep the secret, what do I get? Then Shi won't tell the master about the madam occasionally hugging men in the shop. Thinking of the wine party with the officials, Tungka hurriedly said, "Wait, deal. I really didn't expect you were always following me. But if he didn't steal the pears, who could it be?" Early the next morning, Tungka hurriedly swallowed a few bites of steamed bun. Then she told Zhao Wang she was full and ready to go to work. So early. Husband, you rest. The shop just opened, so we need to keep a closer eye on it. But I'll try to come back early. To you, she said, then thought to herself, no matter what happens, don't you get notified by the shadow guards anyway. Madam doesn't need to think about me. After all, I'm always here, but business isn't easy to manage. At this moment, Tungka suddenly approached him. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, madam. Tungka leaned close to Zhao Wang's ear and whispered, Husband, do you trust me? Of course I trust you, Zhao Wang said, thinking to himself, this woman is really shameless. Then be at ease. In a week and a month, customers at the restaurant will only increase, not decrease. Madam is so capable, even calculating this. It's nothing, isn't it all, thanks to the high-quality tea leaves and fruits that you grow. You're much more capable than what you think of yourself. Can I really be of help? Of course. Once the tea house is stable, we'll think about succession. Zhao Wang then tugged at Tungka's sleeve, blushing as he said, If I can be of use, may I accompany Madam to the tea house? Tungka thought for a moment before saying, You can go, but it's a mixed place and your image is too prominent. I'm afraid you'll be recognized. Is that okay? It's fine. It's okay. Qin isn't stealing or robbing, just sitting at the cashier counter. Even if recognized, what's wrong with that? That's true. Let's go together then. No need for shadow guards. Going in person. Qin Zhao is so adorably domineering. But husband, you said something wrong. What? Qin Zhao asked, confused. Tungka went behind to push the wheelchair, leaning down to say, The place you want to go isn't Madam's shop, but our shop. Zhao Wang was surprised by this statement, but quickly nodded and smiled. You're right, I like this "our" word. At the shop's entrance early in the morning, a homemade blackboard listed today's new item, rock sugar glutinous rice balls. The second serving was half price. After seeing off the first customers, Tungka brought out a bowl of rock sugar glutinous rice balls for Zhao Wang, fearing they might run out if she delayed any longer. Zhao Wang sat in the room of the head cashier. At this time it was very noisy outside. Is it getting busier outside? Yes. It feels like we'll have many customers today. So I've prepared a few more tables, trying to ensure everyone can have tea. Madam is indeed very thoughtful. Zhao Wang said, then began to scoop up the rice balls with a spoon to taste. Tungka's heart pounded beside him. It's so delicious. He's just eating dessert, but why am I so nervous? Gosh, I really want to see him lick it once. After eating a bite, Zhao Wang sniffed it again. There's a taste of alcohol. Did you add wine? Yes, yesterday's alcoholic drinks sold very well. So I thought about promoting this type of dessert more. How is it? Is it good? Very delicious, Zhao Wang praised. But just after he finished eating, Tungka noticed his eyelids drooping slightly. Oh no, Qin Zhao's alcohol tolerance doesn't seem to be very good. He's someone who faints when drunk. Last time at the wedding, he drank until he passed out. Could he really get drunk from this? No, I just blush easily. You must be laughing at me, but my alcohol tolerance isn't bad at all. I'm not deceiving you. Tungka chuckled. Yes. You're so good. My lord, please copy the menu here first. I'll go downstairs. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Hey, I heard seventh brother opened a tea house. I didn't expect it to be here. Zhao Wang and Tungka immediately paid attention to that voice. Outside, the fifth prince had arrived with gifts. He asked the waiter to see the owner. Fifth prince, why is he here? We've only been open for 2 days. Has the reputation spread so quickly? No. This tea house couldn't possibly be famous enough to reach the imperial palace. Rather than a coincidence, it's more like there's a pair of eyes hiding in the shadows, constantly spying on us. Esteemed guest, May I ask if you're Xiao Li? Someone spoke up. The fifth prince used an arrogant tone. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare you not recognize me? I am the fifth prince of the current dynasty, Qin Shengyang. One word from me could have your head roll. Although this guest was indeed the fifth prince, he wasn't actually very favored in the palace. People in the tea house were unsure if it was true or false. They didn't know whether to bow or not. Oh my, esteemed guest, this humble one surnamed Tong is the head waiter here. Please come in. Tung Ka cheerfully welcomed him. She just found it strange that he wasn't with Qin Shengxian today. Weren't these two always together like shadows? Ah, I heard young Master Tong is a distant cousin of the princess consort. We are honored. This prince's visit today is not entirely to see you. I've fortunately received a white jade chess set. Thinking that it's been a while since I played chess with seventh brother, I now want to have a match. I hope to take this opportunity to have an exchange. A white jade chess set intrigued the tea-drinking guests. Such a large piece of white jade is truly extravagant. Indeed, the royal family is different. Tung Ka was even more surprised at this point. How did he know Qin Zhao was here today? He should have gone to the prince's mansion instead. Are we really being monitored? But given the current situation, perhaps Qin Shengyang hasn't realized I'm the Zhao princess consort. Being saved by a familiar female acquaintance, I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. But even if we can't determine the opponent's purpose, we can't let Qin Zhao play chess. Whether he wins or loses, it won't be good. Tung Cha clenched her fist and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Your Highness just had quite a bit of fruit wine. He's drunk now. Why don't you go over there and have some tea? Consider it our way of making amends. Fortunately, I've already hidden Qin Zhao on the second floor. For now, we need to redirect those who want to watch the show first. Just having snacks is boring. Don't tell me our Qin Zhao Wang is afraid of losing to fifth brother. So he's deliberately hiding like a turtle." Tung Ka was irritated hearing these words, but she still had to smile and say, "How could that be? If your excellency really wants to satisfy your chess craving, perhaps this lowly one could be so bold as to play a game with you. Would that be all right? A country bumpkin knows how to play chess too. You dare to think you can match a prince in practice. This humble one lacks talent, but I occasionally play with my sister, the Zhao princess consort. She says I'm not bad. Although I'm not sure exactly how good I am, I should be able to keep the fifth prince entertained without issue." Tung Ka, in modern times, had also played chess with investors. She was quite confident. "Oh, I heard the Zhao princess consort was once a talented lady of the capital, very skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Beating an amateur like you, is that considered beating her?" Hearing this, Tung Ka became a bit worried. Could he have discovered that she was Ha Tung Ka? Ha Tung Ka rarely showed her face. She thought her male disguise was quite good. "Fifth prince, I don't understand your meaning." At this moment, the fifth prince suddenly put his arm around her shoulder intimately. This casual, gender-indifferent action seemed to indicate that the fifth prince simply regarded her as a little brother. "Oh, playing chess normally is so boring. How about this? Let's make a bet. Is he really foolish or just pretending?" Tung Ka frowned and asked what he wanted to bet. This prince isn't greedy. I originally just wanted to play 2 games with seventh brother, but you keep making excuses, which annoys me a bit. So if I win, the sign of this seventh prince's tea house will become fifth prince's tea house. How about that? I see Ha Tung Ka seems hesitant. He asked, "What's wrong? Don't dare to bet." "Oh, betting is certainly not a problem, but your highness, you seem to have forgotten something." "Forgotten what?" "I don't remember. You only said, if this humble one loses, I'll immediately change the sign. But you didn't mention if you lose." "Insolent. This prince is best at playing chess. How could I lose? If I lose, I'll bark like a dog. How's that? Please reconsider." "But kid, you can't touch me. Setting conditions for this prince, you should look at yourself first. Seems like this shop doesn't want to stay open. Wait till I win this game. I'll shut down your shop." Tung Ka clenched her fist. "The one who should be angry is me." "Haha, then let's do as you say. A royal family member agreeing to act like a dog. How novel." Tung Ka found it amusing just thinking about it. When the chessboard was set up, Tung Ka invited the prince to take the white pieces and go first. Qin Shengyang looked smug. You have good judgment. Too bad fifth prince here has never lost with white pieces. Can't let you win, kid." To this attitude, Tung Ka just nodded perfunctorily. "Play fair, fifth prince. Your move." Outside the tea house, at this time, people were discussing the manager's solo game of Go against the current fifth prince. They started crowding around to watch. Tung Ka felt this was all going smoothly. Although the fifth prince was arrogant as rumored, through this event, those spectators would surely become curious about the shop. Just then, the soft sound of a zither rang out. Everyone looked up at the second floor in surprise. "Oh, there's even a professional musician. This shop is quite elegant." Tung Ka could only smile wryly. The music came from the second floor, but the second floor only had her office with the zither. Could it be Qin Zhao using that zither? Oh, Zhao Dianxin also wants to cheer for me. How unable to speak, he uses music to convey his feelings. He's so sweet, truly a delight in this world. I'll treat him after the chess match. Tung Ka happily placed a chess piece, then covered her mouth and chuckled. The fifth prince's face darkened at Tung Ka's move. This person is quite skilled. The moves seem disorganized, impossible to tell who's playing, but each move is tightly connected, like an invisible large net leading me into a trap. The fifth prince began to hesitate. His opponent today was truly difficult to deal with. Tung Ka naturally understood that her opponent was now cautious. At this moment, Xiao Xing brought over some snacks. Tung Ka placed a chess piece down while inviting the fifth prince to eat some cake during the break. But her last move had terrified him. How could this be? Those previous pieces seemed useless, yet now they've all connected. His forehead had started to sweat. Meanwhile, Tung Ka calmly took a bite of cake, chewing with relish. The fifth prince was inwardly furious. How detestable, just a merchant's daughter, yet able to pressure me to this extent. Now the black pieces temporarily have the advantage. I must find a way to turn the tables. After much calculation, the fifth prince placed down a piece. Tung Ka glanced and knew this guy was now afraid, starting to play seriously. This fifth prince in the original story always dreamed of succeeding to the throne, but wasn't favored by the emperor. In the original, he was neither scholarly nor martially skilled, only interested in studying trivial things for amusement. Your chess skills aren't bad. It's just that in modern times there are more ways to play. But what should I do next? On the second floor, Zhao Wang's hand still glided over the zither strings. It seems Tung Ka has been playing chess with fifth brother for a while. It's been so long and still not finished, proving she's very good at this game. After all, how many surprises has my wife prepared for this prince? At this moment, Shi ran over to report, "Master, about the matter you wanted your subordinates to investigate. It seems your subordinates have found a clue." Oh, about the eyes occasionally spying on the prince's mansion. Shi nodded. "It can't be the madam. That's unreasonable, because she's still amnesiac. Right? Your subordinates haven't discovered yet who's monitoring the prince's mansion, but have heard that the Tang sect is currently searching for someone. It seems some young member of a family has secretly run away. The Tang sect, an assassin family, has never used their real faces when meeting others. Such agility that can evade the master's notice is indeed rare in the martial world. So your subordinate suspects." Zhao Wang thought for a moment, then said, "That seems too coincidental. Continue investigating. Understood." Downstairs, everyone was still focused on the intense chess match. The fifth prince's face was now as pale as a frog's bottom, because the chessboard was changing in a direction he couldn't predict. His hand trembled as he placed a white piece. He had tried his best, but couldn't turn the tide at all. It's not that. Every move of his was completely within her calculations. Not only was she skilled, she could even deliberately make a few meaningless moves to mock him. How detestable. If you want to win, win quickly. Why play this cat and mouse game? Tan Shengyang angrily scolded. I don't have fifth brother's superior skills. This humble one is trying her best just to hold on, Tung Ka said innocently. The fifth prince, purple with rage, changed his tune quickly. Seeing him like this, Tung Ka poured a cup of tea and offered it to him. To her, it was just something to drink out of boredom. Tan Shengyang took a sip of tea, thinking to himself that this person's words were indeed nerve-wracking, making one thirsty. But after just one sip, his eyes lit up. What is this? The aroma of wine and orange preserves with some small grains in it? Peach and tangerine wine with some peach pulp? Delicious, isn't it? To brew wine and fruit together like this dish is quite novel. No, he couldn't be led astray by her. Tan Shengyang immediately threw the teacup away. He came here today on the instructions of his ninth brother, Tan Shengshan. Fifth brother, your younger brother heard that seventh brother has connections with martial arts factions. Worried that his shop might be exploited by the evil cult, he may have different intentions towards you. Tan Shengshan is very clever. Although he doesn't see any threat from seventh brother and his wife, but for someone like seventh brother who knows nothing about business to open a shop, this needs someone to investigate openly. Only you and seventh brother support my succession, so pay more attention. Let your elder brother go and have a look. As a result of this trip, not only did he not see any evil cult members, but he was also utterly defeated by the young shop manager. He thought long and hard before placing a chess piece. Unexpectedly, as soon as he placed it, Tung Ka immediately placed her own piece. Again, making a meaningless move. What on earth does she want to do? If she had placed it next to the black piece, she would have won already. already. Damn it. Suddenly, Tungka spoke up and asked the fifth prince, "Shall we make an additional bet?" Again, he showed clear signs of anxiety and caution. This person wouldn't be trying to take advantage of the situation, would she? Isn't barking like a dog enough already? What more do you want to add? Because earlier we only discussed winning and losing, but didn't mention what to do in case of a draw. So if we really end up in a draw, we should negotiate in advance. Tan Shengyang was surprised. She wouldn't be trying to force a draw in this game, would she? Usually, those who can force a draw in chess are far superior to their opponents. Are you joking? Tan Shengyang asked. Tunka smiled and replied, "No, I'm very serious." Tan Yang felt it was absurd. Who is this youngster? She can't be that much stronger than me. But if I lose, I'll have to bark like a dog. If this reaches Father Emperor's ears, it would be truly disastrous. At this moment, Tunka suddenly clapped her hands and said, "How about this? If there's no winner or loser, we won't fight. We don't know each other. We're both respectable opponents. I agree to make a membership card for Fifth Prince to play for free at the tea house for life as a gesture of friendship. Membership card." Tan Yang heard but didn't understand what it was. Tung Ka explained, "With this, you can freely use the tea house without limits. Food and drinks are all free, like it's your own home. But along with that, I also have a matter I'd like to ask Fifth Prince for help with." After Tunka spoke, she clinked glasses with Tan Yang. At this point, Tan Yang started to think, treat it like my own shop. If he were from the evil cult, he'd be trying to avoid the court at all costs. He absolutely wouldn't entertain me so freely. Perhaps Ninth Brother is being overly suspicious. Tan Chao probably just recognized the business talent of cousin Ha Tung Ka, so he partnered in business. Thinking this, he then asked what help the other party wanted. Seeing the bait taken, Tung Ka smiled. "You know my brother-in-law comes from the martial arts world. He's used to simple food and drink, lacking the grandeur of the royal family. But I am a merchant, always hoping for a chance to advance. So I need someone of high status to help taste tea. I wonder what Fifth Prince thinks." Tungka said while making a chess move. Tan Yang, slightly confused, made a move while speaking. "I am a person of high status, of course." Tungka smiled brightly in response. Although the Fifth Prince, compared to ordinary people, was indeed lofty and superior, the novel described his position in the palace as quite awkward. His mother was also disappointed that he only liked to indulge in such a tattered chessboard. How could it catch the emperor's attention? That's why he wanted to prove himself to the outside world. That's why he was exploited by the Ninth Prince. And what Tungka wanted to do was similar to the Ninth Prince. It was to take advantage of him. First, express that she had no ill intentions, make him lower his guard. Then show overwhelming strength, but intentionally concede to seek peace, showing vulnerability. Finally, say the things he cares about most. I feel that Go is also a very refined pursuit. Playing Go is like being on a battlefield. You are the wisest ruler. You should lead your realm, make the wisest decisions. Isn't that controlling the Fifth Prince's curse? It means successfully completing after being psychologically manipulated by Tung Ka. Tan Yang had been sitting there from morning till evening, eating non-stop and talking incessantly. "Ah, your attitude like this is not good. What sesame cakes need is a pure fragrance, but now it's not pure enough. I think your tea house should still be more disciplined and introduce new items. That tangerine peach wine is not bad. This grape flavor is also delicious." Listening to Fifth Brother's review all day, Chao Wang felt dizzy. He whispered to Tung Ka, "Is it really okay to let this guest stay so long?" "It's fine. Don't worry. After all, today he has brought the shop quite a good income from customers coming to watch the game." Tung Ka thought if the Fifth Prince wasn't rid of suspicions, the dark-hearted male lead would surely pay attention to this place. That would be dangerous. Chao Wang then silently looked at his wife for a long time. Then he reached out and took her hand. "Today's game must have tired you, my lady. My chess skills are not bad either. Even a draw must have been mentally exhausting, right? Are you very tired?" Tung Ka was flustered. "No, I'm still in men's clothes. What if others notice?" She hurriedly avoided him. "Yes, I'm about to die from exhaustion, but fortunately, Fifth Brother is a novice, so I could escape." She then turned and patted Tan Yang on the shoulder. "Thank you, Fifth Brother. No need to call me Fifth Brother. If you're Tan Chao's sister-in-law, just call me Fifth Brother directly." The reason he said this was that he didn't want the fact that he was let win to be revealed. "Oh, is that okay? Respect isn't as good as obedience, Fifth Brother." Tan Chao then wheeled over to Tan Yang and said, "Fifth Brother, did you come here to play chess with your younger brother? Now that I've sobered up, let's play a few games." Tanyang widened his eyes, but still had to reluctantly agree to play. He played until late at night and felt that his seventh brother was a bit scary. Outside the tea house at this time, there was a gray-haired man playing a stalking game called Shark. He held a pear and took a bite. Then a white pigeon flew down from the sky. When it landed on the roof, it transformed into a masked man who looked up. Suddenly, he signaled the person above to be quiet. The scene changes to the imperial palace. As soon as Tan Shengyang returned to the palace, Tan Shengshan immediately came to see him. "Royal brother, how was seventh brother's side today?" Tan Shengyang, who was pretending to read a book, turned pale upon hearing the question. Alan, how could there be a devil cult mistreating Tan Chao without anyone coming to help? He felt that his battle record of not winning a single match today must absolutely be taken to the grave. In the following days, the shop's business was quite smooth. Although it was unclear why the fifth prince kept coming every 2 or 3 days, always clutching a white jade chess set. He would enter the shop, present a card that made everyone's eyes fill with admiration. "VIP member, I'll have strawberry flavor today. Don't make that face anymore, Brother Song. In a few days, it's the Autumn Poetry Festival. I'll be busy and won't have time to come play chess." Song Ka was a bit confused about the Autumn Poetry Festival. This Claiming the Throne novel describes the story of princes competing for the throne. Among them is the Autumn Poetry Festival, which is organized by the current emperor. It gathers the remaining princes to compete in literature and calligraphy, divided into several levels. Yes, that's right. I wonder what topic father will choose this year. But if it's in an area that's not my strength, it'll be very awkward. Oh, that's right. Sister and brother-in-law will enter the palace then. I can ask them to bring back some palace desserts. Songka thought to herself, don't try to be cute, brother. You're already married, you know? After returning to the prince's mansion, what? We can't sit together in the palace. Then where should I go? I'm sorry. Although father likes lively poetry gatherings and invites everyone to enjoy them each time, he's also very particular about status and doesn't allow women to participate in poetry contests. So, my lady, you can only sit and admire flowers, eat fruits with the imperial concubines. I'm sorry, it's just a poetry gathering to prepare for power. It might be a bit boring. As Chao Wang spoke, he gently pinned a jade hairpin in Songka's hair. Songka, very understanding, said, "It's all right. I don't want to be in the spotlight anyway." The Autumn Poetry Festival in the original story doesn't seem to have anything special. The accumulated points aren't enough yet. It's better to safely get through this scene. Chao Wang just made an O sound following her words. This is a scene. The Autumn Poetry Festival arrived quickly. Upon entering the palace and seeing the grand arrangements, Song Ka also felt excitement rising. Wow, this is the first time visiting the imperial palace, not as a tourist. Prince Chao's wife, please have a seat. This is the concubines' flower viewing area. It's a bit far from the main venue. Why do they have to separate us? But at least I can see the prince's side, pretended the sweet Princess Bai. Songka turned towards Prince Chao, waving enthusiastically with a bright face. Seeing Prince Yang pointing at himself, Prince Shengxian spoke up. She's not looking for fifth brother in that area. I think sister-in-law is greeting seventh brother. Faced with Songka's exaggerated performance, Prince Chao also raised his hand to wave back. His lips even curved into a gentle, enchanting smile. Satisfied? Satisfied. After completing the power-up, she'll quietly wait for points and calculate the scores. Just then, a concubine next to Songka suddenly spoke. Ah, ancient poetry gatherings were like this too. Songka immediately noticed this strange remark. This person was Subai Wan, a newly entered concubine not yet favored. Where's the male lead? If not striking, it won't do her justice. Songka pretended not to care, but her eyes secretly paid attention. At this moment, she saw Subai Wan talking to a yellow butterfly on her hand. I know. To make the ninth prince claim the throne, I must make him love me to death and back to life, willing to do anything for me. That's how it's written in novels. Songka started to think, Miss, the novels you read are a bit outdated. Could this person also be a time traveler? Otherwise, she wouldn't say such things. Is that butterfly her system? Subai Wan still giggled. Don't worry, I memorized plenty of poems in school. I'm a destined woman with butterflies flying around me. The princes will surely be captivated by me. Hearing Subai Wan's delusions of power, Songka felt goosebumps all over. At this moment, she was about to try talking to her, when suddenly she heard the eunuch announce, His Majesty has arrived. The emperor and empress sat in a palanquin carried by 8 people. Songka looked on with admiration, feeling like a subject. She immediately bowed her head with everyone else. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. You may all rise. That you can all study together is a blessing for our dynasty. Majesty. All right, the ceremony is over. Finally, we can interact with our fellow countrymen. Song Ka suddenly turned to Su Baiwan with a big smile. Sister, let me introduce myself. I'm Prince Chao's wife. Song Ka has a few questions for you. Please don't be alarmed. Prince Chao's wife. You're the wife of that blind prince. What do you want to ask? Blind prince. Song Ka felt this person really didn't know how to talk, but she still kept a smile on her face. Haha, nothing special. I just want to know if you're also a time traveler. Su Baiwan was initially surprised and worried, but didn't deny it, asking back, could you be one too? That's right. My mission is to help the 7th Prince Chao. But from what I just heard, it seems your mission is different. I am indeed different. But why should I tell you anything? Su Baiwan showed unfriendliness. Song Ka was surprised. As time travelers, shouldn't we exchange information, help each other to return home together later? At this moment, the emperor announced the exam topic. The topic was about the word flower. The crown prince was invited to start first. At this moment, Su Baiwan also replied, hasn't your system told you? Time travelers are competitors. Song Xia was even more surprised. At this time, Su Baiwan's butterfly system flew over to Song Ka and began to speak. So you're the host of the bronze mirror system. That bronze mirror is of such a low level, yet it dares to accept high-level missions. Miss Xiaowan, no need to waste your breath on this low-level host. Just focus on completing your mission. All right. Su Baiwan showed complete trust in her own system. Song Ka felt embarrassed. So there are rankings even among systems. Wait, there's something I don't understand. If our missions are different, why can't we cooperate? Because systems have to differentiate achievement points. Whoever gets the highest score in this mission is very important. In short, we won't interfere with your operations. We hope you don't interfere with us either. Each system has different preferences and methods. Today, my mission is to make Xiaowan stand out in the autumn poetry meeting, as impressing the emperor and all the princes. Don't dream of sharing anything. Impress everyone. Is that even possible? Reading ancient-style novels with everyone's infatuation over 180 minutes per day. Song Ka wanted to say but held back. She could only kindly remind, I don't mean any harm. It's just that I heard the emperor doesn't like outside women participating in poetry contests. Being too outstanding might easily backfire. What, you sister? Don't think women shouldn't display their talents, do you? Could it be that you support male chauvinism? Ha ha ha, I thought modern people had more advanced thinking. It turns out feudal thinking still exists. How disgusting. Song Ka was stunned speechless. I'm a feudal remnant. Well, if I chose a low-level system, this is probably all I can amount to. You can prove that women can also be ambitious. Indeed, only I have the talent. Song Ka really wanted to cry now, but had no tears. Weren't you the one who just said you'd make 9 princes love you to death and come back to life? This double standard is really unbearable. This person must have read too many stories. She's been brainwashed. Does she really think she's the female lead? Seeing Baiwan snort coldly and turn away, Song Ka still had to deal with a headache. Perhaps she could also be like the female lead in those old romance novels with a set guideline. Advising her would be useless. Next is Your Highness. Qin Zhao also began to recite his poem. Speaking of which, humans are probably just like this. They could clearly cooperate for mutual benefit, but they must fight to the end, turning into creatures wanting to dominate others. Whether it's men against men, women against women, or men against women. The princes had finished their poetry. Next was the free Q&A session. This year's new Zhuangyuan has outstanding literary talent. Your Majesty should. Before he could finish, Su Baiwan interrupted. Your Majesty, your servant was idle with nothing to do. I suddenly felt inspired to compose a poem. May I present it? The officials were surprised. This consort was amusing. A consort who knows poetry. The eunuch approached the emperor and whispered, she seems to be a newly entered consort. The scent on her body could attract butterflies. The emperor found it somewhat interesting, so he allowed her to recite the poem. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Baiwan rejoiced inwardly. Isn't this emperor quite good? That Zhao Wangfei really isn't up to any good. Thinking this, she said, since flowers are the theme, your servant will recite about lotus flowers. Gainian wu sheng shi lu shou, yan zhao bei ai qing ru, xiao he chai lu jian jue kao yu xing yan li shang. This opening verse from the textbook, how could Song Ta not know it? Shao Qi by Mr. Yang Wanli. Of course it's not bad. After reciting, Su Baiwan raised her chin, waiting for praise on her brilliance. However, the emperor said, it's early autumn now. Lotus flowers have withered. It's a bit unsuitable. Can you compose another one? Su Baiwan panicked, hurriedly communicating with the system. What's the line? Luanhua Zhang Yumi Renyan. Don't worry, I'll help you find it. After getting the system's guidance, Subaiwan hastily recited another poem. Yanzi Beijiating Shi, Shuimian Shi Pingyun Jiao Ti, Qisi Zhao Yingzheng Duan Shou, Shuijia Xinyan Zhuoshan Ni, Luanhua Zhang Yumi Renyan, Chan Chao Chainan Mumati, Zui Aihu Dongxing Buzu, Liu Yang Li Bai Shadi. Songka listened and thought to herself, it's turned into Hu Chen Cheng by Qian Tang. The other's intention must have been for her to recite a verse about autumn lotus. I understand now. But may I ask, beloved consort, where are Kongshan Temple and Yao Gong Pavilion? Subaiwan once again found herself in a predicament. She immediately asked the system to search, but the system had no data on this world to search. Songka understood at a glance. Kongshan Temple and Yaogong Pavilion are famous scenic spots of West Lake in Hangzhou. But Sungvung is a novel. It's not real. Basically, it doesn't have these place names. No, can't let her mention products that don't exist. Seeing Subaiwan hesitate for a long time without answering, the emperor asked a bit impatiently, "Why have we never heard of these places? Are you not a spy from somewhere else?" At this point, Songka knew a big problem had occurred. Songka coughed lightly, intentionally reminding Subaiwan to think carefully. At this moment, the butterfly system finally found out. Kongshan Temple and Yangong Pavilion are both in Hangzhou. Quick, answer. Everyone is looking at you. Songka used her sleeve to dab water and write 2 characters on the table. Subaiwan also realized this was a novel. If there's no Hangzhou here, then it's really screwed. She chose to follow Songka and hurriedly bowed her head, saying, "I'm sorry, that's a place your servant once dreamed of. Before entering the palace, your servant had dreamed about things in the palace. Thinking there were mountains and rivers here, your servant was sitting in a pavilion, enjoying the vast and grand scenery, like a mortal's penglai." A mortal's penglai. The emperor showed surprise. "Ha ha, a mortal's penglai. How interesting." Seeing this expression of the emperor, Songka finally sighed in relief, considering it a narrow escape. Although Subaiwan had been saved, she didn't want to say thank you at all. Songka didn't bother to quibble with her either. "Then may I invite the top scholar to comment on this poem?" The emperor spoke again. The red-robed top scholar stood up. "Your subject comments as follows. That's right, Minister Zhang is recognized for his outstanding literary talent and can surely give Sufi a satisfactory answer." Since the emperor said so, Minister Zhang had to reluctantly comply. Songka also silently watched the top scholar's judgment. "In your subject's opinion, both poems are very good. With just a few lines, they describe the scenery filled with spring colors." Hearing this, Subaiwan was delighted, but Minister Zhang hadn't finished speaking. However, women are still just women. The wording still lacks vigor. Compared to the poems of the princes, it's still far inferior. It's not easy for consorts to write poetry. We should still encourage her. But this poem, your subject finds it difficult to hang in refined places. It's a pity. Haha. We also realize this. Your Majesty is wise. So you're saying Qinfi's poem is not good? Perhaps she's just pretending to please the emperor. Contrary to Subaiwan's expectations, after the officials commented on the poem, the emperor immediately dismissed her, telling her not to do this again next time. The court is a very solemn place. How can women interfere? As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the court officials burst into laughter. Songka seemed uncomfortable with this situation as well. As for Subaiwan, needless to say, she was now dejected and very unwilling. How could this be? She clearly used Baiji's poem. How could it be rated so low? Haha, Songka smiled slightly. What are you laughing at? Are you happy to see me become a fool? Do you think those who consider themselves the top, full of knowledge, would admit they're not as good as a newly entered consort? Is this easy to accept? Could the emperor be doing this on purpose? Does he need to do it on purpose? Under imperial power, if the emperor says you're black, then everyone will say you're black. The emperor doesn't like women writing poetry. Even if Li Bai were reincarnated as a woman, what good would it do? Haha, the conflict between human nature and interests has always been like this. Living in this palace, you'll understand better soon enough. After the autumn poetry gathering ended, Songka returned home with Prince Zhao. Songka instantly leaped to embrace Prince Zhao. "Zhaoer, you were so good today. Every line you said was wonderful. It was just average. Not as impressive as the lady sitting next to you. Her poem was truly excellent." Songka suddenly held her stomach, then burst out laughing. "My lady, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly laugh like that?" "Ha ha, it's terrible. It's so interesting. Although I said my world wasn't anything special, clearly this world is much worse. Such a terrible world truly doesn't deserve an excellent husband like you. So let's change it." Back at the prince's mansion, Songka told the bronze mirror everything she encountered today for it to hear. "You didn't expect that there there are other transmigrators in this world, so you didn't mention it to me, right? I even thought protecting this new world was a waste of effort. There's no other choice now. However, thinking about the author of Becoming King, although the style is considered old, the ability is good. Basically, every book gets copyrighted. It's normal for others to take notice. Song Ka felt that her system was really unreliable. She said, "Why did the other party seem unaware of Prince Zhao's ending in Becoming King?" Even when she said she was Prince Zhao's consort, Su Baiwan didn't react. "Another transmigrator is suffering in the palace. What do you mean I should serve the emperor? I don't want to. Some handsome prince, come save me quickly. Because I'm a low-level system, to level up, I need to work a bit harder. So I've not only read the novel, but also the author's words and the author's Weibo. I've seen it all." When revising, the author mentioned being in a bad state recently, prone to nightmares. So Becoming King was changed to Prince Zhao's succession. But I haven't downloaded the specific chapters yet. Song Ka angrily punched the bronze mirror. Useless talk. You're just arranging the most complex part first. But if completed, you can get rewards and missions to score points for me. No, did you consider how the person doing the mission feels? In a disabled emperor, it's indeed much harder than the simple ninth prince. Always choosing high difficulty missions. No wonder I can't complete them. Hehe, but host, you must have a plan in mind now. Song Ka slowly stuffed powder into bamboo tubes, as if making explosives. Then she said, "That's right. The reason I never wanted to join the imperial struggle is firstly, because I felt Prince Zhao's presence in Becoming King was very low. Secondly, I originally had to mobilize knowledge and ideas. As a normal person, not content with the current life situation, and as a person with power, unable to be content. It's time to start transforming the shop." Early the next morning, opposite Song Ka's tea house, there was also a tea house that opened. Little Lee rushed in panic to report. That shop opened with an identical menu, but their prices are much lower. Song Ka wasn't surprised. Once business is good, there will certainly be competing shops, attracting our customers over there because of lower prices. At this moment, a man arrived. His name was Jin Cheng, the owner of the tea house opposite. He was the young master of a merchant family. He said cheerfully, "Wishing you prosperity. You stole our shop's items and still have the face to say wishing prosperity." Little Lee couldn't help but scold. Jin Cheng pretended to smile and said, "How can you say it's stealing? It just happens that our shop and yours sell the same items. Such coincidences in this world surprise me too." Little Lee turned to Song Ka and asked what to do. "Should we lower our prices?" Song Ka calmly looked at Jin Cheng. Although she didn't plan to sell fruit tea to make money for life, it seems she's been provoked. "No need to panic. Our ingredients are much better than theirs. Besides, they've only learned superficially. It's not exactly the same. Keep our quality and prices unchanged. The more activities we do, the better. But, Little Lee, don't be bothered by this small matter. The merchant's tricks are much dirtier than these things." After the competitor incident, next came the landlord, who wanted to cancel the rental agreement and even agreed to compensate 3 times the deposit as written in the agreement. "I'm sorry, I can't rent this tea house to you anymore." "What? Why? What's going on? What should we do about this? Our shop has been open for less than 2 months. Just as business is picking up, we have to move." Song Ka's face turned serious as she asked the man, "Can you tell me why you suddenly want the house back? I won't hide anything from you. This shop's layout has cost us quite a bit. Suddenly taking it back puts me in a difficult position." The landlord replied, "So I'll follow the agreement. Compensate 3 times the rent, but this house really can't be rented out anymore." "How much did Mr. Jin next door offer you?" Song Ka's sudden question made the landlord uncomfortable and speechless. "Is it true?" Hearing Song Ka say this, Little Lee couldn't believe Mr. Jin next door would resort to such dirty tricks. Then Song Ka continued, 4 to 5 times or more. Normally, landlords won't risk paying 3 times compensation to evict tenants. But if someone can help him pay the compensation and offer a higher price, canceling the contract is not impossible. Mr. Jin doesn't want to do this, does he? After all, it's just a small amount of money. Normal people, of course, won't treat money like trash. But the reputation of Seven Family Tea House has become famous recently. As long as we maintain the premises, customers will keep coming. What Mr. Jin wants isn't just this house. He also wants the decoration, the reputation, the customer base, and monopoly of the entire fruit tea business. It seems 5 times the rent isn't expensive at all. What? This is like a cuckoo taking over a nest. Clearly, we were the first shop. At this point, the landlord saw how formidable Song Ka was. Everything was guessed correctly. Mr. Jin had indeed promised to pay the compensation and also increase the rent 5-fold. Just the immediate profit had confused the landlord, who said he wouldn't rent to them anymore no matter what. He also said tomorrow, Song-ka and her people must clean up and leave this place. Since you already know the background of this shop, I have a better business idea. I want to ask if you're interested. Back at the prince's mansion, Song-ka was rummaging through things in her room. Qin-jiao entered the room, found it strange, and wanted to ask what she was doing. As soon as she saw her husband arrive, Song-ka called him over. Then she used him as a ladder to sit on, reaching for a box on top of the wardrobe. Prince Zhao blushed at this situation. With her husband's help, Song-ka quickly got what she needed. As she opened the wooden box, she said, "Today, the owner of the shop opposite ours used some tricks, causing the landlord to come and reclaim the house. I'm sorry. If I had more prestige and power, they wouldn't dare treat you like this." He felt that, although he was clearly a prince, no one seemed to respect him. "Oh my, we can't rely on you for everything. The prince may not know. It's precisely because I married you that I have the opportunity to go out." The jewels bestowed by the emperor. Seeing Song-ka take out the jewels and examine them, Prince Zhao quickly said, "Are those the hairpins and phoenix coronet bestowed by the emperor?" In ancient times, hairpins and phoenix coronets were prepared by the bride's family. They could be considered as dowry. Song-ka then jumped off Prince Zhao and said a bit mischievously, "Although it said the hairpins are imperial gifts, they'll still have to be packed and returned to the Ha family later. But during that unlucky wedding ceremony before, the phoenix coronet was damaged. I secretly kept some of the damaged jade treasures. I put them away for when we might need them. The Ha family, worried about being punished, certainly won't speak up. Unexpectedly, we can use them now to save the situation." "Save the situation? My lady, do you plan to use part of it to negotiate a higher rent?" Prince Zhao asked. Song-ka replied, "Of course not. We just need to create a bidding situation. Both sides will fall into useless consumption. The landlord will ally with one party, intentionally trying to take money from the other side. By the time it stops, the opponent will have reached their limit. So, I plan to use that money to change the location of the tea house." After Song-ka finished speaking, she thought, based on the quality of these jewels, buying a house shouldn't be a problem. But in ancient times, there were complications with items bestowed by the emperor that still needed to be dealt with. It's best to increase the price and reclaim them. Prince Zhao also thought for a moment and then said, "My lady, do you plan to destroy the phoenix hairpins that you only get once in a lifetime? This way we'll have, besides the prince's mansion, other real estate as well. We won't need to be constrained out there." Both of them fell into silence for a long while. Song-ka had to speak first. She asked, "Do I make you hate me now? After all, it was a gift bestowed by your father, the emperor. Yet I not only gave it to the Ha family, but also hid a part intending to sell it. It really shows a lack of basic morals." Prince Zhao hurriedly said, No, it's not like that. But it's a pity I'm that kind of person. Remember, Prince, you once asked before I time traveled what kind of person I was. Well, roughly cold, flattering, and likes to take advantage of others. It's natural for you to feel disappointed." As she spoke, Song recalled her past. People always gossiped about her behind her back. Especially, they were curious when she started a new project. Rival companies would proactively withdraw. Not knowing what she'd done to be so frightening to them, they thought a weak woman would be more lovable. Song-ka always wondered to herself, why are weak women considered lovable, while strong women become the opposite? However, I can't change for now, so I'm sorry. At this moment, Prince Zhao suddenly hugged her tightly. "No, you don't need to change. Everything my lady does is for the prince's mansion." Prince Zhao felt it was better to say it this way. If she only cared about the phoenix coronet, that would be worrying. She said she'd change this place for our future. She said it could let us live peacefully, without worries. His words made Song-ka blush with embarrassment, but what she wanted was to change this entire world. Prince Zhao continued, "Moreover, if my lady hadn't mentioned this, I wouldn't have known. But my lady chose to tell me her plan. This proves that my lady has shown her worst side to me instead of hiding it." Prince Zhao was very happy at this moment. It seemed Song-ka trusted him to the extent that she could sell imperial gifts for him, which, if discovered, would result in punishment. Let's consider it that way, Song-ka thought, seeing that although she wasn't at her worst, he was still so happy. Clearly, it wasn't anything good. Prince Zhao was, of course, also thinking, to grasp someone, you must start from when they dislike themselves most. Usually, she's not lazy. Finally, I can seize the right opportunity. Is there anything my lady needs me to do? Prince Zhao put on an eager expression. First, he thought he should show an attitude of agreement. Although father can't remember how many pearls pearls were in the phoenix coronet he bestowed upon the prince. Selling them shouldn't be a big issue, but selling your own betrothal gifts, wouldn't that be heartbreaking? This prince is useless, but I hope I can share some of my lady's burdens. Prince Zhao's acting skills completely broke down Song Ke's defenses. She didn't feel any pain at all. The image from the original work had taken root in her heart. She didn't consider any other possibilities at all. There's really nothing. Song Ke's thoughts at this moment were to casually find something for her husband to do. Nothing too serious, just something to get by. Prince Zhao, on the other hand, thought that returning to the capital was indeed similar to what Song Ke wanted to do. The restraint had lasted long enough. He must find an opportunity to agree with her succession intentions. It could make Qin Zhao know when to retreat and be docile when teased. Indeed, there's only, if my lord is willing and doesn't dislike me, may I ask for a kiss from you? Since marriage, we still haven't shown any intimate actions. He must not like it. Oh my, perhaps he'll blush with embarrassment and run away when he sees it. Ah, will Prince Zhao blush and kiss shyly? Can this woman do such things even without feelings? How much does she like physical relationships? But if I refuse now, all previous efforts might be in vain. After much consideration, Prince Zhao made a bold decision. What's there to like or dislike? You are my wife. Prince Zhao suddenly placed a precise kiss on Song Ke's lips. This made her eyes widen in surprise. Wait, it's really happening. After kissing, what should be done next? Should we French kiss or just a simple kiss? While Song Ke was still unsure what to do, Prince Zhao had already started to show expertise with French kissing skills that he had never experienced before. Perhaps it was a natural talent. He clearly seemed like someone who had been single for years, yet he was so skilled. This won't do. A modern person who has read a lot of literature of various colors like me can't lose. Song Ke began to respond. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling Qin Zhao down gradually. What is she doing? Wasn't it just supposed to be a kiss? Why? Both of them possessed the strength of a deer pretending to eat a tiger. But to make Song Ke happy, Prince Zhao intended to let her take the initiative. But on second thought, he felt that he was still a man after all. He absolutely couldn't back down in bedroom matters. The two began to get heated, wrestling for a while before letting go, panting heavily. Why did it turn out like this? It was just kissing, but it felt like fighting. Prince Zhao's face was still flushed red. He wiped off the saliva and conveniently gave a light lick. My lady, what did you eat? There's a very fragrant smell. Just ate a tangerine. A tangerine. The seemingly meaningless question now made both of them blush even more. Song Ke, feeling embarrassed, made an excuse to sleep and left first. Oh heavens, why did he ask what I had eaten? I didn't expect Qin Zhao's actions would make me panic so much. Could it be that I'm getting old? Not only is my cornea not good, but my heart isn't well either. How can that be when this body is only 18 years old? Returning to her room, Song Ke hurriedly went to wash her face with cold water. But thinking back, is this how kissing feels? Soft and making one feel all hot. Why do I feel a bit addicted already? Feeling that her thoughts were starting to go astray, Song Ke quickly banged her head against the mirror with a thud. Addicted to what nonsense? Don't let thoughts from movies affect the mission to return home. Then Song Ke climbed into bed, lying down to think. Hadn't I decided long ago that I'm not suited for romance, even less suited for marriage? The alliance marriage is just a strategy. Finish it quickly and return to modern times is best. Thinking too much will prevent sleep. Soon, Song Ke fell into a deep sleep, snoring away. At this moment, Prince Zhao wheeled over to quietly watch her sleep from beside the bed, turning to blow out the oil lamp, softly saying, "Sleeping with the light on isn't good." After saying this, he leaned down and placed a kiss on Song Ke's lips. But after kissing, he realized this doesn't taste like earlier. Early the next morning, at the Seven Families tea house, Song Ke listlessly opened the shop. Time to continue business. Just worried about adjusting her mindset. She almost forgot that she and Prince Zhao had to sleep in the same bed. Waking up in the morning, seeing the face she had just kissed yesterday, the impact was too great. This is a test of self-control ability. She could only sneak out. Time to try the final experiment. Maybe tonight I should suggest separate beds with Qin Zhao. At the shop across the street, Jin Cheng saw Song Ke looking tired, yawning repeatedly. So he came over to tease her. Well, if it isn't Manager Song, why are you so free today? Not busy choosing a new location for your shop. As soon as Song Ke heard this guy open his mouth, she knew he was definitely the one causing trouble. Why choose a new shop? On the contrary, Mr. Jin, I'm afraid you'll have to pay rent for the next door property to me from now on, Song Ka said while taking out a paper. It was a land deed clearly stating that from this date, the property had been transferred to Prince Qinzhao. It even had the signature of the landlord Li Bian on it. What do you mean, Manager Song? I don't mean anything. Just that starting from today, I've become the rightful owner of this building. Recalling yesterday's events, Songka used treasures and part of the business funds in exchange, of course also using the royal family's influence. Besides the East Sea jewels, there was also gold. Buying the land was easily within her means. If you're worried about Jin's revenge, you'd better consider my brother-in-law's status. Given the current situation, removing yourself from this tea-house rivalry might be the wisest choice, don't you think? Hearing Songka's words, Jin Cheng panicked. Could it be she wants to use the same tactics I used before, forcing the shop owner out and directly taking over, then having to sign a lease several times higher to set sky-high prices for the rival shop so his shop could maintain normal prices? But I'm not raising the rent at all, nor do I intend to compete for your business, Songka said. Jin Cheng was surprised. Manager Song, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush like this. After saying this, he thought, if not competing for business, what does she want to do? Haha, Mr. Jin, you truly are a smart person. Then I'll speak frankly. I have a way that benefits both of us, a strategy to link our shops. Jin Cheng pondered for a moment. Then he asked Song Ka to explain the plan. Song Ka began to explain the concept. A chain of shops or stores selling the same products, serving a small brand, and distributed everywhere, under the leadership of one main owner. Simply put, the shops will always keep introducing new dishes and ingredients to customers. At the same time, offering cooking classes. Learn as you teach. Of course, you'll have to give up some profit. How will the profits be divided? It can't be too expensive. Jin Cheng asked cautiously. Songka replied, not much. We'll only take 1/10 of the shop's net income. With Mr. Jin's abilities, you surely won't be satisfied with just one shop, right? You can open other shops as you wish. At the same time, you don't need to worry about early-stage troubles. Even snacks, fruits, fresh vegetables can be ordered directly from the main store. Very convenient, isn't it? The more Jin Cheng thought about it, the more sense it made. If a portion of the profit could solve the food and ingredient issues, then he'd have the energy to do other things, earn more money. Songka said cheerfully, it's completely fine. It's all about money. Of course, it's more fun to earn together with everyone. After saying this, Songka laughed inwardly. You think I'm only selling to you alone. After this deal, the prince's estate's total assets have tripled. The female supporting character's startup mission for Yang Wang has been completed. That afternoon, she happily informed her staff that the shop had been retained. Xiaoxing and Xiao Li were very pleased. Now I have something to announce. From now on, the position of shop manager will be taken by a newly recruited gentleman. I temporarily have some matters to attend to, so I can't stay in the shop for long, she said as she went to her homemade blackboard to explain in detail. I will nominate someone else to be the boss, to become the person in charge of the tea shop. And the main job is to plan the dishes every day and the shop's arrangement, and the salary will be related to the profit of the entire shop. Xiao Li, sitting below, had some questions. So as long as the shop makes a lot of money, the person who becomes the boss will be able to get more than 2 taels of silver. Songka nodded and said, that's right. This is a very important matter. All right then. Now I'll announce the successor boss of our 7 Homes tea shop. It's the talented chef, Pao Cheng. Pao Cheng couldn't believe what he heard. What? Me, I'm just a chef. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. Songka said, then handed the manager's badge to Pao Cheng. Yesterday, his expression wasn't good. Combined with before, it's possible that he was already swayed by Boss Jin, right? With Boss Jin, you can't just mind the room and not the person. Indeed, Jin Cheng had privately met and offered to triple Pao Cheng's salary. The chef is almost the core of a restaurant. You can't just casually find a replacement. Pao Cheng immediately joyfully thanked the boss. It's nothing. Just do well. Have the students from over there come here yet? I never thought at this age I could have students. It's all thanks to the boss. At this point, Pao Cheng suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then he bowed low and said, Boss, I am well aware of my own abilities. Those dishes, rather than saying they were created by the chef, it's better to say you gave them to me. I've always been looking forward to the chance to change those dishes. So I plan to stay in the tea shop forever. I will absolutely not change my mind. As he said this, his hand had already tightly gripped the manager's badge. I certainly know that young Master Pao has put a lot of effort into this shop. Otherwise, I wouldn't entrust this important responsibility to you, Songka said as she helped Pao Cheng stand up. A smile appeared on her lips. Let's work hard together. As long as you work diligently, everyone will have the chance to become a boss in the future. Songka's words today had given her employees a lot of motivation. After finishing, Songka stepped out of the tea house. Heavens, it's already so late. Wearing a fake smile mask all day is really tiring. Whether inside or outside, you have to maintain an air of thinking of solutions. Thinking about how exhausting it is, there hasn't been a day when I could go home before dark. Zhao Er must be very worried, right? I can't use the attitude towards a virtual boyfriend to treat him. Qin Zhao, who obediently met me, is really too pitiful. I should make it clear that it's not love then abandonment. It's just that there's no way to be in love. While thinking, Songka heard the sound of clashing swords. Looking towards the sound, she saw a white-haired young man being attacked by a group of people. When she saw the white-haired youth throw hidden weapons while masked, Songka felt this person seemed to be from the Tang sect, a top-tier assassin organization mentioned in the original work. Concealed face, black outfit, hidden weapons. Why are they encountered here? The Tang sect is an organization in Sungwang, always assassins and spies hired by various factions, but never revealed themselves. If not using overly conspicuous methods, their identity is completely undetectable. While still thinking, the white-haired person darted towards Songka at a very fast speed. Suddenly, a hand covered her mouth and pulled her back. Don't be afraid, it's me. I'm from the martial arts world with excellent skills. The Tang sect's movements are strange and unpredictable. It's best not to get involved. It took Songka a moment to come to her senses and realize this was actually her husband. She immediately asked in surprise, "Why are you here? How did you know it was me?" Zhao Wang removed his hand from her mouth and said with a smile, "Waiting for so long without seeing my wife come home. Of course I was worried. So I intentionally came to the shop to find you. As for how I recognized you, the sound of my wife's footsteps I will never forget." As he spoke, Zhao Wang tightly embraced Songka. "Oh, so that's how it is. But it's all right now. You can relax now. No, I have physical limitations and can't move conveniently. Only by staying close can I protect you. You should wait a bit longer. But if you could help me observe clearly the movements of those martial artists, that would be even better." Although Zhao Wang can't see, through the sounds of weapons and techniques, he can judge which organization they belong to. Songka felt a bit uncomfortable in this position. How could she observe like this? It's too dark and there are no lights. I can't see clearly either. After saying that, she had to remind herself, Songka, you need to calm down quickly. Don't forget your plan to separate beds. You can't be seduced by beauty. She only felt that the person in assassin's clothes was chasing someone, a masked man. The things they used seemed to be knives and hidden weapons. The person being chased also had strong martial arts skills, but was overwhelmed by numbers. Songka suddenly remembered something. Although in the original work of Xunguang, the Tang sect organization wasn't mentioned, there was a masked character. The reason Songka, after transmigrating, chose to open a shop to deal with the ninth prince. First, because of insufficient funds. Second, because she had read the novel. The poetry gathering was the beginning of all stories. The first chapter of Xunguang used poetry to describe the talents of the princes, and in it was the relationship that later led the ninth prince, Tan Shengxian. The poetry gathering had passed for half a month. The ministers had chosen the prince they wanted to support, right? 9 should take action now. I am the ninth prince, you are 9. Isn't this fate? Dedicate yourself to this prosperous era. Why does your subordinate always have such a cold face? It's like he's a drowned corpse. Hearing this person ask, the ninth prince replied. His lover was killed by himself. His heart died with her. 9 became like this because of his lover's death. Could this person be the guard named 9? But I didn't hear that this character had white hair. At this moment, 9 had been slashed by the assassins, severely wounded. Sorry, young master. Only when no one is around can the master continue on his path. I'm just following orders. Songka now sat on Zhao Wang's lap and said, They seem to be talking, but I can't hear clearly. It's fine. I can hear them. In short, there are 2 factions within the Tang sect. Among them, the elders have power. So after the old sect leader ascended to the throne, the vice sect leader wanted to kill the heir to seize power. The nature of the martial world is similar to the imperial court. The white-haired man in the lady's words must be the legitimate young master pressured by his family. When that group swung their swords down, Another figure flew in. Someone else appeared again. The figure looks like a woman. That girl appeared quickly, drawing her sword to block an attack from the assassin Tianqiu. According to Zhao Wang's assessment, this woman has very good skills. When attacked by 3 assassins, she swiftly and nimbly used the braid tied at her temple to send one of them to meet his ancestors. Wow, so cool, Tianqiu. Why are you here, sister? You're clearly still sick, Nine said worriedly. It's fine. Let's run quickly. Tianqiu grabbed Nine's hand and fled. The assassins immediately chased closely behind. Let's quickly chase after them. It's so dark. If we keep our distance, we won't be discovered. Qin asked patiently. My lady, why are you so excited? Could it be related to the script you read before? This person is a key character. Moreover, she used to fiercely oppose you. The Ninth Prince's people had harmed your fiancé. Killed the fiancé, right? The Ninth Prince appears harmless on the surface. Songka had now started the main storyline, thinking it's time to leak information to Little White Lotus. But Zhao Wang didn't believe this information. He kept shaking his head. Songka said, believe it or not, it's up to you, my lord. As you know, I'm not from this world. I'm not as powerful as you and don't need to deceive you. This information of hers, could she have seen it in the script? After all, Ninth Brother's wish is also mine. It took quite some time to clarify. I understand, but let's put that aside for now. Now, the more important matter is the Tang family's grudge and how to handle it tonight. The script says Tang Ran couldn't kill the young master. Instead, he was severely injured and saved by the Ninth Prince. He became his assistant, so he thought about eradicating them together with this person. The 9 guards in the novel are good at investigating and assassinating. If they become enemies, it will be very troublesome. But seeing his expression when he's next to that girl, I changed my mind. Someone who can make a top cold-blooded assassin show such an expression, besides his lover, I'm afraid there's no one else. Perhaps being with you for so long, my lord, I've also caught the disease of being soft-hearted. Because I can't love myself, I feel that others' affection is very precious. I'm very interested in the topic of love that can change a person's life. Do you want to see? By now, they've encountered the assassin's corpse. But noticing that the bloodstains have dried, she continued, the white-haired man is seriously injured. Suddenly, the bleeding stopped. The paused bloodstains prove those 2 are not here. Perhaps they've been carried away. Although the image of being carried away looks strange, it's not impossible. Maybe the 2 worked together. The injured one used his lightness skill to move in the darkness. The bloodstains are just used as a diversion. After Zhao Wang finished speaking, he sniffed the air. Then he asked Songka to take him northward. Oh, right. People here know lightness skill. Like those Tang sect assassins, their movements are unseen. They must be splitting up to search. The 2 of us shouldn't fight. If we accidentally get hit or attacked, it won't be good. Go north. In the original, Qin Zhao came from the devil sect. He practiced divine martial arts. But due to physical issues, he couldn't practice sword techniques. He could only use martial arts that didn't involve his legs. At this moment, Songka suddenly stopped and said, this is entirely due to my curiosity. We shouldn't let my lord put himself in danger. So my lord, please find a safe place to rest first. I'll quietly strike fast and win quickly. After finding the person, how should we regroup? No, we just said we can't separate. I can protect you, my lady, Qin Zhao said with some concern. These words made Songka waver. Don't worry, I have my own methods. As they were talking, Zhao Wang suddenly heard a strange sound. A hidden weapon flew towards them at high speed. Fortunately, his skills were high. With just a slight movement, he deflected the hidden weapon. Song Ka was startled by this scene. She quickly looked around for the attacker. Could they have been discovered by those assassins? If you're not pursuers, then get lost, Nine coldly spoke up. He didn't think these 2 could find him. It wasn't without effort, you know? We can't say it was effortless. Being able to approach the target so quickly was all thanks to Qin Zhao's hearing and smell. The reason he wanted to go north earlier was because he had smelled blood. That's right, for ordinary people, darkness is scary. But for him, it's as normal as sugar cubes and milk cartons. After hearing Song Ka say they had no ill intentions and could even help them escape, Nine asked skeptically, why help us? What's in it for you? Song Ka replied, of course there's a benefit, but for now you just need to state your request. No, it's meaningless now. No one can help anymore. Why not? Song Ka asked curiously. Nine clutched his wound, turned away and said, it's not possible because it's not possible. To complete the mission, I actually knew about your abilities long ago, so I knew you weren't pursuers. But Tianqiu has been infected with a disease. Even if the prince has more medicines, it can't be cured. It's an incurable poisoning. Song Ka and Zhao Wang looked at each other. other. At this moment, Nine went to Tianchu's side, who was curled up in a dark corner. To be honest, I've observed the prince's mansion for a long time. I really admire your life. Unfortunately, admiration is just admiration in the end. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't even solve my own problems. I've caused her last days to be so disturbed that she can't find peace. Nine painfully stroked Tianchu's cheek. Seeing this scene, Song Ka suddenly thought, could he be the pear thief, the one who had been watching the prince's mansion recently? May I ask, what is this incurable disease you mentioned? What are the symptoms? Have you been to a clinic? Zhao Wang asked. Nine was silent for a moment, then said, it's intestinal cancer. Song Ka had never heard of intestinal cancer before. I've explained, so don't ask anymore. Perhaps this is retribution. At this moment, Tianchu in Nine's arms was in unbearable pain. Nine felt this was like a kind of retribution for him. For doing many bad things, what he cared about would also be taken away. Although Song Ka had many questions, now was the time to save the person first. My lord, what is intestinal cancer? Is there really no cure, as he says? Zhao Wang nodded. Cancer is indeed like that. Intestinal cancer is different from common stomach ailments. When it occurs, the abdomen will be unusually painful and bloated. It gradually worsens over time, leading to the patient's coma and death. Abdominal pain. Why does this description sound like appendicitis? Appendicitis. Zhao Wang wondered. You're right. It's similar to the symptoms of appendicitis in modern times, which can be quickly cured through surgery. The reason for high mortality in ancient times is probably because they forbade cutting into the body. External medicine treatment has many limitations. What is surgery? Zhao Wang asked again. It's using a knife to remove the diseased part from the patient's body. Then it's stitched up and allowed to gradually recover. The appendix is not a vital organ in humans. Removing it doesn't endanger life. Tell me more about the surgical method. Perhaps we can try it. You mean, if we can diagnose this young lady's appendicitis, then we might attempt surgery to help her. Zhao Wang nodded. Song Ka gasped in surprise. As expected of a physician whom the Jianghu calls the divine hands Qin Wang, you can apply Western medical knowledge that you've never understood before. Of course, I can't guarantee that I can save her life, but if we don't try, there won't even be a glimmer of hope. Young master, what do you think? Nine pressed his lips tightly, falling into hesitation. At this moment, the group of assassins suddenly arrived. Song Ka hurriedly shouted, signaling everyone to run. However, the only escape route was blocked. Above, another assassin slowly descended. Young master's methods are still the same. It really took me quite a while to find you. Why are there more people now? Forget it. Kill them all. We can't let anyone who has seen Tang Clan's actions remain alive now. Nine rushed out and slashed at an assassin with his sword. You take Tianchu away, I'll hold them off here. Then both sides began to charge at each other and fight. Song Ka thought that with Nine's words, they could escape comfortably, but his chances of survival would be very low. He couldn't escape and had to fend off those who wanted to take his life. Song Ka turned back to get Tianchu, although he said he would be loyal to the ninth prince. Even unto death, his lover was in Zhao Wang's mansion. If he survived, he could only be on our side, all benefit and no harm. But this still wasn't the most favorable. Zhao, Miss Tianchu depends on you. Wait for me a moment. Madam, let's go quickly. The Tang clan's young master can't hold out for long. Zhao Wang looked panicked. He didn't know what Song Ka was planning. Although he could handle several assassins alone, he still pretended to be a white lotus. At this moment, Song Ka began to draw out the hot goods to save him. Otherwise, tonight's efforts would be wasted. While both sides were fighting to the death, Song Ka, arms full of goods, said innocently, Young Master Tang, let's discuss business. If we can give you and Tianchu the life you want, what can you offer us in return? Nine turned back in panic and said, You clearly can't say such things. Quickly take Tianchu away. What if it's really possible? As soon as Song Ka finished speaking, he threw the hot goods towards the assassins. There was a loud bang behind them. The assassins were immediately pushed back. Quick, come here. While there are fireworks, they can't get close. Yes, Nine suddenly used respectful language. Then he ran back to Song Ka's team. Song Ka continued to bombard the assassin team throughout the small alley. Then only the sound of bangs could be heard, just like New Year's Eve. Unexpectedly, the fireworks made in spare time actually worked. Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal. Although the power of the fireworks was unstable, the noise was so loud and the commotion so big that nearby residents would surely be awakened. Song Ka pushed the wheelchair, running like the wind while shouting, Help! There's a murderer. What about the law? Zhao Wang truly didn't expect this move. After Song Ka finished shouting, several aunties began to fling open their doors and yell, "Who's setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? Do you have a death wish? That's right. What are you doing? It's so noisy." The assassin group could no longer continue their actions. What should we do? We can't expose our presence in front of others. Many brothers have already been injured by the fireworks. Withdraw. There are still many days ahead. Songka's group continued to run at full speed. After a struggle, they finally returned to Zhao Wang's mansion. Then they began to prepare for Tianchu's surgery. The knife has been sterilized and the cloth has been boiled. We can't give bacteria any chance to remain. I'm not a professional doctor. I can only stand by and offer suggestions to help your highness. Surgery using a knife will certainly be very painful. To avoid struggling, here is an anesthetic that can completely paralyze the patient. The anesthetic is basically ready, but putting someone into a complete coma is still Lin Yang's specialty. Song Ka turned in surprise to look at her. Just now she had opened the door, not understanding anything, and was pulled in. She's an expert in this skill. Forget it. We can't manage so much for now. Trust Qinzhao first. Please help Miss Tianchu stabilize. The surgery is about to begin. What's going on? The master clearly went to pick up his wife. Why did he bring back 2 injured people and causing such a commotion? It's a long story, Song Ka said, turning to explain to Tangju. In short, Zhao Wang will prepare to operate on this lady's abdomen to remove the disease from her body. There will be a lot of blood. If you can't handle it, go outside. It's fine. I'll stay. But can you two guarantee that Tianchu will be saved? I've already told Tang Xiaomenzu it's also Qin's first time performing abdominal surgery. We don't know if she'll live or die. It's up to heaven's will. Tangju showed clear reluctance, but he understood this was the only ray of hope to save the one he loved. I understand I was being abrupt. The first half of Becoming King is about the 9th prince touring the palace. On one hand, dealing with the evil of the royal relatives. On the other, gradually pulling the court officials back to his side. The assassin Tangju is the one he trusts most. He's also the one in his hand who is a discarded chess piece in the script. But now he's been assimilated by Qin Zhao. Thinking this, Song Ka said, although all comfort is useless now, compared to some heroic bones or whatever, I still prefer to see a reunited ending. This is clearly the right opportunity to negotiate. Just one sentence can make him loyal, just as he was to the 9th prince in the novel. Selling himself to Zhao Wang's mansion, Songka took Tangju's hand and placed it in Tianchu's, saying, Master Tang, if you're worried, hold her hand and pray for her. From a scientific perspective, contact with your body temperature will be a great encouragement for her. The 2 words scientific perspective confused Tangju. But unexpectedly on the other side, Zhao Wang, who was boasting earlier, has calmed down now. Seems like he's jealous. Hehe. Song Ka, can you come here and help me? I want to put these candles on the bed. Oh, all right, but why do you need so many candles? Song Ka felt a bit puzzled. Shadowless lamps are multi-angle short light sources. The doctor's shadow affects the surgery, but isn't my husband blind? Why bother simulating surgical lamps? Zhao Wang removed his eye cover and said, it's just a habit. Having eyes open while practicing medicine makes people feel more at ease. Song Ka silently observed, but somehow she had a feeling that Qin Zhao seemed as if he could see. Use alcohol to wash hands. Zhao Wang began to perform the surgery. With Song Ca's assistance, the operation was quickly completed successfully. It's over. Miss Tianchu's breathing is stable. Next is to wait for her to wake up and prevent the wound from getting infected. There's no sterile environment here. After surgery, we need to be careful to avoid contact with dirty things. I understand. You two have worked hard all night. Go back and rest first. I will watch over Tianchu. Master Tang, you're also injured. Don't you need to rest a bit? Song Ka once again showed concern for Tangju. Zhao Wang's face grew even darker. It's fine. With her condition like this, I can't sleep at all. Let's talk when she wakes up. That's true. I'll take the prince back to rest first. You've worked hard. If you need anything, just call Tuiyi or Liniang. Thank you. It's very late now. Song Ka took the prince back to the room, her face weary. Working at high intensity for a whole day and night, I'm about to die of sleepiness. The chief surgeon must be the most tired. Your Highness should also rest early. Master Tang's side has people watching over. It's all right. My lady, could you please come a bit closer? Song Ka found this request confusing, but still leaned her bright face closer. What are you doing? For some unknown reason, Zhao Wang suddenly kissed her. Song Ka was so stunned she almost fell backwards. Why did he suddenly kiss me? Qin Zhao, what are you doing? Is it because of us or the surgery being too stressful that you need to do something to release? I've heard that in surgeons' break rooms there are many cigarettes, because after intense concentration, they need to relax. Zhao Wang let out a sigh. Then, caressing Songka's face, he asked, "It seems my lady cares a lot about the young master of the Tang family. Is he better than me? Clearly, you are my wife." Song Ka was dumbfounded. What on earth is he talking about? Why do you want to compare? The reason I care about Tang Ju is because he's been wronged in the matter of Shuang Wang mentioning that story again. Zhao Wang felt a bit uncomfortable. Then what about me? Am I important in your story? Songka thought to herself, what's wrong with him? It seems after the kiss, he's become a bit clingy. Songka deliberately averted her eyes and spoke hesitatingly. Seeing this, Zhao Wang said, no, perhaps I should ask this way. Is the one you care about me or the me in the story? Songka broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, the confusion between them has been discovered. Although Qin Zhao in the novel and the current Qin Zhao are the same person, there are indeed some differences. I'm sorry. Did I make my husband feel insecure? Could it be that he's jealous? What should I do to make him happier? Song Ka said as she helped Zhao Wang lie down on the bed. Zhao Wang, with a cold face, indifferently said, it's nothing. After saying that, he felt strange. He could clearly go along with what she said to extract all the details from the story, but he felt unhappy. Song Ka sighed and said, how about this? I'll tell you everything from the novel Becoming King. If after listening you can give your own thoughts, I would be extremely touched. Zhao Wang was a bit surprised. She's willing to tell me everything. At this point, Song Ka began to summarize. The novel Becoming King starts with the Autumn Festival. It's meant to inform readers about the complexity of the court factions. Among them, the Crown Prince of the Empress's faction and the Third Prince are greatly favored by the Emperor. They are the most likely successors. The Crown Prince is the Empress's son. Behind him is the power of the General's mansion. The Third Prince is the son of a consort most favored by the Emperor. However, when the old Emperor falls gravely ill and is bedridden, everything changes. The General's mansion, fearing the old Emperor doesn't have much time left, might pass the throne to the Third Prince. So they're determined to force the Emperor to abdicate. The Empress comes from the Prime Minister's family. Thus, the Crown Prince is supported by the General's mansion. But the price was also very clear. The Ninth Prince we rescued last night also lost his life at that time. Finally, Qin Shengshan ran to your mansion seeking protection. This is the detail I like the most. At that time, you alone stood blocking the door of the prince's mansion, facing thousands of troops, yet standing tall without fear. Such imposing presence, such determination. I haven't read the content after that yet, but before that, I've seen the plot spoilers. Roughly, the ending is Qin Shengshan allies with martial arts forces to attack the imperial city, finally becoming the new emperor. After hearing Song Ka's story, Zhao Wang awkwardly said, my lady, do you really like me in the story? Isn't the focus misplaced? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't I ask what my own ending will be? After saying this, she thought to herself, looks like there's no escape now. I had wanted to change the subject. Zhao Wang excitedly grabbed Song Ka, but Vi wants to pay more attention to my lady's thoughts. Song Ka gently embraced him, saying, don't worry, novels and reality are just possibilities. My feelings for the characters in the novel are just appreciation. Clearly, you're the one who wants to help me go home. Go home, that's right. My husband hasn't answered me yet about whether you intend to succeed the throne. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. I want to, but once it's confirmed, we must plan for the future situation. For example, whether to directly participate in the Ninth Prince's camp or not. But with Qin Shengshan's calculating mind, we still need to consider promoting an uprising. Currently, Qin Shengshan is more skilled and cunning than in the script. We might be betrayed at any moment. Zhao Wang now fell into a state of mixed emotions. From the moment he was born, he always thought, it's a pity this child's birth was a mistake. He couldn't see this was retribution for the holy maiden's defiled body. Back then, he asked his mother, Mother, why do they say such things about me? How does little Zhao feel? I also want to know why you were born. Clearly, if you didn't exist, I wouldn't have ended up like this, she said, then slapped Qin Zhao skillfully. Ha ha ha, but it's not too late. As long as we take everything from that man, we'll have a chance to win. Qin Zhao, do you want to save your mother? Then carry the hatred and everything I've taught you. Destroy this world. Wait until the day you, Qin Zhao, ascend the throne. Only then will I be completely liberated. Seeing Qin Zhao standing there dazed, Songka hurriedly shook him. Qin Zhao, can you hear me? If I become emperor, will you leave me? Zhao Wang suddenly asked. When I explained about time travel, I already said my body in modern times is severely injured. Completing the system's mission is the only way to revive, but I don't have any obsession with returning early. It mainly depends on your choice. Fifi understands. Zhao Wang finished speaking. He then forcefully pulled Song Ka and pressed her down on the bed. Once I become emperor, those who have traveled through time may return to their era, but with that, Song Ka will also disappear. Zhao Wang suddenly bit Song Ka's neck violently once. The bite was so strong that some blood could be seen seeping out. However, he quickly regained control of his animal instincts, feeling that lately he didn't understand himself or what the hell he was doing anymore. I'm sorry, I seem to be a bit tired. Song Ka felt irritated all over. Suddenly biting someone, then claiming tiredness, refusing to understand. Are you all right? You're not really affected by anything, are you? In that previous situation, Song Ka suddenly noticed that Zhao Wang's eyes just now seemed to move like they did before the surgery. Could it have been an illusion? Seeing Song Ka about to touch her neck, Zhao Wang stopped her. It's fine. Don't touch it. There's blood. We need to treat it first. He was seen using his tongue again to lick the bite mark thoroughly. Just now, the holy-handed Qin Wang healed me again. He's very strange today. All right, I can't smell blood anymore. It's taken care of. After doing all sorts of things, cat-like Zhao Wang hugged Song Ka and told her to go to sleep. Such is life. Song Ka wanted to cry, but had no tears. Haha, after performing a series of captivating actions, you just go to sleep. Does this count as ruining your image? The gentle little white lotus has turned into a man-eating flower. Although one could think that excited emotions might lead to biting, she completely didn't understand what he was rushing for. It seems Qin Zhao is also like the ninth prince, having secrets not mentioned in the novel. Just don't know if this secret is good or bad. Early the next morning, Thuyi announced that Tian Thu had woken up. Song Ka and Zhao Wang also conveniently went to check on the situation. After a few more days, Tian Thu gradually returned to her normal state. She had regained her health and was hugging and crying with her lover. Song Ka's business chain was also successful, not only selling recipes to large taverns in the city, but also preparing to open a new shop. She was preparing ingredients to open a hot pot restaurant. At the same time, she instructed her staff to listen around the city to see if anyone knew how to make mechanisms. When returning to the prince's mansion, she talked about wanting to make a mechanism for Zhao Wang. As it happened, Tang Nine was returning from delivering food to Tian Thu, and upon hearing this, he stayed behind to ask what kind of mechanism his benefactor wanted to create. Song Ka thought to herself, that's right, the Tang family is known for hidden weapons. Besides assassination, they specialize in creating mechanisms. If Tang Nine is called the young master, he must be knowledgeable about mechanisms. Thinking this, she took out a piece of paper from her clothes, saying, I want to make according to this drawing, to create a mechanism that can grind grains and channel water. There's also a heating system at the back, but I'm not a professional. I only understand some basic principles. The detailed structure needs to be reviewed by an expert. Taking the drawing, Tang Nine thought for a moment and then said, Indeed, I've never seen such a thing before, but I can try. Is it really not troublesome for you? Tang Nine shook his head. No need for formalities. When I'm free, I'll examine this object in detail. You and the holy-handed Qin Wang have been kind to me. I will certainly repay this kindness. As soon as Tang Nine finished speaking, both Zhao Wang and Song Ka were surprised. Holy-handed Qin Wang. This is the title Qin Zhao used as a disguise when traveling the Jianghu, to avoid being hunted down. Logically, no one should know about it. How do you know about Zhao Wang? He calmly asked. Ah, is that so? Please don't worry. I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to confirm. As he spoke, Tang Nine quickly knelt down. I'm sorry. I was once hired to monitor Zhao Wang's mansion. The purpose was to confirm if Qin Zhao had any connection to the holy-handed Qin Wang in the Jianghu. I've caused trouble for you both. But despite this, you repaid evil with kindness. Without asking for anything in return, you saved me and Tian Thu. This has deeply moved me, so I'm willing to tell you everything I know. I, Tang Nine, grew up in the Tang clan since childhood. I was raised as the heir, trained rigorously in martial arts and craftsmanship. Later, the power of the elders in the Tang clan secretly rose. After my father passed away, I was accused of conspiracy by those elders, forced to leave the clan. While on the run, I met Tian Thu, who had left home to wander. She took me in and cared for me for a while. After recovering, to make a living, I could only use my identity as a Tang clan disciple to accept secret missions in the black market. This is how the elders discovered me. They wanted to completely eliminate this heir. Even in the black market, they won't reveal information about the buyers. But if you ask the person in charge, you might get some clues. Hearing this, Song Ka casually casually asked. The one buying information must be from the Imperial Palace, right? Tang Nine nodded. It must be someone who understands the rules of Jianghu. If you have any suspects in mind, please be cautious. Songka nodded slightly. Among the princes, only Qin Shengxian and Qin Zhao have connections with the Jianghu. Although we can't rule out the possibility of someone else in the palace doing it, suspicion towards the ninth prince is still very high. Could his finding Tang Nine just be a coincidence? Thinking this, she glanced at Zhao Wang and then turned to Tang Nine and said, "Thank you, young Master Tang. To be honest, I only have some preliminary guesses. There's nothing we can do about it. When Tiantu recovers, we'll leave quickly. I'm useless. Staying at the prince's mansion only causes more trouble. It's no trouble. If you have nowhere else to go for now, then stay at the prince's mansion as guards for a few days. After all, that night, your elders already knew about Mai and Zhao Wang's existence. Even if they don't remember our faces, the wheelchair is very distinct. They can find us just by asking around the city. So if danger is already present, we can only face it head on, right?" Tang Nine was very surprised by this statement. What do you want to do? The scene changes to that afternoon. Songka returned to her female attire. She took Zhao Wang to visit Tiantu. "Miss Tiantu, how is your body? Are your wounds still painful?" Tiantu happily sat up. "Thanks to your blessing, I'm fine now. Thank you both for saving my life. No need for such formality. We just came to check on you. Seeing you're all right puts us at ease. To be honest, I thought I was surely going to die this time. After Tang Nine told me what happened, I was very shocked. I heard you used very powerful explosives. That must have scared all the rats away. Sister Tiantu, you're still injured. Don't get excited." Song Ka listened to Tiantu and became pensive. Did I hear the surname Feng correctly? In the royal family, someone with the surname Feng, besides the bloodline of General Feng, who was granted the surname by imperial decree, there shouldn't be anyone else. Indeed, you didn't mishear. That's right, miss. Could it be the descendant of the Defender General? Defender General? Tang Nine looked surprised. Tiantu was seen scratching her head, saying, "I've been found out. Haha, that's right. I am the daughter of the general, but due to family matters, I'm temporarily not going home." Tiantu, why didn't you tell me? Little Nine didn't ask either. Song Ka couldn't help but sigh at this moment. To think she's actually the bloodline of the Defender General. No wonder her skills are so formidable. Wait, General Feng is known for his strict discipline. Logically speaking, his descendants shouldn't be wandering outside. Thinking this, she asked, "Could it be that you two are eloping now?" Tiantu suddenly became shy. Eloping. How could that be? Little Nine and I are just friends who met by chance. Even if we were closer, we should be called brothers. It can't possibly be running away from home. Hearing Tiantu's words, Songka thought to herself, it seems this young lady hasn't realized the other's true intentions. Tang Nine is really pitiful. It's because I wanted to see the outside world that I ran away. After all, the army doesn't need female generals. Being locked in a room, waiting to be married off is so boring. I wanted to be carefree for a while no matter what. After experiencing all the scenery of this world, I'll obediently go home and accept orders. Songka felt a bit frustrated. It's still the persistent problem of feudal society. Thinking this, she asked where Tiantu planned to go next. However, before Tiantu could answer, the door was pushed open by Thuy. Her face was panicked and urgent. "What's making you so flustered?" "That. Old Master Ha is outside the prince's mansion. He says he wants to see you and the madam. Steward Li sent me to ask for your instructions." Song Ka froze for 5 seconds. "Old Master Ha, who's that?" "Oh, it's my father. What's he doing here?" The Ha couple, having been made to wait outside for long, shouted as soon as they entered. "Song Ka, what's the meaning of this? We're your parents after all, yet we had to wait outside the door. Look at the attitude of our in-laws." Madam Li could only shake her head in exasperation. "Oh, may I ask, father and mother, why you're free to visit your daughter today? How can you still leisurely drink tea? Your elder brother has run into trouble at court. Hurry and help him." Thinking of her good-for-nothing brother, Song Ka was exasperated. Elder brother just recently started his official position. How could he have run into trouble already? Originally, your brother was doing well in his office. Suddenly, he's accused of embezzling food supplies. He's been arrested. Zhong Sheng. Everyone knows this child. At home, he's very well behaved. He absolutely doesn't have such guts. He's always been the one treating guests. He couldn't possibly take advantage of others. Song Ka was even more disgusted with her old mother now. Her mouth faster than her brain. talking as if singing. With Ha Zongsheng's boastful and exaggerating nature, the chaotic officialdom was indeed his grave. Thinking this, she said, "Then you should go to the magistrate. What use is there in coming to me? You damned girl. Your brother has been arrested by officials. How can you act like nothing's happened? If only the prince would speak up for us, perhaps the situation could be turned around." Old Master Ha said this and was about to slap Song Ka, but was stopped by Prince Zhao. At this moment, Song Ka angrily scolded, "How insolent. You say you're asking the prince for help, but your attitude doesn't show it. It sounds more like an order." The Ha couple never expected their daughter to talk back today. "Song Ka, we're not clear about Jinger's situation right now. Your mother and I are very anxious. Please understand." "Understand." Song Ka coldly interrupted her father. The old couple was stunned upon hearing this. "Huh, you don't even understand this word. Then leave. There's nothing more to say," Song Ka said, then pushed Prince Zhao's wheelchair away. Women and disabled people had extremely low status in ancient times. Even the prince's reputation couldn't suppress this. Old Master Ha was furious, but Madame Ha stopped him, reminding that saving their son was more urgent. Prince Zhao then pulled Song Ka's hand. He gently wrote a character on her palm. On the side, the Ha couple pretended to respectfully say, "We were too abrupt. Mother, we just asked the prince's mansion to speak with the office a bit to save our son. If his position can be restored, that would be even better." Looking at the character Prince Zhao had just written on her hand, Song Ka was surprised, because Prince Zhao was asking if she needed help. Her mood immediately brightened. She had almost forgotten that Qin Zhao was still standing beside her. Thinking this, she gently pinched his finger, saying, "No need. Your suggestion is not unreasonable. But first, the Ha family must pay a corresponding price." Song Ka pulled out a previous contract. Her old parents were shocked as soon as they saw it, because this was the contract signed with her father not long ago. Once a request is made, this agreement would be void. The party breaching the agreement not only has to compensate 3 times the jewelry to the prince's mansion, but also provide 3 sets of imperial robes bestowed by the emperor. Old Ha nearly coughed up blood when he heard this. "Damn you, you're plotting against me. I don't need help from a child like you anymore. There's no evidence. On the contrary, let's go to the magistrate and see who dares to judge this absurd case. All right, if no one will judge this absurd case, then it's fine not to help. But anyway, before I married, I was still part of the family. It's only right to consider it." Song Ka put away the contract and continued, "Then how about using the entire Ha family to exchange for your precious son's life? Of course, I don't mean to force you. You can scold me and then find someone else to help you. Good people, right?" Old Master Ha was now purple with rage. It's unclear whether he agreed to Song Ka's proposal or not after that incident. When Prince Zhao once again went to find Song Ka, she was hiding her head under a thick blanket. "What are you doing?" "Pretending to be an ostrich." "Ostrich?" Prince Zhao asked, confused. You probably don't know this animal, but I don't want to think right now, so I'm too lazy to explain. Recently, there have been too many complicated matters, and I can't relax. My mind is too tense. I still have to deal with the Tang clan's affairs later." Noticing his wife was unhappy today, Prince Zhao also gently lifted his legs, tucking his head under the blanket to be an ostrich with her. Song Ka was taken aback. "Ah, so cute. I'm dazed by Qin Zhao." Prince Zhao then took Song Ka's hand. "What are your plans for today's matter, my lady? Saving this elder brother isn't actually difficult. Even if the prince has no authority, the officials will still show some respect." Song Ka's heart began to beat rapidly. This silly and puzzling temperament of Qin Zhao. I already said it's not needed. I've opened a shop and have accumulated quite a few connections. I can understand everything about Ha Zongsheng's situation. Oh, so my lady still intends to help them after all. Let's see how they behave. If the Ha family truly dares to use all their assets to save their son's life, it will prove they have a weakness that's easy to manipulate. It also shows they have some humanity. Song Ka's expression fell at this moment. She remembered her memories from the real world. She was an orphan, adopted by parents who named her. Growing up, in the love and care of those two, her life was filled with so much happiness. But the more she recalled those happy memories, the more she felt sorry for herself in this world. Song Ka was so sad she wanted to cry. Why am I thinking about this again? No more thinking. Let me be a useless incense stick for a while. Just one incense stick is enough. Prince Zhao was a bit bewildered hearing this. Logically speaking, I should dislike my lady being so negative. If a wife can't support the prince's mansion, then she's no longer needed. But right now, for some reason, I really want to hold her tight. She seems to be in pain. Prince Zhao sat up. He picked up Song Ka, who was curled up in the blanket. The stirring feeling in his heart was a desire to control. He wanted to get close and savor the submissive, weak appearance of his prey. Hoo-hoo, what is my husband doing? Let me hug you for a while. Prince Zhao tightened his embrace, but the more he hugged, the more Songka squirmed. It must be the desire to control. Before, when I bit her, I also felt a rare pleasure. But if I continue to ignore this craving for prey, Songka will get hurt. So I can only do this. Through the blanket, Prince Zhao opened his mouth and bit repeatedly. Songka inside the blanket was startled, not knowing what on earth her husband was doing. Suddenly, Prince Zhao said, "Songka, I will help you return home." Songka poked her head out of the blanket again and asked joyfully, "Really? Zhaoer, are you thinking of claiming the throne?" "Ha ha, don't speak of succession so lightly. Qin Zhao can only promise. Assuming this is what my lady wants, I will do my utmost to try." As soon as Prince Zhao finished speaking, she suddenly heard muffled sounds in her head. There were also voices calling her to wake up, accompanied by beeping sounds from medical equipment. In that instant, it seemed she had made contact with the modern world. Prince Zhao saw Songka in a daze and immediately shook her. "My lady, where's your answer? Are you happy?" After coming to her senses, her mind was very chaotic tonight. She couldn't understand the fleeting hallucination, nor could she speak of it or suggest sleeping separately. But fortunately, the Tangmen assassins didn't come, and the night passed dreamlessly. However, the next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, she encountered something even more terrifying than Tangmen assassins and hallucinations. She was now being held in Qin Zhao's arms, pressed against his firm chest. His mischievous hand couldn't help but gently caress. No, wait, Qin Zhao's eyes. It seemed he could actually see. Too strange. Recently, it seemed they could always inadvertently make eye contact. Last night, it was even a shy and gentle face. Moreover, there was no braille in ancient times. Logically, he shouldn't be able to write so beautifully. Novels can explain any setting, but reality was a bit perplexing. Humans are truly despicable creatures. She began to doubt her handsome husband. Moreover, she thought of several plans to test Song Xia. While thinking of one thing after another, Prince Zhao woke up. "My lady, you're awake." Songka was startled. She quickly withdrew her mischievous hands and covered her face in embarrassment. Zhaoer, quickly let me go. I can't get up when you're holding me like this." "Oh." Prince Zhao was surprised at first. Then he smiled mischievously, held Songka tighter, and finally pressed his face close to hers, starting to lick her like a puppy. Songka's eyes widened. Good heavens, how can a grown man like you be so bewitching? No, I must stay calm. Songka bit her lip. She felt this was the best opportunity to check his eyes. "Ah, don't lick behind my belt. It tickles." "Husband, can you help me take it off?" Songka wasn't wearing a belt. Prince Zhao was also alert. Is she doing this on purpose? Knowing his wife likely wanted to test him today, Qin Zhao immediately switched to truly blind mode. When he heard Songka ask him to move closer, Qin Zhao obediently let her take his hand. She could touch wherever she wanted. At this point, he was certain Songka suspected him. Although his eyes could see that fair 56-inch waist, and his heart was pounding, he still pretended and said, "The belt is tight but easy to undo." After undoing it, Prince Zhao deliberately pinched Songka's waist flesh once. This doesn't feel much like the back. Having said that, he began to move his hand down to the soft flesh below. Songka was startled at this moment. She hurriedly pushed Prince Zhao away, her face instantly turning red as a beet. Prince Zhao withdrew his hand. While savoring the lingering softness, he said, "It might be due to recent exhaustion, causing my lady to be somewhat physically weak. Later, I'll prepare a nourishing medicinal soup for you. How about that?" Songka said thank you with a sullen face. It seemed her first attempt at probing had failed. From that day on, the illusions of the real world didn't recur. Songka's life returned to normal. Not long after, Tongju also finished the model. "The other day, I showed it to my lord. How was it?" "No problem. Take the drawings to the newly purchased estate of the prince's mansion. Arrange for mass production," Songka instructed. Yes, Tongju happily accepted the order. Glancing at Prince Zhao, Songka asked, "Husband, what do you think of this item? Do you believe it can bring water from 10 miles away?" Prince Zhao smiled and said, "Whatever my lady arranges is fine. I trust everything my lady says." When her husband showed such trust, Songka indulged him completely, but her true purpose was only to probe his eyes. "Husband, help me taste this food." Although the dark braised fish didn't look very appetizing, Prince Zhao had to force himself to praise it as delicious. "Husband, be careful, there are stones under your feet." "Thank you, my lady." Even when resorting to creating surprises, like the koi fish in the bathtub, Prince Zhao never revealed anything. All of Songka's methods had failed. Back in her room, she lay on the table in a bad mood. This man is truly infuriatingly gentle. always smiling. Basically, I can't find any flaws. It's not that there aren't more effective methods, but if too extreme, it might hurt him. I really can't bear to do that. While thinking, there was a thud outside the door. Tangju spoke from outside. Benefactor, as expected, it seems the Tang sect has made its move. At this moment, a group of Tang sect assassins were already flying towards them. One would think Songka would be worried. Unexpectedly, she smiled. Very good. They've come just in time to help me vent my anger. This is an appropriate moment for Prince Zhao's mansion to cast the net. At the Imperial Palace, the ninth prince was secretly meeting a mysterious woman. We've followed your method, searching for the person outside the palace, but we haven't found any masked, injured man. I wonder if there might be some mistake in the divination. Shu Yi of Shengxian didn't doubt the ability of the divine woman. Almost all the predictions you've made for me in the past have come true. This woman was named Wu Qing. She was a female celestial master in the novel Sung Vung. At this moment, she said, the divine woman understands. However, a prediction about something that shouldn't exist can't be wrong. Unless what? Qin Shengxian hurriedly asked. This woman had come to him in recent days, claiming she had the ability to predict the future. Seeing he had good fortune, she wanted to help him succeed to the throne. Although it sounded unreasonable, somehow Qin Shengxian still believed her completely. If there's nothing on the search side, let's put that aside for now. Ninth Prince, Your Highness, could you tell me a bit more about your second brother? It would be very helpful for my deductions. Oh, although you say you have quite powerful abilities, you should still be cautious. For a celestial master's descendant to know too much isn't beneficial. It's better not to delve too deeply. The ninth prince can trust me with confidence. I came here for you. I am an existence that belongs entirely to you. Watching this secret conversation was the concubine Su Baiwan. At this moment, she was trembling with anger. She never expected this world to have so many people who had traveled through time. She happened to see them while reciting poetry in the garden at midnight, and the other party wasn't any better. They were even siding with the ninth prince. The system transformed into a butterfly to continue recording their conversation. While instructing the butterfly, Su Baiwan hesitated. Should she go ask Song Ka? At Prince Zhao's mansion at this moment, the group of Tang sect assassins, renowned throughout the land, had somehow fallen into the hands of Song Ka and her husband today. Tangju counted 1, 2, 3, 5. Not one was missing. If there were any left, they must be back up outside. The Tang sect group trembled, without any strength left. They didn't understand what Song Ka had done. You can still react, but I won't explain these trivial matters. I used myself and Tangju as bait, setting up a bunch of anesthetics made by the talented Lin Yang at the door. This move, the Tang sect assassins underestimated their enemy and indeed didn't expect it. Demon, witch, thank you. People always compare things or phenomena they can't understand to demonic powers. It seems I have made you feel very frightened. As Song Ka spoke, she lifted the face veil of one assassin. This one was about to shout loudly, when Prince Zhao immediately grabbed his throat, like strangling a chicken. He couldn't make a sound anymore. My lady, are you hurt? I'm fine. Let go, dear. That fellow is about to meet his ancestors. I still have some business to discuss. I want to have a serious talk with these elites of the Tang sect about trade. This was the moment Song Ka would profit. The Tang sect, a large assassin organization, was rumored in the martial world to be famous for acting as stealthily as shadows and killing brutally. However, their methods couldn't be exposed. High prices came with equally high risks. Song Ka sat cross-legged and began negotiating with these martial world figures. Tangju is now a guard of the prince's mansion. If you kill him, it will instead alert the royal family. The losses outweigh the gains. However, Prince Zhao's mansion doesn't want to harm you either. In fact, we highly value your talents and spirit of not giving up on your goals. In novels, the lives of such loyal followers never have a happy ending. If you can betray the young sect leader for the sake of the elders, you must have your own plans. Therefore, this humble one is very suitable for your requirements in seeking an alliance. No need to kill or take risks. After the job is done, you'll receive a profitable reward and can be completely cleared of your past. You'll have a chance to live in the open. Usually, you wear masks. Once removed, no one will recognize you. If you're worried about the Tang sect finding out, Prince Zhao's mansion will provide funds for disguises. Food and travel, of course. This is not a threat. Whether you agree or not depends on your will. However, if you still insist, you know the crime of assassinating a prince. Perhaps you all know clearly. If you've decided, take this pill. After completion, I'll give you the antidote. At the prince's mansion, about a month later, after shaving their beards and dressing neatly, the once fierce Tang sect assassins now looked quite dapper. Work hard. After choosing the most suitable route for horse-drawn carriages in the city, you must investigate nearby cities and towns. Princess, the rubber tree you mentioned, your servant has already scouted. Also, the so-called chili plant, I've arranged with the merchant group. Next time, I'll bring you some seeds. Well done. Go to the finance office for your salary based on evaluation. Request for leave. If you still have energy, you can continue to take on tasks. Understood. After the disguised assassins left, Tangju remarked with some emotion, "It's the first time I've seen them disguised like this. So different from before in the Tang sect. They seem to have become different people." Song Ka laughed bitterly. Damn, 2 weeks ago they still wanted to stab me to death. Though considered mass-killing weapons, they still have humanity. Whether they can be nurtured is another matter. For now, it's enough that they're useful. That's right. Before, when I met Tangju, I thought his face was so ugly he didn't know how to smile. As Tianchu said this, Tangju immediately became embarrassed and angry. Songka asked with a smile, "These days, Miss Tianchu, as you monitor the inn, how do you find it with you there? Don't you see those ruffians who used to like making trouble anymore? Really, it's good if it helped. Thank you, benefactor. All along, you not only saved my life, but also helped gather travel expenses." "Oh, it's nothing." Songka was outwardly very polite. To be frank, this is thanks to the help of the direct lineage of the Guardian General. It's a bit treasonous, you know? Hearing Miss Feng's thoughts change, she must have made some plans. Song Ka asked. Tianchu scratched her head shyly and said she planned to depart with Tangju early next spring. If the benefactor needs to find him, just tell me. Hearing early next spring, Song Ka realized it coincided with the old emperor's serious illness. On that day, Song Ka's head spun once again. "Song Ka, don't sleep anymore. Work isn't finished yet. We've used the best medicine. I know you can persevere. You'll definitely wake up within a month." She vaguely saw images of modern times, and even a blonde person. Everything felt more real than the last time. It was as if she was lying somewhere. My lady, what is Song Ka thinking about?" Prince Zhao's voice startled her. Where was I? Just now, my lady was talking about Sufei in the palace, telling her that a new time traveler has appeared in the palace. Moreover, they're scheming. They've probably revealed the plot to the ninth prince. Oh, that's right. Clearly, after completing the mission, they could go home. Yet they deliberately go against it. There must be a reason. Actually, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to ask you to take me into the palace to talk with her. But it seems now it might be too late. "What do you mean, my lady?" Prince Zhao asked. He felt this didn't sound like her. "My lady, tell me what you meant by those words just now." Song Ka stirred the water basin a bit, then sighed and said, "Qin Zhao, you must listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The industrial production of our manor has encompassed the entire capital. Combined with the major merchant guilds in the city, it forms a unified interest entity. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. Lately, we've been mainly expanding to other cities and towns. Soon, an effective network will be formed. Unfortunately, it's only food and daily necessities. If only we could produce rubber. Never mind. Anyway, the business model of the shops has always been explained to you in detail. Li Niang is also accustomed to negotiating with partners. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference. The remnants of Tang men will surely remain loyal. Just wait until the poison is gone, then you can decide whether to let them go or stay. Why does it seem like you're preparing to leave, my lady?" Ha! It's not preparation. It's that I don't know when I'll completely disappear. Why? It's hard to explain. Perhaps my body in the present has been revived. Sometimes I can sense calls from the other side, but everything is still uncertain. I fear a sudden farewell, so I want to explain clearly to you first. Oh, right. Supposing I return, there's no need to push you to succeed the throne anymore. If you're not interested in the throne, this business is enough for you to live comfortably for life. If you want to succeed, I also advise you not to get involved in power struggles first. When fighting with other princes, use the shop's resources to win people's hearts. At this point, Prince Zhao interrupted to ask if she was sincere. "Are you sincere?" "Sincere about what?" Prince Zhao forcefully pulled Song Ka into the bathtub. "You once said you wanted to change the world for me. Was that sincere?" Song Ka answered without hesitation. "Of course, you might not understand my true intentions. From the beginning, I didn't think Prince Zhao's manor could rely on family or inherit the throne through bloodline. So I wanted to shake the foundation of this era's society from the outside. In fact, the foundation for for the initial stage is already set. Rubber has been created. We can research and manufacture steam engines. Liberate productivity, as if you're about to leave. Your words are all castles in the air. You're just deceiving me. When it's time to leave, you won't look back. Songka refuted. No, that's not true. I don't want to go. I'm just giving you a heads up in case it happens. Her words suddenly stopped. Prince Zhao was at a loss for words. He just caressed her face with his hand. Songka felt a bit sad. In case of what? Although it's not the same anywhere, but if I really go back, will there be a chance to be reborn and return? Seeing Songka hesitate, Prince Zhao said, All right, I understand. I understand your choice, my lady. As he spoke, Prince Zhao lifted Songka into the bathtub. Even if this departure might be farewell forever, Prince Zhao took the initiative to kiss her. Songka didn't know how to respond, so she immediately tried to avoid it. We've kissed many times, but today she suddenly didn't want to kiss anymore. She was about to get addicted. If it seeps into her blood, this life is over. Don't be afraid. We'll just kiss. Nothing else? Prince Zhao's voice softly echoed. Songka thought, if Qin Zhao said so, oh my god, the time has come. Songka, don't overthink it, my lady. You're vegetarian. How could you have any desire? Just now must have been a slip of the hand. Songka now wanted to push Prince Zhao away. However, today's tongue porridge was strangely smooth, making her a bit reluctant, especially when touching those firm thighs. She had truly been bewitched by his beauty. Her whole body now felt unwell. Zhaoer, your legs are much better now, aren't they? They're still. She hadn't even finished speaking. Prince Zhao suddenly hugged her tightly. He even intentionally made her sit on his bull-tying stake. The strange sitting position made Songka unable to adapt quickly. Zhaoer, can you let me go? I still need to go to the shop to handle some things. Want to do a few things. But the more she spoke, the more aggressive Prince Zhao became. He took a delicious bite. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Songka wanted to struggle free, she couldn't. It's all right, my lady. You can entrust yourself to me. The scene of the present world began to clear. It was the familiar wake-up call of the blonde guy. Her eyes gradually closed. Prince Zhao stopped doing anything. He raised his hand to check Songka's breathing. He suddenly burst into laughter. He carried Songka out of the bathtub. Where he carried her to is unknown for now, at Songka's place. When she woke up again, she felt her whole body was stiff. Is she back? Can she really be back? It was too sudden. Songka had been in a coma for half a month. Her wounds had healed by now. The blonde guy opened the door and entered. His face was gloomy, thinking Songka was still unconscious. But when he saw Songka sitting up, it made him freeze for a few seconds. This guy named Liu Da was both the boss and a close friend of Songka. After coming to his senses, he immediately ran over and hugged Songka tightly. Oh heavens, this woman has finally woken up. Luckily, we didn't give up. Finding the best experts and the best medicine, we finally changed fate. You scared me to death. Damn it. Songka felt uncomfortable and cried out in pain. Liu Da was startled and let go. Sorry. I almost forgot that after escaping danger, you've been in a coma for half a month. How are you? Does it still hurt? Songka rubbed her temples and said her head was fuzzy. That's for sure. What else? Don't touch the wound. The doctor recently announced that you might not survive the crisis. It happened because you saved a child from a falling billboard and ended up like this. I immediately called for experts to come here and managed to save your life. Is that so? Then how's that child? Before time traveling, she was on her way to a negotiation. Seeing a child about to be hit by a falling billboard, she ran to push it away. After that, she met Qin Zhao. Liu Da said not to worry about that child. The parents even brought it here to visit you. At this moment, Songka couldn't tell what was fake and what was real anymore. She didn't know if what she experienced with Qin Zhao was real or just a dream. Thinking this, she thanked Liu Da, who exclaimed, "Why are we being so formal? If it weren't for your help years ago, I'd surely be living a miserable life now. It was just the right thing to do." Song Sa was a person of few words, but she had a very kind heart. Recalling when she was 13 years old in middle school, she saw Liu Da being bullied. Songka had saved the hero as a beauty. She beat up the school bullies until they foamed at the mouth. Afterwards, she even taunted, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly get up and fight back. If I wasn't injured, there's no way I could pretend to have been bullied by you guys to wait for the teachers to arrive, right? That was the first day you met me, right? I've said it many times. The reason I helped you then was all because my adoptive parents wanted me to be a good child. Basically, it wasn't about wanting to save that child. It was just my own reflex. I'm hungry. Bring the food you ordered here. Big sis, arrogant attitudes aren't popular anymore. Arrogant my ass. I just feel that a person who has always been despicable suddenly having a conscience and doing useless things, that's her. It's really an unlucky day. Unlucky. Luda asked confused. First, helping you fight a battle. Later, for some unknown force, getting caught in a whirlwind for over 15 years helping you, that's truly unlucky. After saving that child, almost losing my life, and becoming a laughingstock for people in the photo. Speaking of this, the image of Prince Zhao appeared in her mind. It made her suddenly pause her actions. Liu Da had just ordered another meal and asked if there was anything else. Thinking of when she told Prince Zhao she wanted to fix the old parts in that story, she slowly ate a bite of noodles. Wrapping everything up in her mind, she said, "Nothing. It's no longer something I can care about." In the novel at this point, the scene had shifted to late winter in the imperial palace. Prince Zhao came to visit the emperor, who was now ill and bedridden. "Long live Father Emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 of 10,000 years." The emperor coughed, "Ahem, ahem. Rise, Zhaoer. You've come to see me today. What's the matter?" "Your son heard that father has caught a cold. I was very worried, so I wanted to come and help examine your illness." The emperor was a bit surprised, but still said, "All right, come here." Zhaoer knows to care for his father. Father is very pleased, but your body is also weak. You just lost your wife a few days ago. It's better to stay in your residence less often. Prince Zhao replied while taking his pulse, "Your son is free. I've already lost my mother, lost my wife, now I can't lose you too." After saying this, he thought to himself, if I act now, I could take his life immediately. But now is not the time. The scene changes to the Celestial Master Tower. Now the ninth Prince Qin Shengshan came to see the Celestial Master. "Miss Yu, just as you said, Father Emperor has caught a cold, but it doesn't seem too severe." Celestial Master Yu held out her hand to catch snowflakes outside the window, then said, "The cold is just the beginning. It will lead to complications and other illnesses. After that, the Crown Prince, the Empress, and the Prime Minister will gather their factions in the shadows to once again bribe and collude with the imperial doctors attending to the Emperor and add other toxic substances to slowly poison him. So that's how it is. The Empress and Prime Minister, they are truly vicious. Father Emperor's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. As his son, I must protect and safeguard him." Celestial Master Yu nodded and turned to say, "But this matter cannot be rushed. If we report this too early, it will easily alert the snake in the grass. The divination says, wait until there's enough concrete evidence. That will be the best opportunity to completely overthrow the Crown Prince's power. If I can save Father Emperor, he will favor me more, right? Of course. Your Highness is a person surrounded by luck. That's what I see in the divination of heavenly fate." While they were talking, a small insect flew towards Prince Zhao. After hearing this information, he immediately crushed the small insect. Hearing the Celestial Master say he was destined, the ninth prince was overjoyed. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? I'm quite foolish. Please guide me, Miss Yu. Things to note. Celestial Master Yu thought for a moment. In the original story, Prince Qin Zhao was destined to lose his wives. He basically wouldn't have a married life. Recently, a new wife just passed away. He also opened some very modern shops. Well, what's lost is lost. No need to mention it and cause more worry. Thinking this, she said, "Nothing. Everything is within expectations." The scene changes to modern times. Today is the day Songye is discharged. Going home makes her very happy. A month in the hospital almost turned her into a monkey. There's a TV here, a washing machine, and my beloved toilet. Long live modern life. Seeing Songye so happy she's tearing up, Liu Dai skeptically asks if she's all right. Couldn't be better. Today I must eat a really full meal. But speaking of which, before the incident happened, I think I was doing something for you, right? It was negotiating IP authorization with an author, right? Originally, I was planning to read the information on the way, but didn't make it in time. Liu Dai replied, "At that time, we wanted to promote protection products and link to an IP project. I happened to be reading a novel called Claiming the Throne. I wanted to talk to the author. Then you had the accident and couldn't make it." Songye was surprised after hearing this. "What did you just say?" "I said that to save you. I was so busy that I didn't have time to visit them. I mean, what you said before that, before. I wanted to find the author of Claiming the Throne to talk." Claiming the Throne. Right. Claiming the Throne. That's right. After clarifying, Songye was dumbfounded. Could all of this be a coincidence? What coincidence? Why do I feel like after your head injury, you've been acting very strange? Don't tell me you're possessed like on TV or had your soul swapped with someone else. Liu Dai said while chomping on hot pot. "Haha, it's something like that. I even time traveled back. Stop joking. Anyway, I've recovered now, but for that business, let me handle the negotiations." "All right, it's not a big deal anyway. That novel is really good indeed. It's just that after being revised midway, it still hasn't been updated. You've read it too. Which character in the story do you like?" Hearing this question, Songye suddenly smiled with squinted eyes. I like Qin Zhao the most. The scene changes to claiming the throne in the imperial palace. At this moment, the old emperor was furious. Hu Yao, what did you say? The crown prince colluding with factions, plotting rebellion. These are all nonsense. Sheng Shan, I've had people investigate the imperial physicians. There's no way the prescription was wrong. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Sheng Shan didn't dare raise his head. Wasn't Father Emperor supposed to be gravely ill? Why is he suddenly well? Your Majesty, please consider. It was all divined by the celestial master. There really was such a matter. Crown Prince Qin Shi Mian glared at his ninth brother, then said, Father, ninth brother has slandered me like this. You must uphold justice for your son. Your son and Mother Empress are absolutely loyal to you. The sun and moon can bear witness. The emperor waved his hand and said, Enough. All this noise is giving me a headache. Take the ninth prince away for the crown prince to interrogate. Let's see who's pulling strings behind the scenes. After speaking, the emperor adjourned court and returned to his chambers. At this time, Prince Zhao came to check the emperor's pulse. You were right, my child. Just by pretending to be gravely ill, I could see through these good children of mine. Father Emperor, you flatter me. My health doesn't allow me to share your worries. I can only talk with you. Haha, I have many sons, all wanting my position. They wish I'd die soon. Sheng Xian's suspicion of the Empress poisoning me is not entirely baseless. The Prime Minister's faction has long disliked me. They want to change the Emperor as soon as possible. But finding nothing, I conveniently gave them an explanation. Only you are a good child. You don't want fame, fortune, or the Crown Prince position. You only hope for my good health. Father Emperor, don't say that. I know my own situation well. Even if you favored me with the Crown Prince position, I couldn't handle important tasks in the future and would only bring trouble upon myself. After my wife left the palace, I realized what my heart truly wants is just you. There are many princes more capable than me. Qin Zhao is willing to care for you. I appreciate Zhao's filial piety. If you wish, I can grant you a marriage from the imperial clan. Thank you for your kindness, Father Emperor, but I don't have such fortune. My fate is too strong. Even if I marry, I would only harm the lady. If Father Emperor truly cares for me, please focus on getting well. As he spoke, Qin Zhao thought to himself, I don't need anything. Things that can discard me, I can discard at any time, including my wife, who has tied her hair with me, including you. After that, he asked the emperor to close his eyes and rest. During acupuncture, it might hurt a bit. Back to the present, Song Ge was reading a novel. Strange, the author Xun Wang wasn't replying to messages, nor posting anything on social media. I hope nothing has happened. I should go there myself. Fortunately, earlier Liu Dai got the author's address. This should be it. As expected, the author lives in a wealthy area. Song Ge rang the doorbell. But after waiting, no one came to open. A bad feeling arose. Just then, a voice came from behind. Are you looking for someone in this house? Song Ge turned around. Ah yes, I'm wondering if you know the author. But she stopped mid-sentence, because she didn't know the real name of author Xun Wang. Song Ge was a bit surprised, but forced a smile and said, Oh, nice to meet you. I'm fine now. Is Lin Lin doing well? The boy is very healthy. He even said he wants to meet the beautiful aunt who saved him. Oh right, you're here to see Xiao Rang, aren't you? He's my nephew, apparently quite a famous author. Song Ge was even more surprised. He's your nephew? What a coincidence. I came to discuss business. As soon as Song Ge finished speaking, the woman suddenly fell silent, which confused Song Ge. After a moment, the woman opened the door and invited Song Ge in. She said that Xiao Rang, a month ago, had fallen into a coma due to overwork. Song Ge felt shocked and a bit disbelieving. In a coma. Please sit down. Initially, the doctor said there wasn't any major problem, just needed plenty of sleep. But for some reason, he's been asleep for a month and hasn't woken up. So I just come here to water the plants and clean up a bit. Song Ge looked around the room and thought to herself, a month ago, that's about the same time I was in a coma. Sorry to interrupt, but there are a lot of plants here. It doesn't look like a single man's home. Oh no, Xiao Rong likes to grow these flowers and plants. It's just a hobby. If plants had souls, they would surely help him wake up. Song Ge had been paying attention to a photo. When she picked it up to look, her expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, the woman asked, What's wrong? Song Ge replied, I'm just looking at the photo. The woman smiled brightly and said, My nephew is very handsome, isn't he? 27 years old and still single. Wait, when he wakes up, I'll introduce him to Miss Song. Oh, unless you already have a boyfriend, then never mind. That person at the hospital before, I don't have a boyfriend. If he can wake up, please do introduce us. Looking at the photo in her hand, Songye was shocked to find that the author looked exactly like Qin Zhao. Although suspicious, Songye had no intention of seeking the truth. She just wanted to forget everything about the time travel and live a normal life. But unfortunately, not long after, Liu Dai had an accident. He was rushed to emergency in critical condition. Standing outside the emergency room, Songye was extremely worried. Why? He saved me and brought me back, but he's still in there. In a moment of desperation, a line of text suddenly appeared before Songye's eyes. Do you want to save him? Songye was surprised. How could text appear through light refraction? You're the bronze mirror system, aren't you? Your body in the stable world has awakened, but hasn't completed the system's mission. That's why I'm still here. I just rarely appear. Liu Dai's traffic accident. What's that all about? Could it be because of me? Why would the host think that? Maybe I've done too many bad things, so those who treat me well will never have a good ending. My parents, my friends, it's all the same. The system sighed and explained. You misunderstand. Humans can't possibly have the ability to drain others' luck. At most, this is just bad luck. Your friend encountered a common traffic accident, similar to your previous situation. The system just thinks you're an excellent host, rare to find, and doesn't want to miss a chance to earn points. So I want to give you a cooperation opportunity. You want me to return to the world of claiming kingship. Indeed, smart people need few words. But the mission also has objectives. What are they? Songye asked. The system replied, according to the system's main notification, because the world of claiming kingship was rewritten, it has been distorted. Zhao Ran Ruo, who is actually the author's soul, the so-called god of the novel, was pulled into the novel he wrote for inexplicable reasons. Is this the common author transmigration trope? At this moment, Songye thought to herself, writing books really is a high-risk profession. The system said there are some differences from the transmigration system. How to explain it? Zhao Ran Ruo's body isn't harmed. He just lost his soul and fell into a deep sleep. At that time, he will lose his memories from before the transmigration. He'll always consider himself as Qin Zhao and live with this identity, completely forgetting his true identity. So Qin Zhao's memories are all jumbled up. I, Qin Zhao, am a bit confused. Does this mean the author transmigrated into Qin Zhao while he was unconscious? But when did this happen? Was the Qin Zhao I met the prince from the novel, or was it Zhao Ran Ruo who had already transmigrated? It will take some time for the main system to investigate and determine the distortion of space and time. It's likely that not long after the transmigration, the soul inside Prince Zhao's body was already the author's. In other words, the host's husband might be the modern author, Zhao Ran Ruo. Songye was surprised. No wonder she sometimes felt that Qin Zhao's personality was very different from what was written in the novel. Thinking this, she angrily threw a box into the cart. System, can you believe this? You can't just mix up people and still count it. The system also didn't expect such a big mistake to occur. We can only fix it as soon as possible. But there's still time. Clearly, Qin Zhao has feelings for you. As long as you and I return to complete the final mission, giving the story its proper ending, there's a high chance the world's thoughts will dissipate. The author's soul will be released. But what do I get out of this? Songye asked. She always felt this guy had no good intentions. The system sighed once again. Well, if you could use your own body to transmigrate and fulfill the agreement, the system will give you a chance to fulfill your own wishes. My own body, you say? Songye indeed had to think about it for a moment. The system persisted in its invitation. Want to become a billionaire, or want your friend to get out of the hospital bed. All of that is possible. Quite good, isn't it? Wait, do you mean I'll use my own body to transmigrate? That's right. Songye's body in Sungvung has died. Your soul and body are extremely tightly connected. They can't be separated. So the simplest method is to directly send you into the novel. Songye slowly cut her steak, eating while thinking. The system anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to? Can we talk about this?" At this moment, Songye suddenly smiled. Why wouldn't I? There's no reason to refuse such a generous reward. But I have one condition. Go ahead, tell me. The scene changes to another spring in the novel Sungvung. Everything is the same. The only difference is that in front of the 7th Family Tea Shop, a modern pushcart is approaching. Finally, the goods have arrived. It's really been through years of ups and downs. Songye, wearing custom-made hanfu, brought along a lot of items from modern times. The system spoke up. I didn't expect the host's request would be to bring these things. Hehe, they're very important. If I didn't bring these commonly used items, I'd have to go to all kinds of workshops to learn the cream of the crop. Anyway, although I came through the back door, the host must use these things secretly. Otherwise, it will be very inconsistent with the era's background. Understood. Understood. As soon as Song Ge appeared, Xiao Xing and Xiao Li looked at her like a rare animal. Such a strange haircut. She might be from the Taiwo people. Feeling people talking about her, she turned around to look. Ah, she's looking over here. Could it be some crazy person who ran out? Lin Yang saw these two siblings gossiping too much and spoke up. Hey, the shop is open. Why are you still standing at the door? Then Lin Yang approached Song Ge and asked, Miss, what happened to your hair? Do you need any help? Song Ge chuckled inwardly. Lin Yang frowned as soon as she saw this. After laughing, Song Ge said, It's nothing, just feeling a bit nostalgic. Then Song Ge entered the tea house and talked with Lin Yang and the others. Are you a relative from the north of the madam? No wonder your hair is so short. Your clothes are also very strange. Yes, my father and I came to the Central Plains for business. I've known the madam since childhood. Unexpectedly, time has passed, and my sister has passed away. As soon as the words passed away were mentioned, the expressions of Lin Yang and the other two suddenly changed. Their faces immediately fell, unable to hide their sorrow. Song Ge was stunned. She didn't know why they suddenly paid attention to her like this. Thinking this, she coughed lightly and said, But if that's the case, I can't just accept everyone's hospitality without giving something in exchange. Saying this, she handed a tube to Lin Yang. What is this? Lin Yang asked, not understanding. In my hometown, we call it shampoo. Want to try it? After chatting briefly with Lin Yang and the others, Song Ge went to the Jiaowang mansion. Looking at the blooming peach trees, she sighed with emotion. It felt as if a lifetime had passed. The first time she met Qin Zhao, it seemed to be around this season too. Although meeting Qin Zhao with this appearance might frighten him, sneaking a peek at the place from before shouldn't be too much, right? She started to climb the peach tree. She wondered what Qin Zhao was doing now. According to Lin Yang, shouldn't he be in the palace by now? The time flow here was different from reality. It's been 2 years since she left this place. The emperor wasn't bedridden like in the original story, so the crown prince's faction couldn't rebel. However, these changes couldn't have happened naturally. There must be some driving force behind it. So who could be the one pushing things? While still thinking, Zhao Wang pushed his wheelchair over. Song Ge immediately panicked. Qin Zhao. She actually met him directly. Her heart started racing again. No, don't be nervous. She's hidden. He won't be able to see her, but it's better to leave. This is no different from being a pervert always stalking someone else's life. A special guest came to visit this Qin. Why leave in such a hurry? Zhao Wang suddenly spoke. At the same time, he shot a force that hit Song Ge. She only had time to panic. Then her whole body stiffened, unable to move. As she was about to fall, she shouted loudly, Qin Zhao, save me! I'm Song Ge. Zhao Wang was surprised, but he quickly ran to catch her. The scene was similar to when they first met. Only this time, Zhao Wang brought his face close to Song Ge's. With a cold tone, he asked, What did you say? Song Ge, not knowing what was happening, quickly said, Please calm down first. This is a bit complicated. She felt that Qin Zhao was so scary now. Anyway, I am Song Ge from modern times. I came back here due to some reasons. This body isn't Miss Ha's anymore, so the voice is different, but I can tell you many things that only you and I know. Silence. Song Ge is dead. I personally put her in the coffin and buried her with my own hands. Song Ge thought to herself, I should have told him clearly before that I was just visiting home. She tried to explain, I'm sorry, this is my real appearance. Though different from Miss Ha, the core is exactly the same. Zhao Wang then started stroking her forehead. He said, She had a scar here, but you don't. Song Ge felt a bit annoyed inside. You should listen to others first. I already said the body is different. Zhao Wang laughed coldly. Miss, do you think in this world, how many people want to take this prince's life? Song Ge broke out in a cold sweat. How did he change the subject so quickly? Zhao Wang continued. Perhaps because I've recently been favored by the emperor, about to become crown prince. Those who want me gone are increasing day by day. As he spoke, he took out a red pill and shoved it into Song Ge's mouth, then forcefully stroked her throat to make her swallow. A little spy like you acts quite convincingly. Interesting indeed. Hearing Zhao Wang's cold tone, Song Ge shuddered, not knowing what he had just made her drink. Hearing her weak question, Zhao Wang said, This is just a substitute for acupoint pressing, to make you obedient. The puppet pill, 3 days after taking it, will cause unbearable pain. Only a specially concocted medicine can regulate it. Song Ge's eyes widened in surprise. How could Qin Zhao use poison on people? And what's this about being appointed crown prince? At this moment, Zhao Wang released Song Ge, letting her fall to the ground. This medicine is very potent. If you don't take the antidote on time, you'll die in extreme agony. So no matter who sent you to spy, if you want to survive, you have no other choice. Song Ge was now powerless, but Qin Zhao at this moment was nothing like in the book. A personality change had stripped away his gentleness. He could only be described as cruel. She really didn't understand what had happened during the time she was gone. Even though the system had said the Qin Zhao she knew had always been a modern author who was assimilated, even if that were true, he wouldn't suddenly change from a white lotus to a man-eater. Wasn't he the same person all along? She now wanted to probe a bit. She struggled to speak. I don't know if your highness still remembers. You and your wife had an agreement. Qin Zhao was about to leave, but hearing this, he suddenly stopped. He turned back and asked what she said. Although it's been 2 years, I once said, if Song Ge could use your money within a month to triple the wealth of the prince's mansion, then you must unconditionally please me for 1 day. Right, now the wealth has already tripled. Zhao Wang interrupted. It's very similar indeed. Keep pretending to be her. If you act well, perhaps this prince won't have the heart to kill you. Song Ge was stunned. What exactly did Qin Zhao mean? Then Qin Zhao took Song Ge back to the mansion. He instructed Lin Yang to prepare a guest room, saying she would be staying here for a while. Lin Yang couldn't believe it. She thought to herself that her master had been seduced so quickly. Song Ge had known Lin Yang for some time, so she knew exactly what the old woman was thinking. So she shook her head in denial. The events that followed were beyond Song Ge's control. She had thought she would quickly tell Qin Zhao about the events in the book, but day after day passed. Every time she knocked, Lin Yang said Zhao Wang had gone to the palace. Song Ge sat dejectedly at the door. This book traversal was not going smoothly at all. Moreover, the poison would flare up every 3 days. On the 3rd day, the pain struck. It felt like worms crawling inside her body. Damn it, that Qin Zhao actually did it for real. He was so gentle with me before. Men are truly big pigs trotters. But then, this is also why I left so suddenly, isn't it? I thought that if it was Qin Zhao, even if I was gone, he could still live peacefully. As she writhed in pain, the door was kicked open. Qin Zhao pushed a cart in. Oh dear, I almost forgot you were still here. If you don't take the antidote today, you'll be in this excruciating pain, dying and reviving, right? Qin Zhao took out the antidote bottle. Seeing Song Ge begging for the medicine, he coldly placed the bottle on the table. It can't be that easy. Tell me, who sent you here? Why do you know about Song Ge's affairs? Song Ge laughed bitterly. Isn't your highness being too cautious? I've already revealed so much information that only you and I know. Is that still not enough to prove my identity? The previous Song Ge could also mention things that only I knew. Besides, many people know the plot well. Even the 9th prince said. At this point, Zhao Wang remembered the day when the 9th prince accused the crown prince. The witch's calculations rarely go wrong. Most have come true. This is very beneficial for the court. I hope Father will consider examining it further. Oh, prophecy calculations are quite new. Well, let's give it a try. If it can be used to gain merit, we can overlook the previous plotting. Hearing the emperor say this, the crown prince immediately objected. But the emperor's mind was made up. He forbade anyone from voicing further opinions. That's why the celestial master could exist in the palace. The 9th prince is right. Song Ge remembers before leaving, she seemed to hear Su Baiyuan say the time-traveling celestial master had told the 9th prince the story's content. Through the principle of becoming king, one could easily deduce that I'm a time traveler. Moreover, I've opened so many modern shops. Could they have sent someone to investigate Qin Zhao? But now I'm in so much pain I'm losing consciousness. If I don't get the antidote, I'll really die. Song Ge clutched her stomach in agony, trying to call Qin Zhao, but couldn't. Ready to confess now. No, there's nothing to confess. Her hand grasped Zhao Wang's arm. She looked up with innocent, pained eyes, pleading, give me the antidote. Please, it hurts so much. I'm dying. Save me. Please, I beg you. But Zhao Wang coldly replied, Song Ge would never beg anyone. Song Ge was now so angry she could spit blood. Oh my, if I had the strength to think, begging you would be strange. In a situation with such a large power imbalance like this, blindly playing mind games would lead to a quick death. I can only take one gamble, betting on how much he can recognize. He won't be too cruel. Facing Song Ge's plea, Zhao Wang's expression grew even colder. He grabbed her collar and lifted her off the bed. How could I think you're like her? You're completely different. Saying this meaninglessly, he dropped her to the ground, while also tossing her the medicine bottle. Song Ge quickly grabbed it. She opened the cap and drank without thinking, but she drank so hastily that she choked. So once again, she had to beg him to bring water to save her. Qin Zhao, looking disgusted, casually tossed a teapot down to her. Watching her drink drink from the spout, Zhao Wang thought to himself, what am I confused about? Clearly this woman can't be Songge. My Songge is already dead. Mother was right. In this world, the only person you can trust is yourself. You can't be gullible, and you must not allow yourself to be deceived again. After a struggle, Songge finally felt her little life was saved. But when she looked up, Qin Zhao had already left at some point. That cold husband, what do I need to do for him to believe me? But this is enough. Little White Lotus, though he seems to have turned into Little Black Lotus, still has a soft spot. Her heart started pounding again, not understanding why she felt grateful. Regardless of whether he's the Qin Zhao from the book or the author, it's been a long time since I've met an opponent who can challenge my fighting spirit like this. With this thought, Songge suddenly became cheerful. Early the next morning, Qin Zhao woke up early to water the flowers in the garden. Songge had just woken up and put on her previous clothes. Hello, little husband. How's the improved watering can working? Is it good? Looking at her attire, Zhao Wang frowned. Miss, please have some self-respect. I didn't kill you last night because I was weak-hearted. Haha, I know. But this lowly one came to seek an audience with your highness, not to displease you. I want to discuss with you a business deal related to your eyes. As she spoke, she held up a small bottle. Zhao Wang stared at the bottle intently. Then he asked, my eyes? Yes, but on one condition. Can little husband tell me the true condition of your eyes? After using sound to disrupt his hearing, Songge intentionally moved closer. Just as she was about to manipulate Zhao Wang's psychology, she was suddenly struck back by his palm strike. Miss, are you seeking death? Songge didn't expect him to actually attack, but it made sense. He no longer had the perspective of a modern person. He couldn't be sure if time travelers knew about their previous affairs. Instead, she came to deceive him. Not wanting to waste more time, Songge had worn armor to try and probe Zhao Wang's limits. After striking, he also realized this. But from this incident, Songge also realized something. Qin Zhao had a fierce love for her from before. At this moment, Qin Zhao tore off her outer garment, revealing the bulletproof vest. Your Highness, please have some self-respect. In broad daylight, it's not good for your image, Songje said while using her hands to gather her clothes. Qin Zhao remained silent. This gave Songge a bad feeling. Wait, he doesn't think that. Treating someone who's about to become a corpse, etiquette is no longer necessary, right? Zhao Wang suddenly grabbed her neck. Songge struggled to breathe, but remained conscious. She did this intentionally to get closer to Qin Zhao. At this moment, a syringe appeared from her sleeve. It contained modern anesthetic. Saying only I'm sorry, she immediately jabbed the syringe into his arm. She injected all the medicine in one go. Qin Zhao had no time to react. His whole body began to feel fuzzy. Songge didn't expect that what she prepared for self-defense would be used on her husband first. Don't worry, it's just anesthetic. It won't cause you any harm. I had no choice but to weaken you. I apologize in advance. But this drug only prevents you from moving. You won't pass out. You can still talk. Tell me, what's going on? Clearly, when we first met, you even kissed me. Forget it. The current situation is still my fault. If I hadn't returned so suddenly, I could have given you more instructions. Has another time traveler, disguised as me, come to probe you? So you didn't dare to easily acknowledge me, feeling that if you recognized me, you'd be unfaithful to the previous me. Songge removed Qin Zhao's blindfold. Seeing his cold expression, she sighed even more. Clearly before, at times like this, he would show a pitiful, wronged look that would soften her heart. But his silence said it all. After I left, Qin Zhao probably didn't have an easy life either. Seeing Zhao Wang still silent, Songge asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? This drug isn't that strong. You should know that. If I really wanted to harm you, you'd be dead by now, and you had no intention of killing me. I won't have any ill intentions towards you either. On the contrary, I like you even more." Songge struggled with her thoughts as she looked at Qin Zhao up close. Do I like Qin Zhao? Not sure, but I know in these 2 months apart, it seems every time I closed my eyes, his image would appear. After I left, was Qin Zhao heartbroken? Did he eat properly? Did he sleep well? Was he like me, waking up every morning to suddenly realize that beside me, there was no one anymore? So, even if his real-life identity is truly the author in the novel, it doesn't matter. The person I care about seems not to be the Qin Zhao in the novel, but the one in front of me who spent days and nights with me, a friend who always helped me. Is this called love or just a habit of carnal desire? Songge puckered her lips to kiss Qin Zhao, who tried hard to avoid it. Anyway, he doesn't hate kissing. This is just an expression of affection. It's not considered disrespecting the prince. Songge started kissing again from his face down to his neck, thoroughly thoroughly enjoying it. Ah, my little husband's skin smells so good, using peach blossom perfume. Standing guard far away, Shi had already seen enough. Although he was 16 years old this year, he was still inexperienced in these matters. Is the master being molested? But the master had previously instructed, if there were no orders, not to touch this woman. Judging by the other party's tone, the prince could probably still speak. Why doesn't he call for me to attack from behind? I could surely take her life in one strike. Watching the two of them French kiss, Shi on the peach branch felt like he was sitting on hot coals. He didn't know what to do. Zhao Wang, who had been eaten for a while, could no longer endure it. He opened his mouth to ask Songye what she wanted to do. Shi on the peach branch collapsed completely. He's speaking now. Songye coyly replied she just wanted to kiss him. Then she would tell him about what happened to her after that. Songye bit Zhao Wang's earlobe once more, then immediately pushed him back to the room and laid him on the bed. Oh my, our room hasn't changed at all. It's exactly the same as before. Zhao Wang irritably snapped, if you want to talk, then talk quickly. Talking for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Zhao Wang coldly remarked, I don't understand what you're saying at all. I am Qin Zhao, not the author you're talking about, miss. Although there are many novels describing authors transmigrating into their own works, it's normal for you to feel strange about it. But now, we can set aside these unverified matters. If I were someone sent to investigate, then I absolutely wouldn't use such an unusual method to gain your trust. Zhao Wang still maintained his thoughts. There have been many who used such tactics to deceive me. Moreover, you just poisoned me. Song Ge lay down on the bed exasperatedly. That's not poison, big brother. If we could communicate normally, I wouldn't have to resort to such a poor method. I somewhat regret being too obedient before. Now I don't even dare to say that you don't understand my tactics at all. But your eyes aren't completely blind, are they? I was very careful before. If you don't want to die immediately, don't ask too many questions. I understand. You mean if I don't mention it, you won't kill me, right? Then can you remove the poison from my body? Songye had poured her heart out, but Zhao Wang still replied, don't waste your effort. At this moment, he felt that not many people could force him into such a situation, and Songye was one of them. Songye still persisted. She kissed him on the cheek. Don't ignore me anymore. In short, if you don't intend to kill me and want to continue observing my behavior, then I'll use my own way to convey goodwill. Okay. Zhao Wang turned his face away again, silently thinking. Because the farewell 2 years ago was too sudden, or because he was inherently a prince and things didn't go his way, after that day, Qin Zhao told Lin Yang to find a job for Songye in the mansion. Although he didn't seek revenge, nor torment her during poison attacks, from that time on, he never appeared before her again. During the time alone, Songye wanted to find out if the 9th prince had any conflict with the crown prince that displeased the emperor. So the emperor decided to pass the throne to Qin Zhao. Soon, the day of the prince's investiture arrived. The investiture ceremony was very grand. But anyone who had read that novel knew the son the emperor valued most wasn't Qin Zhao, but the son born to that favored concubine. The 3rd prince, Crown Prince Qin Zhao, was physically disabled. He was destined not to have the throne. His existence was only to conceal the new emperor behind the current emperor. He was just a shield. At the Eastern Palace, after being appointed crown prince, Songye and Zhao Wang had to move in here. What about Zhao Wang's mansion? It'll be a bit difficult to leave the palace in the future, right? It's fine. Father's health is getting weaker, but he's worried that big brother might do something unfavorable to third brother, so he asked me to temporarily take this position. His Majesty understands that I want to live a normal life, so he won't restrict my coming and going from the Eastern Palace. When the time is right, third brother will succeed, and I can return to my mansion. This is just a promise for the future. That's what he said outwardly, but Zhao Wang felt that, after waiting for 2 whole years for father to feel at ease using him, he also knew clearly how many people coveted this position. Don't you care about the throne? Why actively wade into this muddy water? Songye wondered. Ha ha ha, who told you I don't care? Forget it. Why should I tell you about this? Go do your own things. Songye was confused. What did this mean? Could it be that Qin Zhao from the beginning had already? Have you taken the medicine I gave you? It's vitamin A. It can delay the condition of your eyes. Although I don't know your specific condition, it's good for your eyes. Zhao Wang had actually taken it, but still said, I won't use things of unknown origin. Seeing her kindness thrown to the pigs, Songye was slightly dissatisfied. Your Highness, do you want me to force kiss you again? See how I'll make you take the medicine. Oh, that's right. From today on, You are my personal maid. I hope you'll fulfill your responsibilities well. Song Ge was surprised. Personal maid. What did that mean? After that, Song Ge went to see Su Baiyuan and told her about it. She laughed heartily. Unexpected. After being cured in modern times and still able to return here, it's a medical miracle. But Sister Song still came here to save a friend. It's really helpless. Song Ge sighed. It's not just for a friend. I was also worried about Qin Zhao. But when I returned, things had changed. That kid even became the crown prince, although it's just temporary. Anyway, I'm now a noble consort, for better or worse. If there's anything you need help with, just say it anytime. As long as we can prevent the ninth prince from succeeding, complete the mission and send me back, everything is worth risking. Song Ge was curious about this change and asked, weren't you very interested in the ninth prince before? Why are you suddenly so urgent? Su Baiyuan sighed deeply and said, it was all just a momentary impulse. I used to think I was so foolish in modern times, dreaming that one day I could transmigrate into a different world through a book. From there, I could freely exert my power. But I never expected that before. I had the choice of what I wanted and didn't want. Now I'm trapped in such a big cage. One wrong step, and it's irredeemable. I see. Although this crown prince position is just nominal, it's still a stepping stone to go higher. I'll quickly think of a countermeasure. So the current issue is the book transmigrator beside the ninth prince. What exactly does she want? It seems she doesn't often move around the palace. I've never met her. But Sister Song, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. If there's something, just say it straight. Sister Song, do you really think Qin Zhao is suitable to ascend the throne? Song Ge fell into deep thought at this question. She put down her untouched cup of tea. I'm thinking about that too. The scene changes to Tianxi Tower, where the ninth prince is angrily pounding the table. Why is it like this? Divine Lady, didn't you say becoming emperor was my destiny? But why is nothing going according to my wishes? Instead, it's becoming more difficult. Even that useless Qin Zhao can sit on the crown prince's position. Yet I didn't win the Xian. Although those sent earlier to investigate all reported back that everything was normal, it's also been confirmed that Qin Zhao had long known the plot from that early deceased wife. So, it's normal that our previous plan didn't succeed. While waiting for news, we have no advantage. We can only stabilize and look for opportunities. You mean this prince can't compare to that useless one? How can that be? How could that be? I believe you are the true dragon who can lead this dynasty well. Even if I'm torn to pieces, I'll support you. After a while of reassurance, the Tianqi king felt his mood had stabilized. Clearly, the ninth prince in the novel was still a bit impulsive. Now he's become more composed. Could it be that after knowing his beautiful ending in the Shuang Wang, he became so excited that he couldn't stabilize again, afraid of losing what he'll have in the future? Divine Lady, you're right. Because I've suffered too many losses lately, I couldn't control my emotions. I didn't scare you, did I? I will always trust you, Divine Lady. You must help me too. When I ascend the throne, I want tens of thousands to know that Qin Shengshan can become my empress. Qin Shengshan suddenly embraced Yu Tianxi. However, she wasn't particularly excited. She just patted his back encouragingly. We've both been deceived. Let's work hard together. Unable to return to reality now, Yu Tianxi had decided that even if she dies, she'll die here. The scene changes to the Eastern Palace. The two at that time had no trust in each other. Song Ge returned to the palace in high spirits. She pushed open the crown prince's room door with a bang. Seeing a lavish meal already laid out, she could hardly contain herself. Calm down, Song Ge. It's just serving the crown prince's meal, right? Simply heaven helping me to drug him. She took out a bottle of vitamins. She thought the medicine was a bit sweet, crushing it into the soup, and food should work, right? Thinking so, she split the pill in half. But unexpectedly, Qin Zhao suddenly appeared behind her. What are you doing? The question made Song Ge jump in fright. Ah, ha ha, this servant is preparing lunch for your highness. Her whole body stiffened, but she still boldly put the medicine in the teapot. How can someone in a wheelchair not make any sound at all? Ha ha, it's ready now. Please, your highness, come in. This servant will serve your meal. Song Ge comforted herself. Don't panic. His eyes are covered with cloth. He definitely didn't see what I did. Anyway, it's just some vitamins. Even silver needles for poison testing won't work. Prince Zhao raised his chopsticks. Song Ge silently hoped he would eat quickly, but midway through, he put down his chopsticks. He said he couldn't see the food, so he wouldn't eat anymore. Seeing Prince Zhao about to wheel away, Song Ge grabbed the wheelchair, picked up some food and fed him. It's fine if you can't see clearly. This servant will feed you. It was so hard to put in a little medicine. How could she let him off so easily? Songye deliberately poked left and right with the food. Prince Zhao realized this girl still liked to test his eyes. He then grabbed Songye's hand, opened his mouth, took the food, and chewed noisily. No matter how she wanted to test, Prince Zhao felt the outcome wouldn't change anyway, so he said he was thirsty. Songye quickly brought the drugged water for him to drink. Prince Zhao gulped it down, but he also noticed the taste of this water was similar to the so-called vitamins. She seemed to be using a poisoning method to care for him. "I have a task for you," His Highness said. "Li Niang over there is arranging new business. I want you to leave the palace to deliver a message. Are you sneaking my food?" Songye was startled. Her mouth stopped chewing. "Aya, how could that be?" She stuffed the half-eaten cake into Qinzhao's mouth. "You want this servant to investigate the prince's estate. This servant will do her best." After chewing the half-eaten cake, Prince Zhao confirmed she was indeed sneaking food. "If you understand, then go do it. If you do well, there will be a reward. Oh, the reward is you'll acknowledge me as Songye. I promise to answer one question of yours, any question, with a sincere answer." Originally, Qinzhao wanted to offer 3 questions, but feared all his information would be extracted. "Really, before you bet with this servant that if I won, this servant could torment you at will. But didn't you back out of that bet? I only ever made bets with my wife, unless..." As he said this, he sensed Songye using her hand to grab food in front of him. Heavens, has she started openly stealing the crown prince's food? Though Songye was unsatisfied, she had no way to make him fully believe she was his wife, so she didn't argue for now. "Your Highness needn't worry. If this servant really were Songye, being treated like this by you would be heartbreaking." Outwardly, she appeared aggrieved, but in her hand, she had already wrapped up a bundle of food. That's right. Prince Zhao only replied indifferently. Songye showed extreme dissatisfaction. "This guy is super heartless. I really don't understand little Snow Lotus now." At this moment, Prince Zhao raised his glass. "But Songye is not a weak person. If you really are her, then I will use the rest of my life to repay 100-fold. Prince Zhao couldn't soften his heart any further now, but he was also waiting. He shouldn't believe in that miracle anymore. At a building in the capital, Songye was now standing, pointing and instructing servants. "Put up the sign to make it look nice. After it's done, we'll start organizing the opening." Speaking of claiming kingship or emperorship, this wasn't her forte. But talking about creating a business empire, this wasn't difficult. That night in the Eastern Palace, Prince Zhao lay on the bed, examining the vitamin bottle. He now realized his vision had become much clearer. If the medicine she gave him was effective, then the plan could be implemented sooner. In the emperor's bedchamber at this moment, he suddenly sat up in bed, coughing incessantly. There are 2 ways to become an emperor. One is to secretly build up power, wait until the time is ripe to revolt and overthrow the government. 2 is to become the heir, wait for the opportunity, and quietly send the emperor to the fields to listen to crickets. The method Songye is using is the first one, but what Qinzhao is thinking, she doesn't know. The next morning, Songye had an appointment. While drinking tea, she pondered, "Wonder what Li Niang is doing today." Logically speaking, the role of close maid should be hers. While drinking tea with Feng Qiu, she heard officials after court gathering discussing that the emperor's old illness had relapsed. He probably won't survive this month. Finding it too noisy here, Songye was about to suggest changing locations, but Feng Tianqiu said she didn't mind the bustle. She actually liked it. Feng Tianqiu was now the market developer for Crown Prince Qin Zhao. They met today to hand over work. Tianqiu handed over the accounts here to Songye. She would go to the southern border to develop. Also, following her preference to travel the world with her companion, Road 9. When mentioning Road 9, Songye was surprised that they hadn't confessed to each other yet. Tianqiu was also surprised that this person knew about her companion, but she didn't ask too many off-topic questions. She just said she was afraid that if she confessed her feelings and got rejected, they couldn't even be friends. Songye heard this and wanted to roll her eyes. Living together for 2 whole years, and yet they still don't know each other's feelings? Is something wrong with this couple's heads? As they were talking, someone appeared. She introduced herself as Wu Qing, a descendant of the royal advisor. She came today to discuss cooperation that could make Songye. Hearing this as the Taoist priest beside the 9th prince, both Songye and Tianqiu were surprised. That very night, Songye immediately rushed back to the Eastern Palace. However, the room was empty at that moment. Opening the bedroom door, she saw Prince Zhao breathing steadily on the bed. Sitting and watching him sleep, Songye Song-gae felt this was when she felt the closest to him. She once thought that as long as Qin Zhao became emperor, she could return to her normal life. Even everything here would finally become the past, but she had never put herself in that position to think, is Qin Zhao so suitable to be emperor? Even if she didn't want to admit it, if Qin Zhao didn't have an eye defect, he still wouldn't be suitable for that position. There's no other reason. Not mentioning her modern identity, Qin Zhao isn't the type who likes to fight for power, and he doesn't seem to care much about who will be the successor. On the contrary, it's like he's forcing himself to complete some task. Recalling the meeting with the Taoist priest today, she said, "Even if you dedicate your whole life to the crown prince, what will you gain? Wise people all know Qin Zhao is just a substitute for some other prince. When the big tree grows, I'm afraid you two are just drawing water with a bamboo basket. I have no intention of harming the crown prince. I just hope he can withdraw safely. So why don't we cooperate? It will certainly not disadvantage you two." Song-gae pondered for a moment. Then, pretending to be interested, she said, "Anyone can make empty promises like this. If you've come here, I assume you already have a plan." These thoughts had lulled Song-gae to sleep at some point. In the middle of the night, Qin Zhao woke up. He saw her sleeping slumped by the bed. He unconsciously stroked her hair and softly said, "Song-gae, I miss you very much, but right now I still can't remember you." At this moment, he asked himself if she was Song-gae. It is her. Even though he had suspicions from the start, despite seeing her die with his own eyes. But after living together, it became much clearer. Her capabilities, her likes, her daily habits that few people know when she smiles with her eyes. Throughout the long period after she left, it always appeared in his mind. It constantly gnawed at his thoughts and his very being. Yet she was able to use her true self to come here. There's no going back now. But for now, there's still no way to determine the next steps. We absolutely cannot make a single wrong move. To sit in that position, one must pay a price. Did she just touch me like that? Knowing too much isn't always good. I can't let her hands be stained with blood either. Soon, it will be over soon. Early the next morning, Song-gae greeted the new day not very happily. "What do you mean by soon?" Originally thought pretending to sleep would allow me to hear Qin Zhao's true feelings, but I only heard him sleep talking. I could only vaguely guess what this guy is planning to do. He even stuck his hand in my mouth. Did he want me to vomit my guts out for him to inspect? This man has definitely recognized me, yet he's hiding it, not saying anything. How awful. Before, I didn't feel he was such a hard person to read. But now if I ask him, he'll surely be tight-lipped. He might even make a fuss and restrict my freedom of movement. Why have husband and wife bound by marriage become a couple with their own secrets? While fretting over this, Song-gae heard some childish taunting. Looking over, she saw a group of children bullying another child. "You ugly thing. Royal uncle and royal aunt both look like heavenly immortals. Why did they give birth to such an ugly child like you? Maybe you're not their real child." The child being spoken to is the eldest son of the crown prince. On the right is the second son, and on the left is the firstborn son of the second prince. The child with the birthmark on his face is the third prince's heir. Qin Dai, 9 years old. He cried and protested, "I am their real child. Father said this birthmark of mine can be cured." Song-gae also realized these were the prince's children. After school, they ganged up to tease and bully the weaker one. Seeing this, she called out loudly, "Ah, the junior tutor seems to be coming this way. It wouldn't be good to get caught." The three little rascals, upon hearing this, immediately tucked tail and ran. If caught by the junior tutor, they'd surely be beaten. Seeing the kids gone, Qin Dai struggled to his feet. His body ached, but he immediately thought, "Did my act look convincing? It's really troublesome to transmigrate into anyone, but to transmigrate into a child. That's right, I am a transmigrator. 1 second I was on my way to a blind date. The next second I had an accident. I thought my fate was short-lived. I was lamenting my brief life, no longer able to go to bars and dance to Vina Hey, take cruises, or fly private jets. But somehow I connected with a system and mysteriously transgraded here. I opened my eyes to see 2 people in ancient clothes crying. They even called me their child, arriving here so suddenly. After understanding the situation, I discovered that I had indeed transmigrated. The system that followed me is a talking cat. Yang Wang was a novel I was obsessed with. When I first arrived, I thought I must complete the mission well. Just treat it like playing a 3D game. Complete the mission and happily return home. Then tell Song-gae about this strange experience. She would definitely. As Qin Dai was reminiscing, someone asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you need this servant to help you up?" Songjae's purpose in asking the child was to see if she could get any information about the third prince. But when he first saw her, Chindai's eyes showed excitement. Because this sister looked so much like Songjae, he quickly got up, about to call her name, but stopped. No need. I can stand up by myself. What's going on? Do both worlds have people with identical appearances? Looking at his expression, Songjae thought this child is quite resilient. Chindai was also thinking at this moment. As a royal grandson, if I casually ask a question, even if I mistake someone, it shouldn't matter, right? By the way, sister maid, do you know someone named Liu Da? Songjae was surprised. Isn't Liu Da the boss's name? Has he also transmigrated here? Or is it coincidentally the ninth prince's side sending someone to probe? Songjae, being cautious, pretended, which two characters? Let this servant try to remember. Chindai gave up in despair. I must be overthinking. She doesn't know. Is it really just a coincidence of similar appearances? That's right. The idea of transmigrating with Songjae, how could that possibly happen? But before and after she woke up, she did seem a bit strange. Songjae suddenly grabbed the child, asking if he was Liu Da. Chindai was excited. Is it really her? Otherwise, why would she directly mention my identity? Chindai pursed his lips and uttered a few words. Heaven's king, Earth's tiger. Songjae let go and said coldly, do you want me to reply with pagoda suppresses river demon like this? That's too crude. At this moment, Chindai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such a cold attitude. This is indeed my Songjae. The scene shifts to the emperor's chambers. His illness had been getting worse. Qin Zhao also quickly came to check on the emperor. Are you all right? Zhaoer, can my body still be saved? Father Emperor, don't say such things. You will definitely get better. I will do my best to treat your illness. After saying this, Qin Zhao thought, your life was saved by the herbs I used 2 years ago. Now the effect has worn off, and it's starting to backfire. Those medicines have a cold nature. If we continue to use large amounts, I'm afraid it will harm your body. I'll prescribe some tonics for you for now. Don't worry, you are the supreme ruler, blessed by heaven. Long live and prosper. At most, half a year more, right? If left untreated within 3 months, it will be the day of the emperor's passing. At the Eastern Palace, after the sisters recognized each other, Songjae brought Liu Da, who is now Chindai, back to tell the story. Unbelievable. I never thought that this world would have as many as 4 transmigrators. Usually those novels at most only have 2 transmigrators. That's right. Although in terms of population, this number isn't significant, but this kind of thing is indeed rare. It seems this world is trying to create conflicts, deliberately pushing for something. Your mission is to prevent the 9th prince from becoming king, right? That's right. If you hadn't mentioned the author's Weibo post, I almost thought I had to replace Qin Shengxian as the emperor. Hearing this guy say he came to be the emperor, Songjae's expression was a bit mocking. Liu Da saw this and asked, what's that expression for? Don't believe I have this ability. No, it's not that. I just remembered, although you're not good at business, you're very skilled in crafts. You once gave me a glass product that you made yourself, right? Liu Da denied, pushing the latter part aside, though that's not worth mentioning. Thanks. Glass is easy to make. Do you need some? But that stuff doesn't make money. As he was speaking, Liu Da seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up and he asked, Luli. Songjae nodded. Although ancient Luli is different from glass, it's a pretty good substitute. The prince can't stay in the crown prince's mansion for too long. This task is assigned to you. There's also a meeting with Wu Ting that needs to be attended. Hey, Wu Ting. Liu Da became alert. Isn't that the transmigrator beside the 9th prince? She's clearly an enemy. Why meet her? Songjae stood up, saying, anyway, we still need to clarify the opponent's intentions. As I've said before, the smartest battle is always to eliminate the enemy, achieve the goal without wasting a single soldier. We, the 9th prince, and that compatriot have chosen to stand on opposite sides. It's not possible to say exactly who is righteous or wrong. Therefore, I don't hope to have to confront them unless the other side stubbornly refuses to turn back. The scene changes to a tavern outside the palace. At this time, several ladies are sitting eating barbecue. The hot, fragrant barbecue wrapped with freshly picked raw vegetables. Just one bite sent the ladies to heaven. The Celestial Master King cheerfully said, I'm glad you all like it. There's still plenty. Please eat freely. Today, Songjae transformed into Liu Daohua. Wu Ting politely responded, thank you, Miss Liu. I'm very happy you could come to today's gathering. It's my honor to be invited by Miss Wu Ting. The food here is very special, and the business model is also unique. Is it opened by Your Excellency Wu Ting? Wu Ting momentarily lost her composure, then smiled and nodded in confirmation. The businesses under the Crown Prince haven't been innovated for a long time. Miss Liu, if you're so dedicated to that person, why not bet on a part with me? I mentioned it when we met before. A public opinion scene that I created to send off those who should have left, allowing the one who should ascend to to ascend without you doing too much. I just want to ask some questions, if that's all right. To speak of Wu Ting, she was an ordinary girl from childhood, ordinary appearance, ordinary mind. So ordinary that in this world there were many good things, but they would never be her turn. It made her feel inadequate. After growing up, she lost weight, learned to apply makeup, but still couldn't surpass those born naturally beautiful. Even the person she liked spoke ill of her behind her back. But showing dissatisfaction openly would make her disliked. So she got used to venting things she couldn't say in person, on social media, and became very addicted to it. Back to the current story, Wu Ting warmly said, "If you ladies are full, you can go inside to enjoy beauty massage services. Ah, you must take good care to be loved by many, you know." She said this because what she was about to say couldn't be heard by outsiders. Song-gae also stood up to follow. Unexpectedly, Wu Ting didn't suspect she was a book transmigrator, perhaps because lately she hadn't opened many new business activities. But there was also a day. In these 2 years, some force had been constantly opening business models similar to Tea Shop 7. The sudden increase couldn't be ignored. Now it seems it was the handiwork of this young lady. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Rather, it aligns more with her intentions. Her purpose was never monopoly or autocracy. On the contrary, she hoped this world would have more possibilities. Previously, she had Dow 9 make windmills and grinders. It seems they're now applied in agriculture. Then rakes and looms were also improved accordingly, all to help people liberate production, thereby promoting more diverse capital. When the basics are done well, the life experience of common people will improve. Then there's less need to worry about it later. Budding ideas will naturally take shape. Lady Wu Ting's proposal is truly interesting. I will cooperate with you. May I ask what you want to know? Song-gae was calculating. Although everything can't show results in a short time, at least it's clear someone is walking the same path as her. So the next thing to do is to find common ground in differences. As for Wu Ting, why, after accepting the mission, did she choose to help the Ninth Prince? Why doesn't she want to return to reality? Night fell at the Eastern Palace. Today, Song-gae forgot the time again and returned late. Today, she was also asked a lot about Qin Zhao's ex-wife. Fortunately, she explained it was thanks to the madam's secret method, left behind. The plan for the future needs more thought. Perhaps we could research steam engines. That boy is very skilled in technology. After helping Qin Zhao become emperor, ask him to help expand the steam age. I don't know if he necessarily has to compete for the seat right now. The mission system only requires claiming the throne to become emperor, not who must be emperor. The original work was deleted and unfinished. I can completely rescue the author and ask him to write according to current developments. While still deep in thought, someone came calling. Sister Dao, His Highness the Crown Prince is looking for you. Song-gae was stunned. This name sounded a bit strange. What does he want with me? Hasn't he gone to sleep already? The maid bowed, her face embarrassed as she whispered, "That thing. It seems he needs you to attend to him in bed." Song-gae felt like she was struck by lightning on a clear day. "Is it the attend in bed that I know?" The maid nodded with a sorrowful face. Song-gae forced a smile and bid farewell to the maid. "Attend in bed my foot. He doesn't have that ability." "Haha, it can't be that, but I should still go and take a look." Song-gae ran like the wind back to the room. As soon as she entered, her heart started pounding. It was true. She almost thought Qin Zhao was going to play chess with her. Hadn't he gone to sleep already? Suddenly, Prince Zhao sprang up, grabbed her hand, and pulled her down onto the bed. Before she could react, he pounced on her like a hungry tiger. He even made her call him husband. Song-gae smelled a strong scent of alcohol. So he had attended a drinking party today. You've been drinking. Prince Zhao nodded. The ninth brother dragged me to drink. Song-gae felt that after getting drunk, this guy was quite honest. But why did she have the feeling that she was acting as a stand-in for herself? Be careful, or I might eat you instead. At this age, who knows who's the chicken and who's the feed? Hearing this information, Song-gae felt it was too coincidental. The celestial master invited her, while the ninth prince took Qin Zhao out drinking. She naturally told Qin Zhao about this. Indeed, what else did you say? Song-gae didn't expect Prince Zhao to have discovered it too. After all, in her modern time, they had sent people to investigate. She thought for a moment and said, "Nothing much. It's all in the past now. But what about you? Before, when I wasn't here, what did the ninth prince do to you?" She said as she wrapped her arms around Qin Zhao, thinking to herself. Clearly, when she left, she was still a white flower, harboring no hostility towards anyone. Upon returning, she had turned into a black lotus. Taking advantage of his drunken state, she decided to confide in him a bit, mistaking his identity. Prince Zhao then leaned close to Song-gae's ear and whispered, "At first, they pretended to be investigating officials, wanting to take your body body for an autopsy to determine the cause of death. When I refused to hand it over, they sent someone pretending to be a friend from another world to deceive me, saying you weren't dead, just returned to reality. And if I wanted, I could also go to that world. I believed it at the time. I kept asking how you were living these days, but she couldn't answer anything about what you had taught me. Appendicitis, rubber chain stores, and similar things. So I killed her. Songye sat up in shock. Prince Zhao laughed. I'm just joking. How could I actually do such things? After all, I have to pretend to be harmless to continue living. Otherwise, I'd end up like my dead fiancé, accidentally becoming someone's secret assassination target. Songye's heart softened upon hearing this. Is that really so? The imperial family isn't born to compete with each other. It's just that the fate of those who surrender is only death. Seeing Prince Zhao trying to kiss her again, Songye pushed him away. Wait, don't kiss me. Just one incense stick later, Prince Zhao was snoring loudly, while Songye remained wide awake. Hey, don't fall asleep. You haven't finished talking, Songye said while tapping Qin Zhao's forehead. But he grabbed her hand firmly. Don't play around. I'm very tired. Every day is very tiring. Whether intentional or not, this old Zhao sure knows how to choose a sleeping spot. Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death, heavens? Are you really this tired? After all, the position of crown prince isn't easy to maintain. She tried to push Qin Zhao off her chest, saying, suppose every day is unhappy, why not just stop being the crown prince? At this moment, Songye felt that anyway, Liu Dai was living quite well. There's no need to ignore the wishes of the person in front of her just to save the author's trump card in reality. No, it's not possible. Mother is still waiting for me to liberate her. Hearing Qin Zhao blurt out this sentence, Songye became slightly suspicious. Could it be that Qin Zhao's obsession stems from his mother? The next morning at the Eastern Palace, Qin Dai came running early, shouting, Brother, brother! Where's my sister-in-law? Oh, you mean Qin Zhao. He snuck out early this morning. Songye's eyes were dark, clearly having been tormented by Prince Zhao and unable to sleep all night. Brother, are you having breakfast or lunch? Never mind, it doesn't matter, Qin Dai said while closing the room door. Listen to me. Haven't I turned into a child? That father, the third prince, talks without avoiding me. So last night, he said the emperor's condition has worsened again. The crown prince and chancellor's faction can't sit still anymore. They seem ready to make a move. It appears the third prince has no ambition to become emperor. Fearing incidents in the palace, he wants to prepare luggage with me and mother to find a chance to escape the palace and live a normal life. Songye was so shocked by this news, she dropped her pastry. Wait, when you ran here, did anyone see you on the way? This is no small matter. We must contain this information. Qin Dai laughed and said, It's fine. Since I time-traveled here a month ago, I've been running around the palace using my royal status. The other princes move around even more. There's nothing surprising about it, but what should we do about this? A child like me basically can't influence my parents' thoughts. I'll certainly be taken along. Songye fell into deep thought for a moment, then said, Perhaps it's not such a bad thing. When the emperor is ill, it's not just the crown prince and the ninth prince who will act secretly. Coming from the Jianghu, Qin Zhao definitely won't be as he appears on the surface. He has no one to rely on, right? Clearly, during the second time travel, we could still meet occasionally then, but after becoming crown prince, he disappeared. It seems she might have some secret mission that others can't know about. Thinking this, she said to Qin Dai, I might be able to help you leave the palace, but I also have a favor to ask of you. Do you want to make a bet together? Busy times often pass quickly. After the celestial master inadvertently proved the former madam's formula and that the crown prince was truly blind and lame, not pretending accidentally, she seemed much more at ease. She also often invited Songye out to talk. I hope you won't ask about what happens next. A change will occur in the palace soon. I hope you can persuade the crown prince to leave the palace and rest for a while, to avoid him hearing certain things that aren't pleasant to the ear. Hearing Wu Yintong say this, Songye thought, if we could trick him into leaving the palace, then I wouldn't have to worry so much. Thinking this, she pretended to be naive and asked, this plan truly won't harm His Highness the Crown Prince, right? Wu Yintong replied, a disabled person, even if they could actually ascend to that position, wouldn't last long. Various unseen poisons, assassination would be unavoidable. I just want to create chaos. There's no need to harm a useless person. Of course, if he truly becomes an abandoned pawn, Miss Liu can rest assured. After all, even if the Crown Prince disappears, those assets outside the palace absolutely won't directly vanish, right? At that time, you'll be in control. Songye forced a smile. She knew the other party was just painting a rosy picture. If it were an inexperienced girl, perhaps she would have believed it. Songye said briefly, Wu Yintong's plan to leave the palace and be independent isn't contradictory. In short, we must gather information first. She probably intends to spread rumors that the disabled crown prince can't care for himself and is unable to shoulder great responsibilities, and that the crown prince plans to usurp the throne, spreading among the people. Then in this way, pressure the old emperor to personally purge the crown prince's faction, just eliminating the crown prince and the crown prince. The ninth prince with martial arts power would have nothing to fear anymore. Before leaving, Song Ge intentionally left Wu Yintong some sincere advice. She said, "But I am ignorant. I always feel that public opinion is just baseless stories after all. Please be careful with your wings, sir. Don't treat them as a treasure to win victory." Wu Yintong laughed coldly. "Do you know why I died on the other side?" Wu Yintong felt that the plot had developed to this point completely departing from the original principle. In case she asked further, Song Ge might have heard stories from modern times, or not. Song Ge still pretended to be naive and asked, "After Lord Wu became a celestial master and died, is there some secret method to resurrect?" At this point, Song Ge had vaguely guessed. The reason for Wu Yintong's time travel was related to public opinion. When there were no novels mentioning the perspective of God, it led to a lack of information. The time travelers in this novel were ultimately standing at equal positions. How could there be such a thing as resurrection? Just kidding. Wu Yintong smiled and raised her glass to toast Song Ge. Song Ge responded, "So it was a joke, you scared me." Anyway, happy cooperation, they toasted. Sometime later, on an autumn afternoon at a tower in the western suburbs, a carrier pigeon flew in with a message for Song Ge. The letter stated that her arrangements had been settled. "Oh, Tianqiu is indeed very reliable. One stronghold has been prepared." Pigeons, one after another, flew in with news that strongholds were ready. From a distance, there might have been dozens of carrier pigeons, which proved that Song Ge's network had now become extremely extensive. The autumn clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Everything was ready, and the plan began. After receiving the information, Song Ge returned to Zhao Wang's mansion, took out a jug of wine, and placed some meat in front of Zhao Wang. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is good wine that your servant brought back from our winery. You seem a bit tired these past few days. Why don't we have a small feast and drink a few glasses to relax?" Zhao Wang was originally writing something. Hearing Song Ge say this, he asked in a gentle tone, "Is there some good news? What else can a charming wife do but pamper?" Song Ge opened the wine jug and said with a smile, "It can be considered good news. Our business, except for the desert and northern frontier which need more time, has basically been distributed across all major towns, and a route through remote, poor areas has been opened to attract local manpower. Displaced people have also been hired to work. By now, it has formed a considerable scale." Zhao Wang slowly savored the fine wine. He nodded slightly and said, "Well done." He completely misunderstood the power of the proletariat, that number beyond imagination. Thinking this, Song said, "So, Your Highness, what have you been doing lately?" Zhao Wang thought for a moment before saying, "Nothing. I once promised that if the business was managed well, I would agree to answer one question from you. You can ask now." The cold words made Song Ge slightly dissatisfied, but she found it interesting. Asking directly would be so boring. Why not play a game to add some fun and also relieve boredom? A game, Since we already have wine here, let's see who can drink faster. If you win, you can ask the other person a question. How about it? You can also ask your servant. We'll use the sound of putting down the glass as the standard. No lying. This, before Zhao Wang could even say whether he agreed or not, Song Ge had already raised her glass and drained it in one gulp. "Your servant finished drinking first, so I'll ask you to answer my first question." Zhao Wang smiled bitterly. "I haven't agreed yet," he said. Then Zhao Wang sighed. Looking at the wine cup, he said, "Fine, go ahead and ask." He now felt like he was making the first move. It was like a final consolation. "All right then, my first question is, have you been living well these past 2 years?" Zhao Wang was surprised by this question. You could see his eyes momentarily excited, but then he coldly asked, "You used all these tricks just to ask this?" "That's right. After all, in this speed game, once your highness becomes serious, your servant will have no chance of winning. So this is the only opportunity. Of course, it must be used on something important, right?" Zhao Wang now didn't know what trick Song Ge was intentionally playing. Why would she ask him such a thing? However, he played fair and said sincerely, "I've said it when drunk before, haven't I? I'm not living well at all, but this is my choice. I can't back down." Hearing Zhao Wang's words, Song Ge pondered for a moment. "I see. Well then, next round. You're not asking more." Zhao Wang was a bit puzzled. Song Ge must be very eager to know about the Crown Prince's power structure, and the matter about his mother that he carelessly revealed that day. It's enough. Song Ge nodded with a smile. "Just confirming your true attitude is enough. There's still a long future ahead. In the second round, Zhao Wang won without any doubt. I've won. Please, Your Highness, ask your question. Zhao Wang also thought for a moment, then asked Song Ge to tell her story. Song Ge was a bit surprised by this request. She chuckled inwardly. Oh my, not pretending anymore. As you command. Which period of your servant's story does Your Highness want to hear? If I tell it all at once, it might be quite long. Your childhood, Zhao Wang said. Haha, can we move forward a few years? Your servant's childhood wasn't interesting at all. You must take what you dish out. Fair enough. I don't know what a normal child's childhood is like, but as far back as I can remember, I was locked in a stuffy, gloomy room, and along with my friend had already lost the light. We'd look at the bland, white porridge, imagining it as a delicacy as we swallowed it down. In the organization, children were divided into two types. One type was intentionally tortured into disability, the low-quality goods. They were placed in busy areas to beg for money. The other type used their status as children to help the organization scam valuable assets. To continue living, there was nothing we wouldn't do. That's roughly how it was. The outline of your servant's childhood story is quite similar to what Your Highness has experienced. Both lived in an evil cult, only able to leave when the organization fractured. After listening, Zhao Wang raised his wine cup and took a small sip. He said, I never escaped from the evil cult. Leaving was only to complete the plan. Plan? What do you mean, Your Highness? Song Ge suddenly had an ominous premonition. Haha! If the ninth prince has so-called Jianghu forces behind him, why can't I have them too? Guangdong Palace is the #1 sect in the martial world. Song Ge was even more surprised now. In the original story, Tuanquan Palace also participated in the fight for the throne. No wonder Li Nung was never seen. So she was preparing these things. Song Ji swallowed hard in fear. Zhao Wang pushed his wheelchair forward. He reached out and embraced her. Don't be afraid, Song Ji. Don't be afraid. His action made her even more panicked. Could Qin Zhao really be planning to act ruthlessly? Qin Zhao nuzzled her cheek. Song Ge, you unknowingly did me a favor by spreading news everywhere. The Crown Prince's faction has already been put halfway in the coffin by Father Emperor, with over half dismissed from their positions. The ninth prince's power has also been weakened through Guangdong Palace. No one will be able to stop me anymore. Very soon, everything will be able to end. What I worry about is only that you might leave me. Song Ge tried to push him away, saying, Qin Zhao, before leading you back, I won't leave. But this matter needs to be discussed thoroughly. Song Ge never expected that you had secretly prepared so many things. The reason for concluding Qin Zhao couldn't act hastily was because even if he became emperor, soon after he would follow the old path as written in the original. He would be overthrown by the ninth prince leading Jianghu forces. If there were other forces opposing the situation, it would be even more inexplicable. Your plan seems smooth, but there are still flaws. The princes aren't fools. If the crown prince and ninth prince join forces, you still won't have a chance to win. I know well. That's why we must prepare a succession edict in advance. Just make the blindness and lameness Father Emperor's worry. My brothers won't be on guard against me. Intentionally set up a smokescreen. Everything can be explained and is very reasonable. Qin Zhao's meaning was to force the old emperor to write a succession edict before he died, saying Qin Zhao was all normal. Pretending to be disabled was just to lower the guard of those who wanted to usurp the throne, avoiding fratricidal conflict, considering this as the crown prince. Song Ge felt a bit scared. Could he be planning to kill the emperor? Otherwise, how could he ensure getting the edict? Using the third prince's life to threaten the emperor for the imperial seal could indeed work. Haha, I didn't mean to say so much. My wife is always very good at provoking her husband's mood, Qin Zhao said while taking out a box from his sleeve. At this moment, Song Ge pushed him away hard. Qin Zhao, your plan carries too much risk and could easily make yourself a target for others. I have a way, though it's a bit slower, but it will be much safer. I didn't mention it before because at that time, you still didn't trust my identity. Saying anything would have been useless, but I hope you can stop now. Song Ji always felt that something terrible would happen. It would cause him to collapse. No need. I want to quickly deal with these matters, then have my wife stay by my side forever. As soon as Prince Zhao finished speaking, he inserted a series of silver needles into Song Jae's body. The purpose was to seal her acupoints and meridians. It made Song Jae unable to move. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. It's just to seal your actions like before. Last time you suddenly died in front of me, leaving only a corpse. How heartless. This time, stopping your own body, you have no way to disappear. No more loopholes, right? Song-ge now felt her whole body numb. She just didn't understand why Prince Zhao sealed her acupoints. She asked Qin Zhao, "Could it be that you plan to act tonight?" Qin Zhao was silent for a moment, thinking that Sijun Shangkong's arrangement needed 2 days. Then he said, "No, it's not time yet, but sometimes I wish my wife didn't have to be so smart. After all, I didn't originally plan to act against you so soon." As he said this, Qin Zhao was able to stand straight on both feet. Song-ge was naturally shocked to see this. She exhaled and said, "So you've been deceiving me all along." At this moment, Qin Zhao slowly removed his blindfold and said, "Aren't you deceiving me too? You clearly said we'd be a loving married couple without doubting each other. You clearly said you'd help me become emperor, change this world. But what happened? Didn't you just casually abandon me?" Prince Zhao suddenly leaned in close to Song-ge's face. His voice was full of coldness. Song-ge was frightened by him. "No, that's not it. I've come back." Qin Zhao, hearing this, lifted her chin and said, "You came back for your friend. Your honesty before made me very happy, but it's undeniable that your kindness towards me was all purposeful." Looking into Qin Zhao's eyes, Song-ge felt a bit doubtful. She had previously confessed her reason for returning, but never mentioned Qin Dai's true identity. Prince Zhao made a sound and then said, "My wife's expression looks like she's thinking. Could it be that Qin Zhao's eyes can really see? Did I guess correctly?" At this sentence, Qin Zhao's tone had become warm again. Song-ge was silent for a while, then said, "I'm sorry. I can't deny that initially I treated you as a character in a novel. After discovering I could return here to save my friend, it indeed became my most important goal. Compared to the pressure of completing the mission and the desire to see you again, it actually made me feel very comfortable and expectant. So when I returned here again, I was prepared to stay by your side. It's just that staying in the palace is absolutely not a blessed place. Factional interests are too deeply entangled. They're all eyeing this position. If we're not careful, we'll be torn to pieces. Just like in the original story, where you couldn't stand on your own. Although the power won't be as strong as it is now, there's still a way to retreat." After listening to Song-ge speak for a long time, Qin Zhao responded with a cold snort, "Deception is still deception. I'm not deceiving you. If I didn't want to stay, I wouldn't need to prepare those strongholds outside the palace. I hope we can continue to live peacefully together." Seeing Song-ge's agitation, Prince Zhao stopped her. Then he went around and picked her up, gently laying her down on the bed. "Rather than staying, what you really want is for me to go with you, right?" As soon as Qin Zhao finished speaking, he saw Song-ge looking a bit embarrassed. "Ha ha, guessed right again, huh? But in your eyes, you still haven't seen my true self." Qin Zhao's tone changed once again. Song-ge felt, "Oh no. I think I understand why Qin Zhao is so angry now. He thinks I've always seen him as a target, a mission to return to reality, and that I've treated him from beginning to end as if I liked someone else. Memory loss is really hard to deal with." After thinking, Song-ge gave a cold smile. She said, "We really are not good at expressing our own feelings." Prince Zhao paused and asked, "What?" Song-ge's mind was still racing. What to do? "I haven't even met the author yet." Thinking this, she said, "It's nothing. I just feel that my lord's anger is like that of a child, quite adorable. Adorable to the point of knowing the path ahead is wrong, yet still intentionally keeping me outside the danger zone. Dealing with problems yourself. Adorable to the point that even if you want to imprison me, you basically can't bring yourself to hurt me." At this point, Qin Zhao had loosened the ropes. He also slowly removed the hairpins blocking the acupoints on Song-ge's body. "A child would never treat you like this. My lady, just wait here obediently for 3 days. In 2 days, everything will settle down. If I fail, someone will escort you out of the palace. But that won't happen." As he spoke, Prince Zhao closed the lid of the acupuncture box. "My lady's future can only be to look at me forever." Hearing this, Song-ge thought, will he throw me into the harem as a hidden beauty in a golden house? Although she understood, this Qin Zhao was actually a love maniac. Thinking this, she pretended to struggle. But to be honest, she was even more of a love maniac than Qin Zhao by several times. It's just that she didn't know it. From the secret pouch on her collar, Song-ge took out a pill. She was a bit confused seeing Qin Zhao so confident of victory. Could it be he had some trump card that she didn't know about? But even so, she couldn't let him have his way. Rewinding time to before, when she was sewing the secret pouch in preparation for her plan, the mirror system had repeatedly questioned Song-ge's plan. It thought this method was too roundabout and complicated. Song-ge also admitted that her method was very troublesome and time-consuming. But she told the mirror system that she had once agreed with Qin Zhao to change this world. If she only helped him become emperor, it wouldn't be enough to change this world. She would be restricted in the palace, palace, hands tied. If he didn't comply, she would have to force him, because both she and he were lonely and selfish individuals. After thinking, she said to Qin Zhao, "Although you're always in your servant's eyes, if my lord is not satisfied, then I will do something about it." Qin Zhao turned his head in surprise. Song Ge didn't hesitate to place a kiss on his lips. The intensity of this kiss was, to say the least, passionate. Song Ge was so fierce that she bit Qin Zhao's lips until they bled. The kiss lasted quite long. Qin Zhao quickly felt something was wrong. Could it be from the kiss? No, she had something in her mouth, giving me some drug. Before losing consciousness, Qin Zhao grabbed Song Ge's neck. This time, Song Ge was indeed gambling with her own life. Soon after, Qin Zhao's hand dropped, leaving a mark on Song Ge's neck before he fell asleep. Only then did Song Ge breathe a sigh of relief. She thought that people when unconscious wouldn't think much, yet he still discovered it. That was quite ruthless. It's all bruised now. Song Ge then went to the mirror system. It congratulated her on the success of her plan. Song Ge smiled with satisfaction. "I've won my bet. With Qin Zhao's skills, he could have easily killed me before passing out, but he chose to give up. After that, the drug took effect. Not killing me means entrusting his life to me. It also means entrusting me with all the preparations related to succession from before. Everything flows with the current." At this moment, Song turned around, pulled open a drawer to get a rope to untie her hair while still thinking. "I've already controlled the drug dosage carefully, yet I still feel a bit dizzy. I need to rinse my mouth quickly, but how long has he been preparing since we met? 3 years. 4 years. I wouldn't be surprised if before leaving the Devil Sect, Qin Zhao had already prepared everything. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why Shangkong Palace listens to him so obediently. It's just that he didn't have enough status and position to stand with the other princes, so he chose to stay in Zhao Wang's mansion, living a peaceful life, waiting for a marriage alliance that could help him prepare his own supplies and private army." Thinking of this, she smiled slightly, caressing Qin Zhao's face. "We really have used each other thoroughly." When finished, she bent down and pulled out a huge wooden chest from under the bed. "Sorry, Qin Zhao. When you wake up and find everything in disarray, how should I make you happy? This is really troublesome." Song Ge took the chance to kiss her husband once more. Then she began frantically preparing the wiring. Seeing the hard wooden chest, she added some blankets. The ink and zither he liked were also put in. There was also a medicine box, along with incense and tea. She prepared as if she was about to bury her husband, but not long after. Song Ge put the wooden chest containing her husband onto a horse-drawn carriage. She had also changed her clothes. "Tired, aren't you?" In the past, Qin Zhao worked very hard. He even traveled through the night many times. This time, perhaps it won't arouse any suspicion, right? Song Ge waited while thinking idly. Not long after, a hunched figure emerged from a dark alley. On their back was an enormous bundle. It was Su Bai Wan. Su Guifei was also a book transmigrator. Seeing her arrive, Song Ge helped her onto the carriage, because this person was also part of her plan. Su Bai Wan had prepared very carefully today. Not only did she wear a headscarf disguising herself as a palace maid to escape the palace, but she also brought a box of makeup. With just a few strokes, her appearance had basically reached the limit of colorful and flowery. She was confident in her makeup skills. Surely no one would be able to recognize her. Seeing this scene, Song Ge smiled bitterly. "I suggest you get directly into the chest. This appearance of yours looks even more suspicious." Su Baiwan's face drooped. She reluctantly opened the chest lid and crawled in. At this moment, voices came from outside the carriage. The newcomer was Qin Dai, Song Ge's blood brother who had transmigrated from modern times. "Big sis, we're here. The luggage and money have been transferred out earlier as you asked. It's all set. Whether we can move smoothly tonight depends on you." Along with Qin Dai were his parents, who were the third prince and third prince consort. Seeing everyone had arrived, Song Ge didn't say much and had everyone board the carriage to depart. Because of their extensive knowledge, experience, and practice, this time Song Ge's group passed through checkpoints very smoothly. The quickest way was money talks. Money is power. Qin Dai was very surprised by his big sister's abilities. He really couldn't believe they could escape so easily. He had thought some unexpected situation would arise. Then they'd be suddenly stopped by father or intercepted somehow. Song Ge proudly told him, "That's why I say to survive in this era, you need knowledge, experience, and practice. Money, money, money. That's all you need. No need to waste time, even if something happens. The guards won't report their own oversight to their superiors. They'll just say the crown prince never left the palace. This works in our favor. All dangerous signs need to be eliminated. Future matters will go smoothly. The emperor, due to his health, temporarily can't reverse course. The escape can be concealed for a few more days. But the new base is quite far. After we're received at the inn, we'll head north during the night. When the carriage arrived at the inn, Xiaoxing and Xiao Li immediately ran out to greet them. Boss, you finally arrived. The carriages are ready. Our shop in the capital has basically been cleaned out. We can depart at any time. Songge smiled and said, well done. These days the capital is unstable. Going north is our only choice. After saying this, she turned and called to Su Baiwan to change carriages. She absolutely didn't mention capturing the crown prince to anyone. There's one more thing. Because previously you instructed us not to spread the word, we kept operating normally until evening. Then we encountered a regular customer. His mood seemed not to be good. After drinking a lot, he just sat there and wouldn't leave. Due to his noble status, we didn't dare to chase him out. Looking in the direction Xiaoxing pointed, Songge saw a young man who was completely drunk, mumbling for more wine. Songge's heart leapt as soon as she saw this person. The fifth prince. Oh my. After sending Xiao Yingwei away first, I almost forgot about him. It's been a long time since we last met. In the past, he was tricked into stealing fruit from the imperial garden. The crown prince isn't the head eunuch anymore, saying he wanted to eat wild fruit. The fifth prince suddenly burst into tears. Seventh brother won't drink with me. Ninth brother doesn't care about me either. You all drink with this prince. One more cup. Perhaps due to being too drunk, his face was flushed. His limbs were unsteady. Seeing this, he smiled slyly and said, all right then, this isn't bad. Someone help the honored guest into the carriage. I want to drink with him. Yes, boss. As the fifth prince was helped into that carriage, he mumbled to the person beside him, who wants to drink with me? Then he collapsed and fell asleep. This stage, called the Imperial City, in just one night, lost 4 important characters. His subordinates reported, Team 1 ready, Team 2 ready, Team 3 ready. The crown prince, and noble consort bowed in turn. According to the schedule, we'll arrive just in time for the city gates to open for the first departure. Good thing that golden chair is confined in the deep palace. Does it really have such a terrifying attraction? After some thought, they finally began. Everyone, let's depart. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not there. Who will sing? Who will take the stage with me and him? A woman poked her head out from the carriage window, full of excitement. After more than 3 years, I'm finally out. It has nothing to do with anything. The next morning, the sound of horse hooves in succession created a noise that woke the fifth prince. He startled awake. Before his eyes was a girl who was still deep in sleep. He tried to recall the events of last night. On this side, the girl was still snoring comfortably. The prince moved closer to touch her. Judging by the sounds outside, they had probably gone far from the city. The convoy had been traveling for more than just one night. If he wanted to leave, he had to be quick. His hand moved close to her neck, preparing to assassinate her. Indeed, he could only take her along. Having said that, he turned back to his bed and obediently faced the other person. It turned out she had been pretending to sleep all along. She sat up, wondering why he had withdrawn his hand. Didn't you want to strangle me? She said. Why didn't your highness continue? If you use me as a hostage, you could certainly threaten the convoy to return to the capital. As she spoke, her hand poked the fifth prince's back. The silence made her call out his name, Qin Zhao. Her eyes turned sad. It's understandable. After all, what I've done seems equivalent to pulling you away from the throne when it was within your grasp. It would be strange if you weren't angry. She continued, Qin Zhao, although saying these things now is quite shameless, but if there's anything I can do to make up for this, just say it. I can do anything. I'm sorry. You might think I'm crazy or unreasonable, but please believe that these actions are not meant to oppose you. On the contrary, I want to be by your side in a healthy way. I admit that I want to bring you back to reality, but if your highness insists on staying, and after achieving a result that doesn't free you to return to the world, then I will use the opportunity to pray that I have been given, to wish to stay here. Qin Zhao was very surprised to hear those words from her. This is my promise to you, your highness. Can you give me one last chance? Hearing those words, Qin Zhao felt extremely frustrated inside. He bit his lip, trying to control himself. Qin Zhao heard Song Jae's words. Though slightly agitated, his face remained gloomy, making it difficult to read his expression. He clenched his fist and said, Madam doesn't need to do this. He sat up but turned his back to her. He continued, if one's skills are inferior, then accept defeat. But in his heart, he thought, fortunately, I've prepared for the second scenario. At this moment, she happily thought her husband cared about her. She excitedly stood up, spun around a few times, and made some sounds like a cute puppy, thinking how wonderful it was. He still cares about me. Qin Zhao, with a blank face, asked what she was doing. She was so happy that you could almost see puppy ears wagging as she replied, just feeling happy. Her heart bloomed as she thought, I thought my husband would hate me for a while, so I've been worried for so long. He looked at her behavior and silently sighed. Foolish. She didn't expect that a woman like this would ruin his plans. Now it seems he can no longer refer to himself as she. He looked at his palm and continued his train of thought, asking himself, angry. Clenching his fist in frustration, he answered himself, of course I'm angry in my heart. The feeling of being betrayed by someone close is not pleasant at all. Song-gae was unaware of his inner thoughts. She mumbled to herself. She had always thought what to do if her husband didn't care about her. She had absolutely no experience in mending relationships. Qinzhao was still unable to escape his own thoughts. It felt like his heart was being ground into powder. The pain pierced his soul, but he didn't feel any hatred, nor did he want to sever ties with her. That would be an irrational action. As he thought, he recalled the scene of her initiating a kiss to trick him into taking the medicine. As for Song-gae, knowing when to yield, she knelt down at the right moment, begging for his forgiveness. It's all my fault. If I hadn't taken a 2-year break from studying, I might have been able to persuade you. He stood up at this moment, thinking the opposite. His face was still shrouded in darkness, his current expression unclear. He said coldly, Madam has already said it. Apologizing alone means nothing. Why not add another chess piece? For now, I can cooperate with you. He turned to look down at her and continued, but if we don't achieve our goal, you'll have to follow my arrangements. He asked her coldly what she thought. At the same time, he recalled sitting in a wheelchair in front of the emperor's bed, thinking to himself, even if we return now, it will arouse suspicion. This way, we won't be able to force the emperor to abdicate as expected. It's better to see Song-gae's tactics first. Perhaps it could change the game. Thinking this, he stepped out of the room. Seeing this, she hurriedly agreed. No problem. In her heart, she thought this was right. She asked again, but does this mean you've forgiven me? He sat down on the chair in the corner of the room and said calmly, I don't hate you. How can I forgive? It's just that Madam has ruined my plans. It pains me greatly. You said you'd do anything to make amends. Is that true? She was still kneeling on the ground, turned towards him and said excitedly, It's true. As long as I can do it, just tell me. He spoke again. Stating my own demands means nothing. Madam should know what I want. She pondered, thinking about what Qinzhao wanted. Recalling his pained expression and words from earlier, she smiled slightly and replied, I understand. In front of a mansion, there were many horse-drawn carriages lined up, queuing inside. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. Song-gae stepped out, stretching and said, Such a long, rushed journey. Finally, we can rest. He, dressed in casual clothes, followed her out the door and asked, Indeed. How much longer do we have to go? She replied, About 3 more days. Then she called out to the group standing by the carriages, Disperse and rest well. Assemble early tomorrow morning. They shouted back, Understood. To avoid the convoy being too conspicuous, she had divided them into several smaller groups. She turned to him again, twirling the room card in her hand, explaining, We're using business development as a pretext to choose a place with good feng shui to build a city. Also, the refugees we brought along the way have been arranged to form an independent town. With money, everything becomes easier. Qian Chu and the others have put a lot of effort into this. It's no exaggeration to say that the total value of our merchant guild and stores can rival the kingdom's finances. Outwardly serious, but inside, her heart was soaring with excitement. It's the first time going for a walk with my husband. He and she entered the inn together. Holding both hands, he spoke slowly. Although the lost prince will likely be seen as a disgrace to the royal family, Father Emperor is gravely ill, so the search can't be conducted openly. But my elder brother and ninth brother may not consider us harmless yet. He followed behind as she went upstairs, walking like a merchant, still talking about palace affairs. There are many people in the palace. They can't hide the disappearance for too long. I'm also grateful for my current healthy appearance. It doesn't draw too much attention. They arrived at the room door. She pushed the door open and looked. He smiled and said happily, My husband is like the bright moon just now. The young ladies were shyly stealing glances all along. Is my wife jealous? Long sighed inwardly. Luckily, Qinzhao rarely goes out and was blindfolded. Almost no one has seen him like this. Qinzhao was slightly surprised by her words, pondering the phrase bright moon. Then he put on a charming demeanor, moved closer behind her and whispered, Is Madam jealous? They had entered the room. She closed the door and casually admitted, That's right. Sometimes I even think randomly. She turned to look at him and continued, If you were still in a wheelchair, wouldn't no one pay attention to you? You'd be mine forever, wouldn't you? His face was backlit, his expression unclear. Only the corners of his mouth could be seen curling up as he said gently, Madam is quite wicked, isn't she? Tong Ka turned around, her back now against his chest, contentedly saying, I've never claimed to be good. From an ordinary person's perspective, I'm someone who achieves her goals by any means necessary. He turned her around, saying, I know. Then he leaned in closer, continuing to whisper, even if I didn't before, I deeply feel it now. She happily asked, do you hate it? He kissed her nose, answering, how could I? Hugging her tightly, he added, I've always liked you the most. The thin curtain fell around the bathtub, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. What about you, my wife? You must know by now that I'm not as pure as you thought, right? Before she could answer, he leaned in to kiss her lips, causing her to let out a soft moan. Still holding her tight, he asked again, do you hate it? The thin cloth couldn't conceal their bodies entwined in the water. Blushing from the kiss, she replied, I don't hate it much. She opened her eyes to see him kissing her shoulder, then softly continued, but I don't like it much either. After all, there's no need to find an evil lover just like myself, right? She couldn't help but think, Bailian's scheming is starting to sound like me. Hearing her last words, he bit her shoulder hard, venting his frustration, making her cry out in pain. When Qinzhao released, her shoulder bore teeth marks. He provocatively asked, then why are you doing these things with me? She trembled at his actions, embarrassedly saying, what else could it be for? You clearly know the answer. Tunka deliberately evaded. What could it be? You know, so why ask? Qinzhao gently kissed her body, softly saying, let's hear it. She seemed quite uncomfortable inside. You bit me again, puppy. Though it didn't break the skin, I'm still firmly determined not to say it. How odd. He then showed disappointment. If my wife doesn't want to say it, then never mind. Contrary to Qinzhao's sigh, she was very interested and breathed deeply. This familiar scent of white lotus, it's been so long since I've smelled it. Tungka's voice suddenly became coy. All right, forget it. Husband, bring your face closer. He immediately changed his expression, eagerly moving closer. Like this. She nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Tunka felt a bit conflicted inside. The charm was still the familiar white lotus charm, but the man before her was indeed the Qinzhao she once knew, no longer perfect and aloof. It seemed that even the image of a celestial being could become confused and flustered. Sometimes he would play tricks, only able to look at her and lacking a sense of security. Tunka looked straight into Qinzhao's eyes and said frankly, I do these things with you, my husband, not to please you or for any other purpose. It's just because I want to do it. I do it simply because I want to, just like a normal couple would. Seeing his questioning look at normal couple, she smiled slightly, not thinking about your status or your goals or if you have any plans you haven't told me about. So what should I do? How should I kiss you to make you willingly tell me about such things? Things like this. It's simply because I want to be close to you. I want to kiss you, so I kiss you. That's all there is to it. Qinzhao suddenly became serious. How many of my wife's words are sincere? She immediately answered frankly, however many you think are sincere, that's how many are. Before she could finish, he deliberately stopped her mouth, preventing her from continuing. They both understood they were used to wearing masks and living, often not wanting to take them off, not knowing between wearing and not wearing, which truly represented their real selves. Qinzhao showed a sulky expression. My wife is always flirting with me. Tunka smiled. What's there to fear? After all, you don't have. Before she could finish, she suddenly felt alarmed. Wait, what's that hard thing under the water? Tunka immediately looked down, making him feel embarrassed. You guessed right. Thanks to your care, my body is very healthy. And I was also pretending to be disabled. Hearing this, Tunka stood up in panic, her attitude stiff. Is that so? Then I won't bother you anymore. He immediately replied, I can't let you have your way. She was then lifted out of the bathtub and thrown forcefully onto the bed. Tunka, both embarrassed and angry, questioned, Qinzhao, you don't want to pretend anymore, do you? In front of my wife, what's left to pretend? He then showed a mischievous smile. It's you who wronged me. You even said you'd compensate me. What? Regret it now. She felt a bit resentful. You speak as if you didn't betray me. Taking advantage of the situation, Qinzhao quickly climbed onto the bed. If my wife also feels wronged, then for what comes next? How about we take turns? Seeing Tunka's confusion, Qinzhao whispered softly, for the time of one incense stick, I'll listen to all of your wishes. How about that? Do whatever you want. But after one incense stick, I'll resist. A dark thought suddenly arose in her mind. Do whatever she wants. It's been a long time since the crown prince did anything to him. So when he asked again, is it okay? She immediately agreed. No problem at all. Tunka felt strangely happy inside. It's just resisting, isn't it? Before that, everything is allowed. That's right. Even if we put on masks, what's the problem? The future is still long. As long as we still want to rely on each other, there will always be chances to enter each other's lives. In that face-to-face moment, Tunka suddenly exclaimed, My lord, your eyes are so beautiful. Not knowing until then whether someone who understands oneself even more will appear. Qinzhao replied affectionately, "It's my wife's blessing." At this moment, in the eastern palace, there was an image of a man sitting trembling on the roof. What to do? What to do? The palace has discovered the third prince's disappearance. They're conducting a strict investigation now. It can't be hidden anymore. He was the 10th shadow guard of the crown prince, truly very worried. "My lord, where have you gone? Why is there no trace at all?" Suddenly a loud call. "Calm down, 10th shadow guard. It's me." The person who just appeared was Tui Yun, a member of the Shangkong Palace. She continued calmly. "The crown prince has sent orders, arranged to implement the second plan in the palace." The 10th shadow guard immediately perked up and ran over joyfully. "Miss Tui Yun, have you received news of our lord?" She nodded slightly. "The crown prince contacted us. Shangkong Palace's information points are spread throughout the Jianghu. We use a unified secret text to transmit information. The crown prince's meaning is that he has things to do recently. He told us to temporarily hide, continue to harass the court forces in the shadows, and wait for his arrangements." He nodded in agreement. "All right, then we must proceed to deploy from another direction." "Did our lord not say when he'd return?" Tuyun quickly replied. "No, but I heard he's not wrong. We can still stay here and live. Life in the capital is much better than in the mountains. No wonder everyone fights for that position, fighting to the death and back to life." The sound of horse carriages hurriedly moving under the harsh weather. The lord in their mouths, both of them, hugging their aching backs, sighed. Tungka suddenly turned to look at Qinzhao with concern. "What's wrong? Was last night too intense? Did it affect the leg that my lord just recovered from?" He confidently replied, "No need to worry. This activity is nothing for me. Rather, it's my wife who worked hard all night. Do you need me to give you a massage?" She quickly laughed. "No need, no need." In her heart, she couldn't help but be surprised. This person looks delicate on the outside, but lasted so long. It was exhausting. Qinzhao appeared happy on the surface. "You're too kind, he thought to himself. "There's actually a woman who can match her stamina. Truly like a wolf or tiger. It's terrifying." But in the end, both were very satisfied. It felt so good. "Let's do it again at the next rest stop." After pondering, Tungka teased, "So now my lord isn't worried I'll run away, right?" Qinzhao's next words made her a bit disappointed. "Not necessarily. My wife might just be attached to the bedroom activities. For me, it started with impropriety and ends with abandonment." Tungka had to reluctantly change the subject. "That word sounds strange coming from your mouth. But anyway, let's talk business first. The whole family of the third prince together is too big a target, easy to be discovered. Let the couple disguise as merchants and leave as one team. The child will stay with us on this side. The imperial consort will go with the third team. Do we need to play some tricks next time?" Qinzhao nodded in agreement. Fifth brother also used three brothers to conceal his identity, using training outside the palace as an excuse to maintain temporarily. He's always wanted to go out and see the city. Staying for a few days shouldn't be a problem. Tungka felt puzzled again. But after all, he's a normal prince used to being pampered. "I wonder if he can adapt to the hardships of travel. Should we buy some essential oils?" He nodded slightly. "That's true. Fifth brother has always been like that. I don't know why my wife would bring along someone who's predetermined to be troublesome like him." Qinzhao was focused when suddenly surprised by Tungka's words. "By the way, if used for bedroom activities, it should have some aphrodisiac components too." He immediately exclaimed. "What?" That reaction made her smile. "My lord seems quite knowledgeable about these things. You can't judge a book by its cover," he happily explained. "Years of dealing with herbal medicines. Of course, I understand. My wife, we're off topic from important matters." She nodded as well. "Right. The reason I brought along 5th Prince Qin Shenyang. On one hand, he just got drunk at our tea house. If not managed, I'm afraid our whereabouts might be exposed. On the other hand, before she could finish, the running horse suddenly stumbled and neighed loudly. Qinzhao anxiously said loudly, "What's wrong?" Tungka then lifted the curtain to look outside. She saw the 5th prince running unsteadily. 5th prince seems to be carsick and vomiting badly. I'll go down and check. You've never used a healthy body to appear in front of him. It's better to wait for now. He also nodded in agreement. Still, it's troublesome to comfort him. Tungka looked worried. Is everything all right? The person next to the prince immediately said, Master, this young gentleman seems unwell. He can't sit in the carriage anymore. He can't sit anymore. The 5th prince also couldn't keep calm and shouted loudly, I'm not doing this anymore. I want to be in a music house. I want the most beautiful dancer. While she calmly replied, Is it that serious? She couldn't help but feel annoyed inside. So troublesome. Finally, she came up with a plan. But this mountain road is quite treacherous. If we don't pass quickly, forget about being in a music house. Tonight, we might only be able to stay in the mountains. By then, there will be bears, wolves, very scary things coming out. The 5th prince's face turned pale. Bears, wolves. She happily handed something to him. This is motion sickness medicine. After drinking it, try to sleep a bit. It should help. The fifth prince's face lit up. Drink it, and I'll feel better. It will take effect in about half an hour. Hearing Tungka say this, he immediately pleaded, No, let's rest first. If we continue, I'll really die. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of footsteps nearby. The fifth prince was still rambling on. You don't want anything to happen to me, right? That would be killing a prince. Not letting him continue, she immediately covered his mouth and warned, Stop, don't be so loud. The footsteps were getting closer. Qin Zhao, who was concentrating on listening, quickly reminded, Everyone, be alert. Tungka thought to herself, Qin Zhao, he's noticed something. Although not clear what was happening, she immediately understood and said loudly, Everyone be alert, prepare your weapons. The fifth prince's face also darkened. Thang Duong and Tungka looked bewildered as they saw the arrow flying towards them. After realizing what was happening, she quickly pushed him aside to avoid it. Unfortunately, the arrow grazed her arm. Qin Zhao, sitting inside the carriage, used a technique to destroy the arrow, breaking it in half. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared. A leader smiled and said, Second brother, how could you miss the shot? Luckily, we have many brothers in our camp. We've surrounded all of them. Tungka was surprised. Bandits. Thang Duong cried in fear and ran away. Bandits. They're bandits. Inside, Qin Zhao was listening to the situation. 30, no more than 40 people. These bandits are quite numerous. Although our convoy has many attendants, few are skilled in martial arts. We might not be a match for them. The leader spoke boldly. That's right. This merchant group is quite large. Brothers, kill the men, capture the women, and take all their valuables. Let's go. As soon as he finished, the bandits charged forward madly. The fifth prince was terrified, his whole body trembling. Qin Zhao saw the urgent situation and had to make a decision. It seems I have no choice but to act. I'll have to kill them quickly. I really didn't want to reveal my identity. Qin Dai, who had been lying in wait, ordered the crossbow team to prepare and fire all arrows. Thousands of arrows were shot from the side. Caught off guard, they couldn't react in time. As a result, half of them were wounded. Qin Dai wasn't done yet. He immediately ordered to reload the arrows. Qin Zhao observed and thought to himself, These crossbows seem different from what I've seen before. They're light and easy to load. Fire. The bandits panicked and frantically fled. No, this is bad. Boss, how are you? Boss. Qin Dai smiled contemptuously. Who's impersonating who now? By nightfall, he encouraged everyone. We've reported the bandit incident to the authorities. There's no need to worry. Get a good night's sleep. We'll reach our destination very soon. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Master Dong. Tungka spoke up. That's right. Brother Thang Duong, please wait. I have a favor to ask of you. The fifth prince turned back irritably and asked, What is it? I always repay kindness. You helped me dodge the arrow. After returning to the capital, I'll surely reward you generously. Hearing this, she was angry but still forced a smile and replied, Actually, that's not what I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to ask you if you could help accompany young Master Qin. After he's separated from his parents, he's a bit scared. Being with an uncle figure would make him more comfortable. Qin Dai's face clearly showed disdain. The fifth prince was bewildered. She wants me to babysit. Though he didn't like it inside, outwardly he tried to appear pitiful. Fifth uncle, I'm so lonely. I'm scared. Please play with me. In his mind, he thought, if it weren't for Tungka's request, I wouldn't bother with this troublesome matter. Finally, he reluctantly agreed. All right, you little brat, don't bother others. Let me tell you, I'm only agreeing because I pity my poor nephew. It's not because you arranged it. Let's go. After the two of them left, Qin Zhao gently placed his hand on her shoulder, asking coyly, My lady, are you done with your business? She looked at her husband and said, What are you doing? You startled me. Don't touch my arm. It hurts a lot. Tungka retorted, Maybe you'll push me again. Qin Zhao said worriedly, If that arrow was poisoned, it's not just about stopping the bleeding so simply. Hearing this, she turned pale with fear but still joked, Oh my, don't I have you here? You surely won't let anything happen to me. At that moment, she didn't think much of it. She thought to herself, Stop pressing. Are you doing this on purpose? Then she confided in him. I just feel it would be a pity if that young lad died. Qin Zhao wondered. A pity. She explained. Earlier, you asked why I brought the fifth prince along. The main reason is that if we left him in Huancheng, he would soon die in the court power struggles. Although Qin Shengyang isn't good at political maneuvering or pleasing the emperor, he has quite a talent for refined arts and people's livelihoods. From his chess playing and cooking last time, we could see that. Moreover, he understands most of the operas, poems, games and songs on the streets. He knows how to appreciate and entertain. He's also been taught the four arts by palace artisans. Once, the fifth prince heard a piece of music and quickly criticized it. "What kind of lowbrow entertainment is this? It's not even as good as my singing." Although in chaotic times, controlling the army means controlling the country, but in our city, there are too many migrants and workers. We need some culture that can withstand refinement and art to encourage people's hearts. Everything needs to develop in balance. Only then can we have stability. So I want Qindai to understand these things too, and bring him along to study. As she talked about this, Qinzhao was bandaging her wound. He even licked the bleeding wound. She quickly said, "Don't lick it, it hurts." He said, "My lady seems to trust that Qindai child a lot. You're very at ease with arranging things for him. Does the third prince have something special?" She replied, "You'll probably know what's special once we get there. At the city of Shenzhong, in some remote villages, we provide additional capital and technology. We also introduce various types of jobs, experienced ones, to support development and entrepreneurship. Those who have to relocate face disasters, and residents who want a better life are also welcome to participate and work in the city according to their abilities. We provide housing, money, and other subsidies. In ancient times, there were many poor residents who had to struggle more to make a living than in modern times. They have time and energy. What they lack is knowledge and opportunities. These are necessities for survival. As long as they work hard, they can see hope and a future. We improve the reward and punishment system and laws. Everyone is happy to welcome their benefactor, the lady. Everyone has finally arrived, along with suitable leaders." Feng Tianshou reports, "The Shanzong army has finished training. They're still waiting for inspection." Tangju also reports the situation. "Everything in the city has been arranged properly. The resident population is increasing greatly each day, and the outskirts are being expanded." They both said in unison, "Feng Tianshou, Tangju, mission accomplished." When all these factors come together, Qinzhao said, "Thank you both for your hard work. A new town is now operating spontaneously." Songka smiled and said, all right, no need for excessive courtesy. The city still operates as before. In terms of leading troops, I'm not as good as Tianshou. In terms of recruiting and managing, Qinzhao is the same. There's no way to compare with the heir of the Tang clan. Back then, there was no such thing as mission or no mission. You two deserve everything you have now. You should feel proud because of this. That night, after reading the ledgers, she praised, "Good. I can only say it's worthy of them. The city affairs are arranged very satisfactorily. I can't find any faults. The worker system is also as effective as expected." Tianshou originally wanted to become a general, but since women can't be officials in the imperial city, coming here to train new recruits can be considered as fulfilling her wish. She's like a fish in water. Tangju is a henpecked husband. Whatever his wife wants to do, he helps. But his work ability is indeed formidable. He has high prestige working on behalf of the city lord. Qinzhao said, 2 years ago when my lady wasn't here, the main family of the Tang clan was reclaimed with the help of Shangkong Palace. The reason he agreed to your arrangement, besides repaying the kindness of the Wang mansion before, was also to give the deceased clan leader an explanation, proving that he can shoulder the responsibilities of a leader. She listened and understood. So that's how it is, it can be said. Although the entire Tang clan is now led by Tangju, it can be considered as working for you until now. He heard and replied, in this way, my lady hasn't secretly cultivated manpower like this. You have never interfered too much in other people's family affairs. Tangju is a loyal person. Delegating power instead makes him even more loyal. Songka smiled at her husband. Don't talk as if you're scheming like that. However, I really intend to promote a new system. The emperor doesn't need to be hereditary. Changing terms to select the most talented person through elections is also a way. Moreover, this way you can easily represent this position for a period of time. Complete the tasks arranged by the system. You may not be able to obtain absolute power universal to the idea of a supreme ruler, but perhaps you can liberate all the time travelers here. Qinzhao still couldn't understand her intentions. My lady, what are you saying? She explained, I'm saying I want to play a small trick. All the time travelers except for me will all be safely sent back to modern times. What do you think, my lord? Are you interested in helping me? He asked back. Can I really do that? Song Ka smiled brightly and nodded. Looking at his expression, if I'm not mistaken, it seems you also care about this matter a bit. If it's convenient, can you tell me? He thought for a long time, then decided to open up to her. At this point, there's no longer any convenience or inconvenience. My lady, You might have doubted things from before. After all, regarding time travel, Wei Fei didn't reject it much. She thought to herself, correct. Normally, when ancient people discover that the soul in someone's body has changed, most people would think it's some kind of evil spirit borrowing a body to revive and feel terrified. When I first told the truth before, what exactly was the task you mentioned, my lady? But Qin Zhao never tried to prove anything. He seemed to accept this fact immediately. A white lotus from the past, lost and alone. Now saying it again seems a bit unreasonable. He asked her, have I ever told you about matters related to my mother? She suddenly remembered. Indeed, when drunk before, he had mentioned cannot, must not. Mother is still waiting for me to free her. At that time she had asked, so that's how it is. You mean your mother was also a time traveler, and after teaching you many things, she lost her life due to a demonic cult's sacrifice ritual. In principle, it only mentioned that Qin Zhao's mother died early, but didn't speak of the cause of her death. Although according to the system's mirror, when I first time traveled here, there were already 13 time travelers who came here and died. In this world, before I time traveled here, indeed over 10 fellow time travelers had died. He said Shangkong Palace had a tradition of sacrificing holy women and holy children to extinguish disasters since ancient times. Back then, because he was too young, there were many details he couldn't remember clearly anymore. He only knew that since gaining consciousness, he had followed his mother's arrangements, hiding his emotions, and silently accumulating power to become emperor, to save his mother. The more he spoke, the more his heart ached. She wondered, asking, can't remember clearly. Strange. Hasonka softly asked, can't remember clearly. I don't mean to offend. Fulfilling wishes for one's mother or holding on to obsessions is very normal. But the premise is to remember clearly, right? If not, where does the obsession come from? Hearing these words, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly felt a pang of pain. The girl continued to probe the situation. How much of the past can you still remember? And why do you feel your mother was a time traveler? Faced with such rapid questioning, the male lead let out a cry of pain. At this moment, Hasonka called Qin Zhao's name. What's wrong with you? You look like you're in a lot of pain. Though exhausted, Qin Zhao still insisted. It's nothing, just a little pain. I really don't remember clearly about my childhood. I need to calm down and sort it out. But according to you, is there any way to free all the time travelers? Is it reliable? He then pulled Hasonka into his arms and held her tight. The girl nuzzled against him and said softly, whether through the old emperor inheriting the throne or establishing a small country, as long as I successfully help you become emperor, I'll have completed the system's mission. I can receive my wish and return to reality. In her heart, she silently exclaimed, little snow lotus smells so good after bathing. The girl continued, but most time travelers' missions are not like mine, 100% match. Although the final goal is similar, they're all changing the plot direction to stabilize the world. For example, what Subai Wan must do is prevent the ninth prince from ascending the throne. It's unrelated to whether you become emperor or not. She can indeed complete her mission by using this approach. After bringing the author's soul back to modern times, use her position to ask him to write a sequel to the novel based on the current plot development. The female lead remembered her days in the present. She met someone and said, hello, author. The company has a cooperation project they want to discuss with you. Then she continued talking with Qin Zhao, thus achieving the goal of stabilizing the world and becoming king. Thus, if the plot doesn't deviate, the world won't collapse. As for the mission content, Su Baiwan's and Lord Qin's are different. Suppose when Qin Zhao becomes king, the ninth prince also successfully inherits the throne. Then both of them would be judged as having failed their missions. They'd be kept here, the world of kingship having no connection to reality. So after considering this issue, the only remaining way is to use the wish I obtained skillfully. Qin Zhao finally realized, my wife, I understand what you intend to do. The female lead, while massaging the man, softly said with a blush, actually, the way to send everyone home is very simple. Otherwise, the other time travelers won't give up their chances in the palace and can be easily persuaded by me to work hard. The time travelers once met together. Everyone there said they felt it, following the old brother, but Wu Qing's behavior is always opposite to ours. She can't receive a mission completely opposite. Perhaps she doesn't want to return to reality. Hasonka continued, if you want to return to modern times, when I get my wish, I'll wish to the system. Please send all the time travelers who have existed in the world of kingship safely and healthily back to their original worlds. Conversely, if you want me to stay, I'll wish differently. Please send all the time travelers who have existed in the world of kingship, except for me, safely and healthily back to their original worlds. Qin Zhao listened for a while and understood. He said, so that's how it is. So whether the ninth prince ascends the throne or not, as long as I become the emperor of Shanzhong City, it's possible to wish for the liberation of all those people. Even mother, though she has passed away. Hearing this, the girl agreed, saying, that's right. Initially, I only wanted to send the time travelers back, but if my husband needs it, please be more specific. One wish can include many details. If I can help you, that's good enough. With these words, Ha Songke gave Qin Zhao a kiss full of passion. The young man, immersed in the aftertaste of love, thought to himself, she's using all her determination to accomplish this, solving it in the simplest way, the fastest, in an unexpected manner. If I had trusted and been honest with her earlier, wouldn't all the doubts and hurts have been avoided? Ironically, he suddenly remembered that when he was young, his mother had repeatedly instructed, become the emperor. You must become the emperor. Take everything from that heartless person and save me. Then Qin Zhao asked himself, all these years, what have I actually done? His memory suddenly brought up the scene of a man speaking beside his elderly mother lying on a sickbed. She sincerely advised, Zhaoer, my child, you must live. Even if alone, you must live. It was at this moment that Qin Zhao suddenly awoke, a headache hitting him, making him extremely tired. The girl, seeing the person before her looking very distressed, asked worriedly, my husband, what's wrong? Do you have a headache? The man, trembling, said, no, it's nothing. My wife, do you really want to use that precious opportunity to fulfill wishes for others? Ha, Songke immediately dismissed that thought. Now is not the time to discuss this. I'll go get medicine and call the doctor. You should quickly take a nap. Don't think about anything. Just rest, she thought to herself. If he wasn't in severe pain, he wouldn't react so strongly. Then the girl hurriedly left to find help. Before leaving, she said other matters could be discussed later. Immediately, the sound of a door slamming echoed around. Qin Zhao breathed with difficulty. His eyes narrowed, then closed completely, leaving behind a pitch-black void. After a while, the young man tried to open his eyes, then slowly blinked and finally closed them again. When he woke up again, he saw a very unfamiliar scene before his eyes. Around him, constant beeping sounds rang out. The man still couldn't comprehend what was happening. He let out a surprised sound. Songke rested her face on the table. Qin Zhao woke up and tried to move his hand. What's going on here? Then he tried to get out of bed. She rubbed her eyes. My husband, you're awake. Are you still in pain? Why aren't you saying anything? Last night, when the doctor came, you were already unconscious. The doctor said it's likely that you've been overworking these past few days, so fatigue plus unfamiliarity with the northern climate led to your headache. He advised you to rest for a few days for observation. Don't exhaust yourself further. I'll keep an eye on the business matters. There are still a few preparatory steps unfinished. Tangju and Qinda are also arranging civilian equipment and construction equipment more intensively. It's estimated that the ceremony can be held within a month. Qin Zhao wasn't in too much pain, so something else must have happened. He said in a low voice, this Qinda, he must be a modern person, right? She broke into a sweat. Modern person. My husband has already learned this vocabulary. Why do I feel that after he woke up, something seems unusual? Qinda is also a time traveler. His specialty is this type of engineering technology. He said, wife, I'm fine now. You should rest well too. You've been worried about me all night, right? She thought. He doesn't question the term technology. She pushed him down. I'll catch up on sleep after everything's arranged. My husband, don't try to act strong anymore. If you feel bored, continue reviewing the notes. The unfinished accounting books in the city. I'll call someone to bring food here. As she approached, Qin Zhao avoided her. She quickly stopped him. Hey, that's strange. Who are you? Why can you appear inside Qin Zhao's body? He thought. She still discovered it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to avoid you just now. I'm just a bit unadjusted. Songke slowly drew out a knife. Unadjusted. Why unadjusted? He's pretending. Could he also be a time traveler? Knows modern vocabulary. The chance of being from ancient times is very low. He avoided her gaze because it's too close. Although you're my wife, right now it's really, well, please allow me to introduce myself first. You can continue to call me Qin Zhao, but your husband also has another name, Shen Zhaoro. She was surprised. Shen Zhaoro, it really is a different person. He continued, my occupation is a writer. She released him. Writer, is that your pen name? He hesitated. Could it be a coincidence? The two had a meal together. She lowered her face shyly. It's so embarrassing, going to sleep and waking up. My husband has suddenly become a modern person. What should I do? It's a difficult problem that needs urgent handling. He reassured her. Actually, my lady doesn't need to worry like this. Qinzhao has always been me from beginning to end. It's just that I was always in a different state to go through all these things. Now the memories have synchronized back. She looked confused. Huh, what do you mean? He was embarrassed, wondering how to explain. She blushed as he served her food. He said, although Zhaoran Ruoye rarely writes about reality-related themes, this character, Qin Zhao, is actually based on myself when writing books. She curiously asked, I seem to have heard the system say before, when you were writing this book Claiming the Throne, you often had nightmares. Your health wasn't very good. When deleting and editing, the author mentioned recent mood issues, frequent nightmares, and would change Claiming the Throne to Qin Zhao's succession. This matter, though which specific chapter hasn't been posted yet. He confirmed, it's embarrassing to say, during that time, as soon as I closed my eyes and fell into deep sleep, I would lose my modern memories, seeing myself as an ancient person, living life as Qin Zhao in Claiming the Throne, until I completely couldn't tell which was the real world, totally in a coma. A simple meal with just a few dishes was served. Both Qin Zhao and his wife ate together. While eating, he told their story. Then he met her. She seemed not to understand and asked again, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. This side knows that because the novel world of Claiming the Throne has been deleted and rewritten, so it appeared forced. In the real world, Qin Zhao's body is on life support to maintain life. Your soul only enters and exits deep sleep. That's why those who wrote cheats were transported. But it seems you've been influenced by this world for a long time. You've lived here long before I arrived, Qin Zhao explained. Before deciding to rewrite, due to some hesitations and doubts, I had rewritten extensively. Perhaps since then, my consciousness has been partially involved. Hearing this, she smiled. There are many stories of transmigration because the character is so similar to oneself. This I can understand. My lady can think that way, but it's more than that. Perhaps we can think of some reasons. What reasons? She asked while chewing. I'm sorry, I don't want to say. Qin Zhao's face suddenly turned sad. The author appearing as a character won't affect your mission and the story's development. I can quickly rearrange the current plot, put everything in order, then hand it to you. I can also return everything I have as a gift to thank you for helping me wake up. Wake up, yes. I really wanted to save my mother who passed away long ago in reality, to the point that after losing my memory, I was always immersed in the obsession of claiming the throne and saving mother in the novel, not wanting to realize that everything was meaningless. She lowered her face, repeating those words. Bring all those who have transmigrated existing in the world of Claiming the Throne safely back to their original world. But you? Qin Zhao sat up and said, forget it. In short, you don't need to indulge me. Wait until everything is ready. Except for me, all those who have transmigrated will be sent back to their original world. Suddenly he staggered. She worriedly asked, Mr. Shen, are you all right? I'm fine. Just tripped a little. Let me help you. No need. She doubted. Clearly, there was no obstacle on the ground. How come his legs have recovered, but he's still unsteady? As Qin Zhao took a few steps forward, she asked again, what were you talking about just now? Except for you, everyone who transmigrated will be sent back. What about you then? He tilted his head and said, I'm considering staying here, not planning to return to reality. Before, you planned to stay here with me. We considered entrusting those who transmigrated to bring back the novel's content. Repost it under an account revealing the truth. This way, stabilize the world and live here forever. So what do you plan to do? Can I ask you to rewrite our story after you return to reality? She was extremely shocked by what she heard. She rushed to him and said, you want me to go back while you stay here. No matter who stays, they'll wish for one thing. But why did Qin Zhao turn his face away? Probably in reality, Miss Song still has work and friends. It's not necessary to stay in such an inconvenient place for me. I don't want to involve you. Then why not return together? If we go back, not only do we not need to rewrite the content, we can even live together. That won't achieve a perfect result. Her face began to frown. She couldn't understand what Qin Zhao was thinking now. Based on what he expressed, Qin Zhao now must be the husband who has been with me for a long time. And also the work of Zhao Ruo. Qin Zhao has always been me from beginning to end. It's just that he experienced all this in a different state, not changing people, nor related to the original character. Anyway, it's been him from start to finish, just with an additional segment of modern memories. But his attitude towards me has changed a bit. She asked him quietly, what do you think the perfect ending would be like? Seemingly wanting to be close, but intentionally keeping distance. Under the autumn leaves, he replied similarly, not wanting to speak. My lady lady. Just stay by my side until the mission ends as usual. That's enough. The rest is up to you." She clicked her tongue. "Up to me. There's just one last question. I hope you can answer. Do you still have your martial arts skills?" "Of course. I'm still me." "That's good," she said, then rushed towards him. "It's easy for someone to hide something, but if you want to hide feelings, it's not that simple." She started to unbutton his shirt, her hand covering his mouth, then said some rather excessive things, including things like "in the wilderness," humiliation, whipping, biting, and so on. "It will surely hurt you." Her hand touched Qinzhao's chest. "If you don't want to say, I won't force you, but I just want to verify what I think is important," he said confusedly. "My lady, this is not appropriate. If you hate it, you can use your strength to push me away at any time. This is something you can easily do, right?" He said one thing, but thought another. "It's not because he's lost feelings for me that he lets me leave." Her hands began to grope Qinzhao's body. "If Mr. Author doesn't dare to fight back against me, I'll do even more outrageous things." He tried to stop her. "Don't do this. It's not good." Finally, he gave in. "All right then, as long as my lady is happy," she continued. After Mr. Author regained his memories, he seemed unsteady on his feet, right? In reality, is there something inconvenient with your body? Qinzhao's face flushed as her kisses touched his body. He didn't object. "I guess I've guessed correctly. Qinzhao doesn't know. Before the second time travel, I visited his place in reality. I even talked with his family for a while." The conversation between her and Qinzhao's mother went like this. "Xiao Ruo, who is the author you mentioned, is a child with a hard life. You're a big company. Please don't bully him. Don't worry. The company values Mr. Shen's abilities very much. Can you tell me about him?" She turned towards the two of them, not hurting at all. They were still engaged in intimate actions. Was the first time doing this in modern times or here? He panted and leaned on her shoulder. "With you." She laughed with delight. "What a coincidence, me too." Not stopping there, she pinned Qinzhao down, whispering, "Let me tell my husband a story. It's about me in reality." He glanced at her. "My lady has mentioned some things before. Yes, but not everything. Indeed, I came from an illegal organization. It was because the organization was raided that I could walk under the sun. However, it wasn't all just a coincidence. It was images of the past appearing. At that time, she was in the middle of biting a cookie, muttering, 'They'll pay dearly.' Then she discussed something with a group of people. 'We've already used the phone we tricked before to call the police, right? This is our last chance before they move. We must run as fast as we can. The more people who escape, the lower our chances of getting caught. I've used many people and hurt many people too.' Turning to them, she sat up straight on his abdomen. 'But back then, I thought it was natural. The strong prevail, the weak perish. To live well, you must take from others. Exploit everything you can from them. No one is kind to strangers for no reason.' She and her mother from the real world appeared when she was young. Her mother said, 'There aren't many foster parents who would take a child your age. Seize this opportunity.' Her voice echoed, 'They do this surely because they want to gain something from me, or when they find the reward isn't worth it, they'll leave immediately.' I always thought like that, until there wasn't. Until, unlike the protagonist in the story who awakens at a specific plot point, life changes silently like the wind. Looking back, I realized, it turns out I wasn't guarded against those who showed kindness to me. I simply didn't believe that someone as awful as me deserved to be loved by others." Those words made Qinzhao ponder for a long time. They kept echoing in his mind. Then he comforted his wife. "You deserve it, and so do I, my lady. What nonsense about me leaving. You staying would be the perfect ending. Surely I would hate you in reality like that. So why are their hands holding each other tightly, symbolizing eternal love?" 3 days after the crown prince's consort went missing, the inner palace was under curfew. No one was allowed to move around unless for important matters. After 5 days, rumors spread throughout the imperial city. The people's voices were buzzing. "Hey, have you all heard? There's going to be a fight in the city soon." "What? How is that possible? Wasn't everything peaceful before?" "Don't mention it. I have a relative who's a minor official in the palace. He said several princes have gone missing in the palace. It's very unusual." The common people panicked. They packed up and moved elsewhere to avoid disaster. Internally, rumors said the 9th prince was leading martial artists to attack the imperial city, intending to assassinate and usurp the throne. For the past 2 days, nearby shops have all closed. They must have heard the news early. Fearing trouble, they've all left already. No, we should leave quickly too. Swords and knives are indiscriminate. If there's really a fight, it'll be too late. At night, in a certain back palace, the sound of a hand slamming on a table rang out. A girl with long white hair said, "How did it come to this? It should have been the crown prince usurping the throne. Why did the wind suddenly change direction?" Public opinion isn't a magic tool for victory. If used incorrectly, it can even backfire. Could it be the crown prince's doing? Impossible. The crown prince has also gone missing. There's no more time to wait. Success or failure depends on this. I'm sorry, Emperor. To avoid returning to modern times when the mission fails, you need to depart. Before Chongi was reading a certain imperial edict. She said informants in the palace had sent news. As predicted, when only 2 tigers remain in the palace, that's the most tense moment of the battle. She looked away from the edict page and said, "The old emperor is dead. 2 imperial edicts for throne succession have appeared, one for the crown prince, another for the 9th prince." She compared both edicts, then said, "Both have imperial seals, so it's hard to tell which is genuine." Qin Zhao frowned and grunted. Since ancient times, public opinion has only played a supporting role when changing dynasties. The key to securing the throne still relies on military power, he said, closing the edict. She agreed. That's right. They both sat down. Chongi thought to herself, after time traveling back, I've read the latest chapter of the unedited Yang Wang version. She said, the crown prince in your original story had successfully ascended the throne, but due to reckless slaughter of brothers and ministers, he caused General Feng, loyal to the dynasty, to become disillusioned. In the end, General Feng disobeyed orders to deploy troops to stop the 9th Prince's martial artists from infiltrating the imperial city, failing at the last moment, allowing Qin Shengtian to successfully seize power. Is that correct? Qin Zhao listened silently for a moment before saying, "My lady remembers very clearly. As we know, other time travelers also know this. Those who want 9th brother to quickly succeed won't waste such appropriate help. They must have persuaded him early on." Hearing this, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "You're right. The 9th Prince's faction will likely use an overwhelming approach to win this battle. Once he becomes emperor, the mission of those who time traveled will immediately fail." He noticed something confusing and frowned, asking Liu Dai. She quickly laughed and explained, "I misspoke. He's my friend in reality. I accidentally." Before she finished, Qin Zhao interrupted. "Why haven't you introduced him to me before?" He thought, "I've clearly mentioned it many times." Seeing this, she could only laugh awkwardly. Suddenly mentioning this, isn't it strange? Besides, you didn't have memories of reality then. I didn't want you to be shocked somewhere. Qin Dai suddenly sneezed. Chonge suddenly realized something was off. She leaned forward, bringing her face close to his. "Why should I explain about friends in reality to the author? You clearly wanted me to return on my own before." He startled, embarrassed, and turned his head away. Now, before he could finish speaking, she cut him off again. "My husband says one thing but means another. Do you want your wife to kiss you?" Hearing her say this, his heart pounded. She liked it, then raised her hand to lift his chin and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then she immediately placed a kiss on his lips. Qin Zhao was surprised. Eyes wide open, he grabbed her sleeve and called, "My lady, I just don't have much attachment to reality. I have no family left. My health isn't good either. If I return, I'll only cause more trouble for you, making you annoyed." Chonge kept kissing him continuously before finally letting go. She laughed as her husband spoke half-truths and half-lies, looking even more harmless. He felt guilty and wanted to explain, but she placed a finger on his lips. "My husband, listen to me first. Although you have modern memories now, you're still you. The way you think, the way you act, can't fool me. We've been suspicious and ambiguous with each other for a long time. This has made me almost understand some of your small habits that even you don't know about, along with the emotions you want to hide." Then she reached out to caress his face. "When you first regained your memory, you tried to pretend nothing had happened and continue our relationship, right? This proves you still want to be Qin Zhao and live with me." Indeed, when he first woke up, he said, "I'm fine. You should rest and get well. You've been worried about me all night, right?" Another time he said, "I don't want to burden you." She had asked, "Then why not return together, back to reality?" She continued, "But you resisted reality and said something about not wanting to burden me. Can't have a perfect ending. Did you really think I would consider you a burden? Do you think we don't even have the most basic trust?" Suddenly, he lunged forward to grab her hand. No, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you haven't met me in reality yet. I'm worried," she continued for him. "Worried that I won't recognize the healthy and high-status Shen Zhao and Qin Zhao, right?" She pressed her forehead against his and said, "Though you were a bit confused at first, hesitating between the choice of body and reality, you actually quickly gave up the thought of staying, didn't you?" He was a bit surprised. "What?" she replied. "If I'm wrong, don't mind it. I just feel you used the word stay in the ancient city to inform me that Shen Zhao's situation in reality isn't good. Don't expect too much." Then she pressed herself against him. "In other words, you pretended to be world-weary and self-destructive. The reason might be that even if you return to reality, you don't want your wife to be disappointed, right? Otherwise, it's hard to explain this contradictory behavior." Hearing her words and feeling her close proximity made him flustered, but he quickly laughed. Then he took her wrist and asked, "When did you figure it out?" out. She was a bit surprised, but immediately answered, "Since you refused to return to reality but wouldn't say the reason, I became suspicious." She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it tight. "And you indulged my willfulness, even enjoying it." She recalled the previous incident and then said, "It didn't look like you were conflicted at all." Qinzhao laughed, as expected of my wife. Then he bent down, and she followed with her eyes. Right after, he kissed the back of her hand. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Thank you for finding out who I really am. Thank you for not hating me, even after discovering it. I know how to write the ending now and how to address the king." That day, he told many stories about himself. He said, "Qinzhao in the story is actually a miniature version of me. Both are illegitimate children. Both lived with their mothers, both optimistic. At 54, my mother passed away. Before she died, she entrusted me to my father's family. The situation after that was similar to Shuang Wang's. Perhaps I don't need to tell the details. You know well. Those relatives cursed at me then, saying, 'That blind bastard has come. Such a thick-skinned, filthy thing,' he continued telling her. The difference is that Shenjiao Roduo permanently lost the ability to walk normally. He also talked about his field of study and work. Songge asked, 'When did your leg problems start?' He replied, 'Right after graduation. Because I had night blindness as a child, and later my mother died of illness, I applied to medical school for 8 years. I studied while writing novels to earn some living expenses.' Then he leaned on her shoulder. After that, he continued, 'But it was either just an accident or something done by one of the brothers. I suffered a serious knee injury and couldn't continue in the medical field, could only switch to become a full-time author. At that time, I planned to write Claiming the Throne, but still wanted to keep the previous style. However, no matter how I wrote, it felt wrong. I once sat in front of the computer and broke down, wondering why I had to go through all this. Why should the injured always have to learn to be grateful and generous? Like what mother said, ignore everything. Just being alive is satisfying enough." Songjae held his hand and said, "My husband was very confused. No wonder you changed from a white lotus to a black lotus." He agreed with her. Then he said, "The persistence up until now only resulted in despair, so why should I continue to persist? Before, I was stuck and no one noticed. Now thinking back, surely my mental state was already seriously problematic then. That's why I was unstable and got drawn into the world in the books." She looked up at him, blushing, and called husband. He smiled again. "So I've thought it through carefully. I also want to live for myself once, regardless of the consequences, win or lose." He pressed his face close to hers. "Wife, can you help me?" At a street corner, a group of people were discussing. "Do you know, there's a doctor in East City providing free consultations. He's been doing it for several days now. I heard that patients he treats recover very quickly. It's extremely effective." The townspeople were amazed. "Is it true?" "Don't fool me." The storyteller confirmed, "It's true. That doctor said treating illnesses was his childhood wish. He doesn't charge a penny, but he only sees patients in the morning each day." Someone replied, "If so, I must go see. What was his name again?" At the back, he gave medicine to an old lady and instructed her, "Take it 3 times a day, that's all." The old lady thanked him and asked, "May I ask the doctor's full name?" He replied, "Qinwang Chengshu." At the mansion in the evening, Songge handed a persimmon to Qinzhao and said, "Here, take a bite. It's very sweet." He was writing some unfinished prescriptions. Looking at the persimmon she offered, he shyly said, "Thank you, wife." Then he leaned down and took a bite. Hearing this, she immediately objected. "What's there to thank for? Clearly you have modern memories, yet you talk just like an ancient person." He just kept eating and eating. Then he told her, "It's the same in reality." Suddenly, he licked her finger. She startled and pulled her hand back. What? Could it be that, in modern times, the great author is also this polite? How exciting! Hearing this, he suddenly turned away. "I told you not to expect too much. An unknown online literature author who's also sickly has nothing good about him." Songa took a bite of the persimmon. Then she teased him, "Belonging to me is the best." Then she pushed the persimmon to him again and asked, "Speaking of which, when you said you wanted my help, did you mean preparing the medical hall for the aftermath?" He replied, "Something like that." Qinzhao took a bite of the persimmon. "After all, I am the author of Yang Wang. Although the plot has been affected by the butterfly effect and deviated from its course long ago, I still hope the characters under my pen have a life of their own." After saying this, he licked her palm. "I will free Zhao Wang, and in principle, free myself as well." She startled. Free. In her mind, she thought, "Stop licking." Qinzhao looked at her and said, "The 9th brother has successfully ascended the throne. I've sent someone to him." At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. He asked, "Who's there?" to the person outside. A voice responded, "Master, It's your subordinate. He was silent for a moment before answering. Come in. Songe, who had her feet up on the table, quickly pulled them back and sat up straight. The door opened and a girl entered, kneeling down and saying, Master, Suyun is here to report matters concerning the new emperor. I hope those unrelated will leave. Qinzhao said, It's fine. Go ahead and speak. Suyun still hesitated, but then she glanced at Songi. Seeing this suggestive look, she laughed and suddenly turned to kiss him, clearly making him embarrassed. Then she said to Suyun, Do you still think I'm an unrelated person now? She replied, I understand. Qinzhao still hadn't recovered, but after a moment said, Stand up and speak. She said, Understood, Master. Our side followed your instructions. Based on Chief Steward Li's arrangements, we disrupted the court situation. But the ninth prince, who is now the new emperor, is not simple. It seems he had already begun secretly winning over military officials, including General Tuo. The two of them listened quietly as Suyun spoke. Songye thought it was within expectations. She continued, Although the crown prince had support from many officials and prepared private troops, he still couldn't hold out for more than 10 days. Qinzhao asked, In this battle, how many casualties were there in the imperial city? She replied, Thanks to Master's grace in sending out information early, most residents of the imperial city had left to avoid disaster before the army entered the capital. There was little impact. But now that the situation is settled, the new emperor isn't accepting Shuzhong City's alliance proposal and agreement of non-interference. Instead, he's calculating military strength and seems to show signs of deploying troops. This is information from Shadowguard 10-1. He frowned. Deploying troops. Ignoring the alliance is normal, but deploying troops, unless it's to deal with this place. After all, another government has appeared within the territory. Songe also spoke up. Not necessarily. Although they've succeeded to the throne, they're also facing scrutiny in many aspects, such as public opinion and loyalty. Although she's inexperienced, to have come this far, she can't be incapable of distinguishing priorities, unless she's lost her ability to think. At this moment in the imperial palace, Sheng Tian pushed the empress down onto the bed, then laughed heartily. I have finally waited for this moment. From now on, in this world, no one can defy me. I no longer need to live watching others' expressions. The empress, in pain, tried to push him away. Sheng Tian, don't. He ignored her and tore a piece of her clothing. She said tiredly, I've been very exhausted lately. Let me rest for a while. She thought to herself, the prince's remaining supporters are still hiding in court. If not handled well, it could ruin everything. Sheng Tian stopped his actions. Then he looked at her for a moment and actually turned away. All right then, Empress. Rest assured. At this point, he deliberately emphasized to share the burden with the Empress. She stared at him as he turned to leave. She hesitated. That? Then she lowered her face. Don't go. He stopped and turned to look at her. She forced a smile. Then she told him, I don't seem to be sleepy anymore. Sheng Tian came back. Having achieved his goal, he immediately returned. Good girl. Intimate sounds then emanated from the room. Back to Qinzhao's place. After hearing Su Yun's report, he said, I basically understand now. From now on, there's no need to stay in the imperial city. Inform the scouts to continue following. Everyone else is to withdraw to Shuzhong City. Su Yun held him back. Master, do you intend to give up that position? With the military and financial power of Shuzhong City and Shangkong City now, along with the stronghold cities, it's entirely possible to strike while the new emperor's foundation is unstable. Suddenly, he asked, how does Su Yun feel about her current life? Hearing this, she replied, it's certainly good. Compared to Shangkong Palace in the mountains, it's incomparably more comfortable. There are also many desserts, he agreed with a smile. Then if I asked you to trade all your favorite desserts for that position above 10,000 people, would Su Yun make the trade? If you trade, you'll never be able to taste these flavors again. Thinking of this, she hesitated slightly. Then after an internal struggle, she said, I understand your meaning, master. After everything was said and done, only Songe and Qinzhao were sitting by the window. She said, the plot in the novel differs not by much, it seems. The ninth prince becomes king. Those who were supposed to die in the original are mostly gathered in Shuzhong City, which isn't much different from being dead. She smiled. Did my husband ever think that the characters under his pen would become like they are now? Hearing this question, he paused briefly, then said, regardless of whether I created them before or not, they in their current state have already escaped my control. They are living beings. He drained his wine cup. What can be done is only to try our best to help and bless them. After all, the one responsible for all their choices can only be themselves in the end. Shuzhong City, controlled by the northern forces, marks this as a full stop. Surrounding it are dozens of dependent towns of various sizes. The area, though not comparable to a thriving dynasty, is enough to be a small country. The various city-states here are distributed in relatively wild areas to the west and northwest. However, it can no longer be called wild now. No matter which city-state one lives in under Shuzhong City, as long as they hold a residence permit, they can receive priority benefits such as employment and medical care. The housing atmosphere is very lively. They take turns promoting and job hunting, come here to apply for a residence permit. And within the city, trade associations are established, encouraging residents to gather goods for unified sales. Contracts are signed for post-tax sharing. The He family's parents are also very friendly with customers. Choosing this house is right, no scam here. Madam, he turns back to call the He family's elder brother, Zongsheng. She warns him not to be idle all day like before. If it wasn't for saving you, our He family wouldn't have fallen to the point of having to watch that blind prince's face. He waves his hand. What blind prince? He's now like the midday sun, about to become the emperor. She gets increasingly angry at this son of hers. Of course, cultural education is no longer scarce. Subayuan teaches the children. Now repeat after me. Goose, goose, goose bends its neck towards the sky and sings. The entertainment industry that brings emotional value also develops. 1, 2, 3, turn. 1, 2, 3, jump. He shouts, wrong. Again, continue to strengthen. Agriculture, industry, manufacturing is the most important sector at this stage. The third prince looked at the globe on the table and exclaimed in surprise, how can the crystal cup glow? Along with the city's defending army, no matter how many troops the imperial court sends, the military strength remains extremely solid. A soldier saluted the general, the city lord. She turned to speak to the leader below the city wall. Father, elder brother, withdraw your troops. I don't want to fight against our family. Stopping here is just a waste for both of you. Hearing this, he shouted, little sister, surrender now, and it's not too late. Otherwise, we'll be forced to take action. The court has sent troops 3 times. If we can't win this time, I'm afraid they'll suspect our Feng family of disloyalty. The Feng clan has been generals for 5 generations. We can't let it end here. She didn't answer him, but said to herself, this scene seems familiar, like I've experienced it before. Yuantang Gatemaster, don't you also feel it's a bit familiar? It's almost as if death doesn't obey us. Hearing her question, he replied, it's all the same outcome. Don't waste any more time. My subordinate's wife is pregnant. Finish the persuasion quickly. I need to return to her at the imperial palace. Involuntarily trembling, her hands holding the list, she said indignantly, Sheng Tian, on the list of officials, why isn't my name there? You clearly said you'd appoint me as the first female official. He glanced at her and then laughed. Haven't you already been appointed as the empress? The empress's rank is much higher than a female official's, she reluctantly argued, but without an official position, it'll be inconvenient to move around later. He again found an excuse to manipulate her psychologically. Don't worry. From now on, my dear, you can continue to handle affairs and there will be no changes from the current situation. She frowned doubtfully and asked, really? He put on a very genuine smile. The emperor doesn't joke. I understand the empress knows you, and I both wish to stand above 10,000 people. So whatever my dear wants, I will grant. She didn't reply, but was still worried. However, she could only accept it. I believe you. She thought to herself, why use the word grant? She once believed that as long as she could escape reality, she could start her life anew. In reality, she had to endure the pressure of verbal violence, so many insults and harsh words. The golden finger grasped the plot tightly, reaching the peak of life. She recalled smiling when she first transmigrated. I've really transmigrated, and into a novel I've read before. Clearly, everything was smooth despite some obstacles. Clearly, everything was. In the imperial court, officials bowed to the emperor. Long live your majesty. Long live, long live. Sheng Tian said to her, my dear, I truly love you, but to stabilize the court, I need to marry the general's daughter and appoint her as noble consort. She was stunned by these words. He began to console her again. But don't worry, I only love you. It will stop here. You and I will be together forever. She bit her lip to hold back tears. It shouldn't be like this. She wanted to go inside with him, but was stopped by the guards. The emperor still has state affairs to handle. Empress, please return. Involuntarily angry, she shouted, no, I can participate in state affairs. I know how to read memorials. But the guard said the emperor had ordered, please invite the empress to return to the palace. She clenched her fists, her whole body trembling with anger. 3 years later, spring king in Shanzong City. He clearly said he could claim the throne in a month, but my husband just wanted to be a Lang Zhong, so I could only stay with him. She played with Qin Zhao's hair. He smiled and turned to ask her, "Why do you seem to be having more fun than me?" She giggled and replied, "It's just fun, that's all. Or rather, everyone hopes that we'll leave after things in the city settle down." Su Baiyuan, after this time, plans to return and rush to study early childhood education at university. Liu Debao not being a boss is good. He wants to sell the company and experience life. Of course, I knocked some sense into him. She combed his hair and then put the hat on him. He laughed. "If I'm not the boss, my wife will be unemployed. Then how will you support her? Although I'm not considered rich, I do have some income." Song Ge asked back, "You'll support me. We can casually switch to a valuable job to double our money. There are so many companies waiting to be exploited. If not, we should cherish Lu Da's shareholder status. I can support my husband just fine." Qin Zhao also cheerfully replied, "That's right, my wife. I'm looking forward to the days of being a freeloader." She said, "All right then. But the premise is that today's coronation goes smoothly, then we can go home." After adjusting his hat, she secretly evaluated. Not bad, very handsome. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and extended his hand to her. "Then let's depart immediately, my queen." Song Ge was initially surprised. Then she smiled gently. Her cheeks flushed. The emperor's small mouth, "Your Majesty," she said, then kissed his hand. "You really know how to make people happy. Why is it called claiming the throne? It's becoming a regional hegemon, able to do anything one wants. Standing above 10,000 people, being the ruler, bearing responsibilities ordinary people can't shoulder, standing at the top. Or is it merely representing a title, too far removed from real life to care about? Flower system, are you still here? Just like different people have completely different interests, everyone also has different interpretations of this term, such as luck. If Qin Shengtian dies, can we start the mission over? You and I have both made our own choices. I've had enough. This glass of meeting and parting, respectfully to family and friends, to lovers, and also to those who accompanied me on this long journey. The whole text is about claiming the throne. Song Ge, a modern person. She sighed softly, returning too early. Haven't had time to establish power and eat meat. Play a bit of emperor roleplay. Such a good opportunity to play a character. But also to quickly report results to the system. It's been delayed too long. That mirror seems to do nothing. The candidate is unarmed. Looking at the clock, it was 11 o'clock. Song Ge was surprised. Time flies. Meeting business partners for lunch. Have to go out. As she thought, she put away the latest peach-colored laptop, the one whose screen broke last time when hitting the boss, into her backpack. As she walked, Song Ge's mood was indescribably mixed. Meeting the boss in reality for the first time, she was quite looking forward to it. At the author's residence, his true identity was revealed. He also dressed very carefully and meticulously, sipping his morning coffee, choosing a really stylish suit to wear, putting on a tie and spraying fragrant perfume, opening the door to find the other party. Song Ji had already arrived at the meeting point. She remarked that the spring morning was still a bit cold. Am I early? Although going straight to his house would be fine, but that would really be too abrupt, so they agreed to meet at Liangting Park. At that moment, she noticed, under the peach tree, the spring breeze was blowing, petals fluttering in the air. A familiar figure seemed to be waiting for her. Oh, it seems the person at the meeting place was also quite eager for this appointment. Arrived very early, good, still undetected. I'll surprise him from behind. Thinking this, Song Ge tiptoed closer. Although she tried very hard to step lightly, she was still discovered by the other party. When their eyes met, both their hearts started racing unexpectedly. Song Ge was a bit surprised. It's actually long hair in a modern style. While thinking, suddenly Song Ge slipped and almost fell face first. But luckily, Qin Zhao quickly grabbed her. Song Ge felt embarrassed. No way. Again, those who do bad things will indeed face karma. The embarrassment of their first meeting in ancient times was about to repeat itself. Qin Zhao caught Song Ge and took the chance to hug her, saying softly, "Be careful." Song Ge blushed shyly and apologized. She was about to say more when suddenly both of them fell again with a thud, lying on top of each other. The reason was that Qin Zhao's legs weren't strong. Ouch, ouch, ouch. If your legs aren't well, don't force it. The miserable one this time became both of them. Qin Zhao, on the contrary, smiled brightly. Sorry, upon meeting my wife, my hands were a bit out of control. Ha, what a coincidence. I'm also a bit out of control, Song Ge said, then placed a sweet kiss on Qin Zhao's lips. After leaving the park, the two went home together. As soon as the door closed, the couple continued their tongue wrestling. Although they tried to maintain decency as much as possible, neither was willing to stop first. Moreover, the couple went to the bedroom to continue. Qin Zhao was bold today, immediately wanting to pin Song Ge down. He asked, Perhaps my wife's wish was to bring everything that existed in the Sungvung world back to their original world in a healthy state. That's why it helped me recover. After waking up, my knees gradually could bear weight, and my eyes were no longer affected by light. Songye quickly unbuttoned Qingzhao's shirt. She said, "When wishing for this wish, it was simply because in the real world outside, everyone has physical issues. So I hope this wish could solve that problem. It's fortunate that this wish could help the novelist, which is you. But perhaps this sudden recovery doesn't follow the rules of the real world. So this old illness will still take some time to fully recover. Then can you show me your legs? I really don't want to miss the chance to learn about the novelist Shen Zhao's past." Shen Zhao was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Don't call me novelist. Just call me by my name." Songye found it strange when Shen Zhao suddenly got off her, thinking, it must be because he's still conscious of the wound on his leg. I really shouldn't have made such a request. Shen Zhao's face was flushed at this moment. Hearing these words from my wife's mouth, I'm a bit moved. Songye was surprised. "You're not angry, but this scar is very ugly. If you want to see it, then look." Shen Zhao pulled up his pant leg, revealing a very long scar. Songye froze for a few seconds, then she showed excitement. "Oh my goodness, it's such a beautiful sight, and it seems to be healing already. If we're married, we need to share with each other. And when choosing to stay in the real world, we should also choose to face these things. There's no need to hide anything anymore." Songye smiled. "That's right. I wonder how those time travelers are doing these days. Will we ever meet them again?" Somewhere in the modern era, Zi Yuan, a 17-year-old student who traveled through time as Su Bai Yuan, was now saying to her friends, "I can only hang out with you guys for one day. Before, I wasted too much time in the hospital, and I've missed a lot of studying. It's to celebrate Xiao Yuan getting better that we invited you to sing karaoke. While you were in a coma, many new shops opened here. But before, Xiao Yuan clearly hated studying. How come you've become such a good student now?" Xiao Yuan replied, "People say that after an accident, miracles often happen. Let me tell you guys." Xiao Yuan's words were interrupted. The person who arrived was Wu Qing, 25 years old, a famous internet celebrity who had been forgotten, time-traveled as the Holy Maiden. She asked, "Do you know where the request office is? There are so many tall buildings here. I really can't tell from looking at the map." Looking at her, the three people, Xiao Yuan immediately guessed she was an idol. Then she pointed and said, "It's right over there. Big sister, are you here to film? There's a film and television company over there. Thanks, but I don't do that kind of work anymore. I'll be going now. Living for myself is my goal." After Wu Qing left, Xiao Yuan's friend took out her phone and whispered, "Look, that big sister just now seems to be a famous internet personality. She was previously stabbed by an obsessive fan for revenge. What? Even plastic surgeons created small accounts to attack that big sister. They said her face had been surgically altered and wasn't natural. I heard she was also playing around with a rich young master. But unfortunately, after the plastic surgery scandal was exposed, he immediately left her. After leaving the hospital, I feel like Xiao Yuan has really grown up. Are you hiding something from us, sister?" The scene changes to Shen Zhao's house. Today, Shen Zhao had a business collaboration with Blonde. Seeing Blonde holding his hand and not letting go, Shen Zhao asked, "Now that the contract is settled, isn't it time for you to leave? I'm sorry, I'm just feeling a bit uncomfortable. My closest friend, who used to have dinner with me every night, is now living with someone else. I'm having trouble accepting this for now." Shen Zhao said, "It's okay, but I've always wondered, are you and Songye really just good friends, both single and unattached? Is there really no hint of attraction?" Blonde immediately became flustered and stammered, Well, luckily, Songye arrived at that moment. It's time to get off work. You two still haven't finished talking." Then he said, "I've already booked the restaurant you like, dear. Shall we go there to eat together now?" "Yeah, then let's go together." "Lu Dai, you're here too?" I'll just fade into invisibility. You two go ahead and date freely." After leaving the house, Songye couldn't help but say, "It's strange. Usually at dinner time he would definitely whine to come along. Why didn't he ask to come this time? Could it be because I have a boyfriend now, so he's afraid of being suspected if he tags along? But clearly, he's gay." Shen Zhao felt a bit uneasy hearing this. "Sorry, maybe I said something a bit rude earlier that made him misunderstand. I'll definitely explain to him later." "Rude?" Songye asked in surprise. Yes, just then, a child's ball rolled towards them. "Sorry to bother you. Could you throw the ball back to me, please?" "Sure." Holding the ball, Songye laughed and said, "I suddenly remembered. The reason I transmigrated into that novel was to save a boy playing with a ball. I regretted the things I had done back then, regretted interfering in other people's affairs. But if it weren't for that day, Ge, I definitely wouldn't have met you today, she said, then threw the ball back to the child. Shen Zhao also pondered, that's right, it seems everything is starting over again. The reason I say that is because I saw the ball you threw to the child roll onto the road, almost causing the child to be hit by a car. The mother panicked and called out the name Qin Zhao. This made Song Ge and her partner freeze. Mom, you got the name wrong again. Who's Qin Zhao? Since I recovered from illness, I've always thought about that name. Who was that mother after all? After talking for a while, Song Ge and Shen Zhao said goodbye to the mother and child. Indeed, that girl was also seriously ill before, died and transmigrated, probably became the female lead in Shangjiang Palace, Qin Zhao's mother. You don't plan to acknowledge her. After all, you were her son for a while. Shen Zhao was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, it's good to know why she treated me that way before. It was because she was about to live with her own child. She seems to have been a single mother in reality, deceived by men after transmigrating, then deceived by the evil emperor. That's why she became like that. Song Ge also sensed that Qin Zhao's childhood memories, if told, would be heart-wrenching. Who would have thought one wish could save so many transmigrators? Speaking of which, someone's been missing their family lately. As for me, I was a bad kid from a young age. After being raised by my foster parents, I didn't study well either, causing them a lot of trouble. Then they passed away. It felt like this might be heaven's punishment. Shenjiang sat down beside her at this moment and comforted. When my parents passed away, I thought so too. But now I don't think that way anymore. Sometimes I hope they just stayed in the novel world, not gone, living happily as before. It's an idealistic wish, but not wrong. Right, beautiful, but can't become reality. So I just feel like I can't go on stopping recently. I want to establish a family relationship with someone. May I ask, Shen Zhao, sir, would you agree to become Song Ge's new family member? As she spoke, she took out an engagement ring. Shen Zhao, oh God, I want to be proposed to like this too. Being proposed to like this, Shen Zhao was a bit dazed. He shyly turned away. It seems we've prepared similarly again. Me too. Shen Zhao also took out a ring and proposed to Song Ge. I just have a feeling that after marriage, we'll buy carrots together to take home. Haha, why think about after marriage already? And why carrots? Let's change it, each use one. This counts as a successful proposal. Even if you don't want it to succeed, the ring can't be returned. Hehe. Shen Zhao also put the ring on, not returning it. Whether in the past life or this life, I won't return it. After saying this, they both kissed passionately. 3 months later, during summer vacation, the couple Song Ge and Shen Zhao went to the beach together. Song Ge applied sunscreen on Shen Zhao's legs. Although the wound on her husband's leg had healed, the scar hadn't faded yet. Moreover, it was quite sensitive. Shen Zhao was still shy to talk about the new skin, of course saying, I'll apply it myself. However, Song Ge wouldn't let him have his way. She pressed hard on Shen Zhao's leg, making his whole body tremble. It's too sensual. Applying it yourself isn't fun. Xiao Zhao, if you're sleepy, apply sunscreen for me. It's not easy, just went to the beach. Must have fun swimsuit play. After that, Song Ge continued to help Shen Zhao apply sunscreen. But the way she applied it was very strange. Just applying sunscreen, but Shen Zhao kept breathing heavily. After finishing his legs, she changed position, moving to apply it on his mung bean. This really stimulated the beast inside Shen Zhao to awaken. He mercilessly pressed down on her chest, starting to retaliate. The place of retaliation was Song Ge's pomelo stem. Not only that, he also performed the ultimate move of catching crabs in holes. All kinds of techniques made Song Ge unable to resist. Tell me, Xiao Zhao, when did you start having feelings? Guess. Does this need guessing? But I'm sure you liked to bite me before, right? Haha, correct. Perhaps since I knew Madam didn't mind my husband's legs. At that time, your husband was a bit moved. That's too early. So you like me just for this. Of course, not just that. It's difficult to deeply love someone just for one aspect. I can only say Madam is very good. Isn't it that even without time travel, Madam would still come to interview me? Oh, right. After all, it's about business. Then I could see my husband's legs. As she spoke, she imagined if that happened. Hello, you seem inconvenienced. Let me push you. Maybe we'd chat happily and become friends. Haha, things aren't that smooth. Madam would definitely dislike me. Husband doesn't know how welcome he is. Why were some girls looking at my little snow lotus today? How is that possible? Song Ge suddenly got jealous and pinched Shen Zhao's cheek. Why not possible? Oh, just when I was queuing up. I even met a witch on a business trip at the beach. Although nowadays we don't call them that. Witch Shen Zhao was a bit surprised. The original body of the time traveler had previously helped the ninth prince. Is she still okay? She should be fine. Song Ge recalled meeting the witch on the beach back then. She vaguely asked if I was that maid. Looks very similar. She said she had always cared about others' opinions since childhood, always wanting to be liked by everyone, but as a result, she made mistakes due to caring too much about popularity, created multiple accounts to slander others. After being exposed, she was retaliated against by fans. So when she time traveled due to injury, she wanted to change her fate. It was always smooth sailing, but looking back now, it's regrettable. She should blame herself for always seeking immediate benefits. It was hard to distinguish if she really liked Qin Shengtian or if she liked Qin Shengtian because he could help her gain benefits, and he probably could sense my thoughts. So the two original people couldn't truly love each other. Separating was perhaps destined. Song Ge said sorry. To prevent further complications, I didn't explain to you and chose to send all time travelers back. Haha, just lucky. Qin Zhao is the main character in the book. I just happened to side with the protagonist, right? You are the main characters. I'm just a supporting character. But in the current Claiming the Throne, the witch's scenes are indeed few. But don't forget, in the old book, you were once an irreplaceable female lead. No one is a female supporting character on purpose. If this book doesn't work, switch to another. After all, everyone is the main character in their own life, right? All right then. My boyfriend is probably waiting for me. I'll go there first. In modern times, no need to make more enemies. We'll keep in touch on WeChat later. Wu Qingru felt a weight lifted from her heart. She smiled and took out her phone to scan the QR code. That's right. I should thank you, Song Ge asked, not understanding what for. Wu Qing said, at the end of the witch's story, she chose to contact the system early because she refused to complete the mission and split up. She was determined to use the method of killing the mission target, Qin Sheng Tian, to return to modern times. But when she was about to take action, a miracle happened. Thank you. I didn't end up killing anyone. Song Ge was surprised, but quickly smiled. That's good then. It seems every family has its own difficulties. I just hope she can also adjust herself. This probably doesn't concern us anymore. How about we think about where to go play today? In Song Ge's dream, the setting was in the imperial city. Half a month after Empress Song Ge ascended the throne, on the couch, she mumbled while eating an apple. Compared to supporting a blind, lame, and crippled prince, it's indeed faster to take the throne myself first, then abdicate to him. It's time to push me into the palace, slowly nurture a replacement. Your subject Qin Zhao greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live, long live. As this subject's body cannot kneel, I hope your majesty will forgive me. Oh, what if I insist that you kneel? This subject dares not disobey. Qin Zhao's legs weakened as he left his wheelchair, but he quickly fell face first. Your majesty. It's all right, your majesty. This subject has overstepped the rules. This subject deserves to die 10,000 deaths. Of course you've overstepped the rules. My dear minister touched our leg. How should we deal with this? Guards, throw him into our bedchamber. So then Song Ge spent 7 nights and 3 days coming and going countless times with Qin Zhao. The dream suddenly shifted to modern times. At school, Shen Zhao was being mocked by his classmates. Haha, how ridiculous. You can come to school in pajamas. That's right, can't you see? It's even affecting his puberty. Clearly a boy, but looks as delicate as a girl. Hey, are you mute? If your mouth is only for eating, then don't burp. The mean classmate who was about to bully Shen Zhao accidentally bumped into Song Ge, making her drop her lunch tray. Songyi's face started to pout. Then she burst into tears and told the teacher. Afterwards, the two went to the schoolyard. Song Ge laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so stupid. Bullies never use their brains. They really deserve to be punished by the teacher. Thank you. If it weren't for you, who knows what else they would have done. Don't thank me. I simply didn't like their attitude towards the lunchbox, so I did it on purpose. That's all. Oh, now we both win. Neither of us loses anything. Deceiving her classmate, Song Ge said, You really like the braised radish in your lunchbox, huh? Usually when there's that dish, you won't choose anything else. I happen not to touch it, so you can eat it. Really? Are you joking? How did you know I like to eat that? I've never intentionally mentioned it before. My eyes can't see clearly, so of course my ears become a bit sharper. Pay a little attention and you can notice these things. Oh, the cafeteria is so noisy. You can still distinguish my voice. You blind guy, you're pretty good, huh? Is it really just paying a little attention? Shen Zhao blushed and turned away embarrassed. That's really how it is. Turning back to reality, when Songye woke up, she said, I dreamed we went to school together when we were little. It felt extremely real. Yeah, together since childhood. Back then, my night blindness hadn't been cured yet. It's true I was ostracized by classmates. If only I had you as my wife then, it would have been great. Perhaps I would have liked you very much. We were just kids then. How could you have liked me? Besides, I was very ugly as a child. I wasn't so kind as to help others like that. Oh, my dear, do you think in your dream, why would I only choose to pretend to be pitiful when you passed by? Don't forget, Shen Zhao is similar to Qin Zhao in the book. My body was constantly training, not bad at deliberately luring you to help. I'm not an outstanding existence in the eyes of ordinary people, with flaws and regrets here and there. But luckily, you're the same, just right for me. That's the end of the story, friends. The author's final words. I want to use this story to dedicate to those who are imperfect like us. Love you all forever.